In this video, we're going to have our first introduction to ChatGPT. Alright, since ChatGPT was launched back on November 30 in 2022, we heard multiple times words like LLMs, GPT, neural networks, and more. Although you need to know these concepts to understand what ChatGPT is and how it works, in this first video, I'll give you a simple definition of ChatGPT so you understand more about it without all the technicalities. In simple terms, ChatGPT is an AI chatbot able to create human-like conversational dialogue and can be accessed through your web browser. With this chatbot, you can do tasks such as generating text, summarizing articles, writing code, building apps, and more. But how is this possible? ChatGPT is powered by GPT, which is a language model developed by OpenAI. This model has been trained on a wide range of text from the internet, which allows ChatGPT to produce relevant replies. That said, GPT models are not the same as ChatGPT. GPT is a general-purpose model that also powers other AI tools, such as Jasper, Quillbot, and Bing Chat. Although ChatGPT relies on GPT, ChatGPT was specifically built for conversational tasks. To sum it up, you can think of ChatGPT as a Dell computer and GPT as the Intel processor that powers it. Different computers can run on Intel processors, just like different AI tools can run on GPT models. In this video, we're going to see what are LLMs. LLMs, or large language models, are a type of AI that can mimic human intelligence. They're able to generate human-like text based on information they've learned from massive amounts of training data. Training LLMs mean feeding data such as articles and web pages so that they can learn patterns from the text and infer relationships between words. A simple thing LLMs can do is word prediction, which involves completing words or phrases based on the input provided by a user. Here's an example of word prediction. So here we have the phrase Tim is a and then blank space. So we can complete this with different alternatives. Tim is a dad, Tim is a friend, Tim is a doctor, or Tim is an engineer. And for an LLM to predict which is the next word, it will calculate, for example, the probability of the next word and do computations like that. But an LLM can do things way more complex than predicting the next token. It can generate a poem using the style of a specific poet, for example, or a song based on the patterns learned after analyzing thousands of songs. As a rule of thumb, the more data an LLM is trained on, the better it will be at generating new content. Once an LLM is pre-trained, it can be fine-tuned for specific tasks. Overall, LLMs have a wide variety of applications, such as chatbots and virtual agents. However, LLMs are not flawless machines. Actually, they have limitations. The biggest challenge LLMs face is probably generating content that is accurate and reliable. This can be due to limited training data, bias in the training data, ambiguity, and more. In the following videos, we'll learn more about the most popular chatbot nowadays, ChatGPT. To understand what ChatGPT is, first we need to know about the GPT models. After all, ChatGPT is a variant of the generative pre-trained transformer model, also known as GPT, and it was developed by OpenAI. Alright, the first GPT model was launched back in 2018 as GPT-1, which had 110 million parameters and showcased the capabilities of transformer architectures for language understanding. The GPT model continued to evolve in 2019 with GPT-2 and in 2020 with GPT-3. This represented a notorious advancements in the GPT models from 1.5 billion parameters and 50 gigabytes of training data with GPT-2 to 176 billion parameters and 570 gigabytes of training data with GPT-3. Let's say, although ChatGPT and GPT-3 are based on the GPT model, they serve different purposes. GPT-3 is trained on internet text to perform various natural language processing tasks, such as translation and summarization. GPT-3 can be fine-tuned for specific tasks, but it's not specialized by default. On the other hand, ChatGPT has been fine-tuned specifically for conversational tasks. ChatGPT was specialized for conversations after being trained on a dataset that consists of dialogues or conversation-like texts. This makes ChatGPT better at generating conversational responses. In a nutshell, GPT-3 is a general-purpose model, while ChatGPT is specialized for conversations. Currently, ChatGPT is powered by GPT 3.5, which is available to everyone, and GPT-4, which is available only for paid users through the ChatGPT Plus subscription. We're going to learn more about both models and compare them in the following videos. In this video, we're going to learn how ChatGPT works, and this will help us understand much better the way ChatGPT works and also how this can help us when creating prompts or when working with ChatGPT. Alright, to understand how ChatGPT works, let's start with an example. Let's say we give ChatGPT the following prompt. Explain what is artificial intelligence in a few sentences. Here is ChatGPT's response to this prompt. Artificial intelligence refers to the simulation of human-like intelligence processed by computer systems. It involves creating algorithms and models that enable machines to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, such as problem-solving, decision-making, learning from data, language understanding, and perception. After getting the response, we may ask ourselves, how can ChatGPT generate the response? One of the things ChatGPT does to generate this response is word prediction. ChatGPT predicts what words and sentences are likely to be associated with the input given and then chooses those words and sentences most likely to be associated with the input. ChatGPT also randomizes some outputs so that the answers for the same input might be different. You can try asking the same question I asked about artificial intelligence to ChatGPT, but you will probably get a different answer. All this word prediction is based on its training data. ChatGPT was trained on a huge dataset collected from the internet. This means that every time it generates text, it predicts what words will most likely be expected after having learned how input compares to words written on the million of pages it was trained on. However, word or sentence prediction isn't the only thing behind the scenes. There is more. After all, ChatGPT doesn't only complete your sentences, but has the ability to respond in a conversational way. This is due to the way it was trained. And here are the 3 steps which OpenAI followed to train ChatGPT. Alright, let's start with the first step. And the first step is collecting data and training a supervised policy. In this first step, 40 contractors were hired to play the role of users and chatbots. Each training was a conversation where the human contractors acted as both the user and chatbot. The purpose of this was to train the model to have human-like conversations. This training data will be fed into the model so that the model learns to maximize the probability of choosing the correct sequence of words and sentences in a conversation. This is why chatting with ChatGPT looks more like chatting with another person rather than working with a tool that completes your sentences. So in summary, in step 1, a prompt is sampled from the prompt dataset, then a human labeler demonstrates the desired output behavior, and this data is used to fine-tune GPT-3 with supervised learning. Alright, now the next step, step 2, is about training a reward model. In this second step, the output of step 1 is fine-tuned using a reward model. For this, a prompt and some outputs are sampled and a human labeler will rank the output from best to worst. Say we have the prompt below and the 4 outputs. So our prompt is what's artificial intelligence? And the outputs is first, AI is the development of computer systems that can perform tasks requiring human-like intelligence, such as language understanding, pattern recognition, and decision-making through the use of algorithms and data analysis. That is a good answer. Then we have AI involves creating algorithms and models that enable machines to simulate human cognitive functions like learning, reasoning, and problem solving, enabling them to perform complex tasks autonomously. That answer is not bad. Then we have C. AI is a futuristic concept where computers gain consciousness and emotions, allowing them to surpass human abilities and take over the world. Well, that doesn't make complete sense. And then we have D. AI is a mystical blend of computer code and unicorn tears that grants machines the ability to predict lottery numbers and interpret dreams. Well, that one doesn't make any sense. So as we can see, if we rank this from best to worst, we'll have first A on top as the best answer, then B, then C, and then D. And D will be the worst answer. And well, if a human labeler ranks the output from best to worst, as I said, they will be ranked as A greater than B, greater than C, greater than D. This data will be fed to the model so that ChatGPT can learn to evaluate what the best output is likely to be. That's how OpenAI trained its reward model. Now, it's impossible for the humans contractors to rank all the outputs of all the possible prompts a user can come up with. So how can ChatGPT is able to answer almost all the queries that we give it? That leads us to the next step. And this is step 3 and is reinforcement learning. To scale the human taught training data to a much bigger dataset, reinforcement learning was used. This is a type of unsupervised learning which consists of training the model where no output is associated with any given input. Instead, the model will learn the patterns in the input data based on the human taught pre-trained data. So the data that was trained in step 2. In this case, the pre-trained data will be the human taught ranking system. This system is used as the foundation for the unsupervised training stage. Thanks to this, the model only needs to process a huge dataset from various sources to learn patterns from text and sentences of a countless number of subjects. So that's how they scale the human-taught training data in step 2 to a much bigger dataset using reinforcement learning. And that's how we can get answers for almost any prompt we give to ChatGPT. Alright, in this video we learn how ChatGPT works, and this will help us when working with ChatGPT throughout this course. Alright, in this video I'm going to walk you through the ChatGPT interface. So you have to go to chat.openai.com and you're going to find this website. And here you can log in or sign up. So in case you don't have a ChatGPT account or an OpenAI account, you have to sign up, and they're going to ask to leave your email address and also a phone number. So just give your phone number and your email address and you're going to create your ChatGPT account. In my case, I already have a ChatGPT account and I'm going to log in. Okay, if it's your first time you're using ChatGPT, you're going to find this window. So everything is like in the first time you use ChatGPT. And right now, what we see is this interface. We see the sidebar here on the left, and then we see GPT 3.5, GPT-4, and some templates to start working with ChatGPT. So the first thing we're going to do is to use these templates, this example, these prompts that we have here, to see what we can do with ChatGPT. For example, I can click on the first one, brainstorm names, and I automatically get this prompt. Brainstorm 10 names for an orange cat we're adopting from the shelter, with some nickname options as well. So this is just an example that was available in ChatGPT, and this is what we can do with ChatGPT. Basically, you give a prompt, and by the way, a prompt is just a set of instructions that you give to ChatGPT in this case. And we're gonna see that much better in more detail, but this is just a first view of what we can do with ChatGPT. And as you can see, ChatGPT gives us an answer. So it's giving us some nicknames for this cat. So we have here like 10 nicknames, and basically that's how it works. Now I can click here on new chat on the left side. So if I click here on new chat, I'm gonna get a new chat to start with ChatGPT. But before I do that, here, after we start this conversation with ChatGPT, on the left, we have a new chat. So this is the current chat in which we are right now. In this chat, by default was named Orange Cat Name Ideas. So as you can see, ChatGPT automatically creates a chat and generates the title for this chat. In this case, Orange Cat Name Ideas. And we can edit this chat here, pressing on this button. And here I can write, for example, my first chat. And then I press on OK, and this is my new chat. We can also delete this chat, and you're gonna use that later a lot, because as you start a lot of chats with ChatGPT, this sidebar is gonna be full of many chats, and probably you're gonna delete some of them. So, okay, now let's start a new chat. So I click on this button, and here we can start a new chat. So I can just press any option we have. And well, I'm gonna use this one, and here, as you can see, we start a new chat. Okay, so now something that I want to show you is that this sidebar, you can close it, you can hide it. So if I press here, now we can focus only on the conversation, on our current conversation. And also we can open the sidebar in case we want to switch to another chat. So if I want to switch to my first chat, I can press here on my first chat, and I have here the first chat that we started before, and we can continue this chat. So for example, let's imagine I don't want nicknames for my cat, but I want some nicknames for a dog. So what I can say is create nicknames for my dog. So if I say this, now ChatGPT is going to ask me some questions or just give me the answer right away. And that's how it works. So now I'm going to show you here the settings. And if you open the sidebar and you go to the corner on the left and press here on the three dots, you're going to see these three options. So you can log out, and there is something called custom instructions, which I'm going to show you later. But now we want to focus on settings. If you press here on settings, you're going to see this window. And here you can change the theme of the ChatGPT interface. Right now is in dark mode, but you can change it to light mode. So now I'm going to leave it just to dark mode because I like it in that way. And you can also clear all your chats. In case you created many chats and you think none of them are going to be used in the future, you can press here, clear, and you're going to clear all the chats that you have. So as you can see now, I don't have any chat. And sometimes I do that when I think none of the chats that I have are going to be used in the future, or when I was just experimenting or doing some tests. But remember that all the chats are going to be lost. So if you have at least one chat that is available, don't do that. Don't clear all the chats. Just delete it one by one. All right, then we have data controls, and here's how you can manage your data. So if you think you're just working with sensitive data, or you don't want your data to be used for training, you can disable this, and well, you can here manage all your data. And something that is not here but is available for ChatGPT Plus subscribers. And by the way, ChatGPT Plus is the subscription of ChatGPT, which is $20 a month, and we're gonna see that later. So if you have this subscription, you're gonna have a new option, which is beta features. And this option allows you to enable premium features like GPT-4, plugins, and the code interpreter. Right now it's not here because I'm not a Plus subscriber, but if you click here on GPT-4, you're gonna see the option to upgrade to Plus. And well, you have access, as I said before, to GPT-4, faster response, and plugins and the code interpreter. I strongly recommend you to upgrade to Plus. Actually, this course, the goal of this course is to unlock GPT-4 and all the things that GPT-4 brings, like plugins and code interpreters and other things. And that's why I strongly recommend you to have a ChatGPT Plus. And something else I want to show you, and this is the last thing, is here on these three dots, there is something called custom instructions. And if we go here, you're gonna see this window. And basically what this does is give some information about yourself to ChatGPT. So ChatGPT knows something about your writing style or what is your profession, and it can give better responses based on the information that you provide. And we're gonna see this in much more detail later in this course. All right, this was a basic walkthrough on the ChatGPT interface, and we're gonna work with all the features that I showed you in this video throughout this course. Alright, in this video, I'm going to show you the different types of prompts that we can use with ChatGPT. And first, a prompt is just a set of instructions that tells the large language model, in this case ChatGPT, what to do. So basically, we tell ChatGPT what to do with a prompt. And in this video, we're going to see the different basic type of prompts that we can use on ChatGPT. This is going to be just the simplest prompt that you can come up with. Later in this course, we're going to learn something called prompt engineering, which help us create better prompts. Those are basically the best practices to create better prompts in order to generate better responses. All right, now let's start with this video and let's see the first prompt that we can use on ChatGPT. And this is the first prompt. The first prompt has like the structure of a question and it's something similar that we will use on Google, but in this case we're using this on ChatGPT. And this first example is this one. What are 5 key points I should know when studying the Inca Empire? So we can also use this prompt on Google, and if you use this on Google, you're gonna get different search results. Basically, you're gonna get like results to go to some website and you have to find the information you are looking for. And the difference with ChatGPT is that ChatGPT gives you like just the answer you are looking for, just like the summary, just like the points that you are looking for. In this case, these 5 key points. So if I press enter, we're not gonna get ads, we're not gonna get a bunch of text that is not related to the question we asked, but we're only getting the 5 key points we were asking for. And that's something cool about ChatGPT. It goes straight to the point. So here we can see the 5 points that we asked for. And well, here, in case you're not satisfied with this answer, let's imagine that you are studying the history and you were looking for other 5 key points. What you can do is click on this button that says regenerate, and with this you're gonna get another answer, like a different answer from the previous one, and that gives you like increases the points that you were asking. So in this case, let's say in the previous response you only found like 3 of the points given useful, and if you want more points you can get it from the second response. So that's basically how this first type of prompt works. You basically just give a question and then you get an answer. And that's it for the first prompt. Now let's see where the second type of prompt we can use on ChatGPT. In this case, instead of asking a question, we use ChatGPT as something like a tutor or instructor who gives feedbacks to something that we give. So for example, let's imagine we're studying Spanish and we want to correct some phrases that we have. So we want some feedback. And if we go to Google and for example, we copy and paste this first sentence, probably we're not going to get the correction for this phrase. We're going to, maybe if we're lucky, somebody else asked that question in some other website and we get the correction for that specific phrase, or we might get a correction for a similar phrase, but we should be lucky to get to have that same phrase corrected on Google. But on ChatGPT we can get feedback for any phrase that we have, in this case any phrase in Spanish. So if I press enter, if I click here, we get feedback for the specific sentences that we gave. So in this case, we're getting the correction, why these sentences are wrong in Spanish, and also an explanation. And that's something great because sometimes on Google, we only get like a generic answer. So based on the grammar mistakes that we made, but here is very specific. He's telling us in which part of the phrase we made that mistake, and that's something very cool if you're a self-learner. All right, that's the second type of prompt. It's basically asking for feedback. And now let's move on to the third type of prompt. And this one consists in giving some information to ChatGPT and giving instructions to ChatGPT to work with this information that we give. For example, here the other day I got an email from a client, and basically in the email what it said was this that I'm highlighting right now. So the client wanted to talk about some sponsorship, and the client wanted to set up a meeting, and this meeting was supposed to be 30 minutes. And I wanted ChatGPT to answer to this email. So what I did was just copy the email. So this is the email. And then I gave instructions to ChatGPT on how to answer this email based on my requirements. So first I said this: politely accept the offer in this email. And this gives ChatGPT the writing style. So I'm telling ChatGPT that the tone should be polite. Then I'm giving details about the answer. So I wrote, say we can talk next Friday at 8 p.m., but only for 15 minutes. So this is something very cool because we're telling ChatGPT the specific requirements for this email. So this is not going to be a generic email, but it has some customizations based on our requirements. All right, now if I press enter, we're gonna generate this email. And as you can see, we have some placeholders. Here I can write the name of the client, and also here we have the email that we asked for. And as you can see here, it's mentioning the fact that I can talk on Friday at 8 p.m. but only for 15 minutes. And well, here I can write also my name, my title, and my contact information. So this type of prompt, basically we provide some information, and based on that information we tell ChatGPT what to do with that data. In this case, answer an email, but it can be a different type of task. It can be just summarize this email or extract this data from this email or whatever you want. All right, now let's move on to the next prompt. And this one is very popular and consists in giving a task to ChatGPT, but a writing task. So let's say you have to write an essay or an article, and you can use ChatGPT for that. For example, here I say, write a 500-word article on this topic. 5 ways AI can boost your writing skills. So instead of just you starting from a blank page, you can use ChatGPT to have some ideas. So if I press enter, we're gonna generate the article for this topic, and that's something that can help you get started with this article. And that's the goal of this prompt, to generate articles, posts, or essays using ChatGPT. And well, you see here the results. We see here the article that ChatGPT created. All right, now let's move on with the last type of prompt that we can create. And actually, this is not the only types of prompts that you can create. There are endless types of prompts, but these are the most basic. And well, here I want to show you that ChatGPT cannot only create text, cannot only generate text, but also code. For example, here, let's say we want to send an email with this subject and with the content that is here. So this is going to be the content of the email, but this is not a regular email. We want to create the code to send this email with Python. So now you might be wondering, why should I make ChatGPT generate the code to send this email with Python if I can simply do it manually on my own? So here the purpose of this is to create a code that help us automate this email later. For example, imagine that we want to send this email to 100 people every day in the morning at 8 a.m. So we can do that with a code, with a script, if we create that script in Python, for example. And instead of creating this script on my own, I'm letting ChatGPT generate all of this. So now I press enter, and now we generate this script with Python. So as you can see, now I have the code, and once the code is generated, I can copy the code and paste it on my code editor. And there I can run the code to have this automation. And that's the last type of prompt that we can create on ChatGPT. But as I said before, there are different types of prompts that we can use with ChatGPT. In fact, in this course, you can download a cheat sheet that I made, and there you can find all the types of prompts that you can use on ChatGPT. These are only the basic prompts, and the purpose of this course is not to memorize a prompt, but to be able to create your own prompt. So in the next section, we're going to learn something called prompt engineering, and I strongly recommend you to watch that section, because in all the videos that are going to be in that section, we're going to see how to create better prompts. So you don't have to copy and paste the prompts that were created by other people, but you can create the best prompts for you, following the best practice in prompt engineering. All right, in this video, we're going to compare ChatGPT with ChatGPT Plus, which is a monthly subscription that ChatGPT has that offers you different premium features that you can use, and we're gonna use also in this course. All right, so first, to see what ChatGPT Plus offers, we have to go here to GPT-4, and if you don't have a ChatGPT Plus subscription, you're gonna see this log, and you can upgrade to ChatGPT Plus by clicking on this button. So if you click here, you're gonna see all the options that ChatGPT Plus offers. So for example, ChatGPT Plus offers GPT-4, which is a much better version than GPT 3.5. And GPT-4 has a better reasoning and creativity. And if you use the prompts that we're going to use in this course, you're going to see a different performance if you use those prompts with GPT 3.5. Sometimes you're going to get the same responses, or the responses are not going to be the same quality as you will find with GPT-4. So you might see a different performance or a decrease in performance if you use the prompts that we're going to use in this course with GPT 3.5. So that's why I strongly recommend you to subscribe to ChatGPT Plus to have access to GPT-4. All right, another thing that you get with ChatGPT Plus is a faster response speed, which is faster than the free version of ChatGPT. I don't think this is completely true. I ran some tests and I found that GPT 3.5 is faster than GPT-4. But well, that depends maybe on the type of use that you give, but in general, GPT 3.5 is faster. And I think it's faster because GPT-4 has to use more resources when it tries to give you a response. Because remember, its reasoning and creativity are way much better than GPT 3.5, and that explains why probably it's a bit slower than GPT 3.5. So I don't think GPT-4 has faster responses, but well, that's what OpenAI says. All right, and the last thing that ChatGPT Plus offers, the last premium feature, is plugins and code interpreter. And that's the reason why I'm a ChatGPT Plus subscriber. Plugins and code interpreter unlock a different kind of things that you can use with ChatGPT. And we're going to see this a bit later in this course. All right, now I'm going to show you here. Here I'm going to close this, and then we're going to compare and we're going to do some tests between GPT 3.5 and GPT-4. But before, I'm going to show you what we can do with GPT-4. So here on the right, I have GPT-4 because I'm a ChatGPT Plus subscriber. And first, I'm going to show you what GPT-4 and ChatGPT Plus offers. So first, we can use GPT-4. As I mentioned before, there is no more log icon here. We can use GPT-4. And inside GPT-4, we have code interpreter and plugins. And first, I'm going to show you plugins. So if I click here on plugins, we're going to see that message that says no plugins enabled. And if we click here, we're going to see a list of plugins that I installed previously. But if you scroll down, you can go to the plugin store. And in the plugin store, you can find a big number of plugins that you can install. And those plugins are going to be added to ChatGPT. And plugins are so important in ChatGPT because they add a series of functionality that you don't get by default with ChatGPT. We're going to see a list of the best plugins in the plugin store later in this course, but just to give you an idea, for example, there is a plugin that can summarize YouTube videos. So for example, let's say that you're going to watch a 10-minute YouTube video. Instead of watching the video or before watching it, you can use that plugin to summarize the complete video in just 100 words or 200 words. So you have a good idea of what the video is about, and you can decide whether that video is worth watching for you. And well, that's just one of the best plugins that are in the plugin store. And as I mentioned before, you can navigate through the plugin store and install any plugin that you want. There are hundreds, if not thousands of plugins in the plugin store. And well, that's one of the reasons why I use ChatGPT Plus. So I'm gonna close this one, and now let's see Code Interpreter. And I'm gonna click on Code Interpreter, and now I turn on Code Interpreter. And after clicking on Code Interpreter, probably you see here on the bottom that on this chat box, now there's a new button, and it's this plus button that allows me to upload a new file. So if I click here, I'll be able to upload a CSV file, a PDF, or any other type of file. And this is very important because, for example, if you're a data analyst or a data scientist and you want to work with a data set, you can upload your data, your CSV file here. Just clicking here and selecting your CSV file, and you can start working and doing data analysis with your file. And even if you're not a data analyst, if you have any other type of job, you can still benefit from this code interpreter. For example, you can upload a PDF file and extract the text from the PDF, or you can upload a PNG file or a JPEG and extract the text from that image. And you can do different types of tasks with the code interpreter. You only have to upload the file and then just start working with that file. And by the way, if you're a programmer, you can also upload your script and then debug your code or add different functionalities to the script that you created on your own. And that's very cool. We're going to see also the code interpreter in much more detail later in this course. There is a section just dedicated to the code interpreter. And well, that's it for the premium features that we have with ChatGPT Plus. Now I'm going to do a quick comparison between GPT 3.5 and GPT-4 to see the performance of the free version of ChatGPT and ChatGPT Plus. So I'm going to put this on the right, and well, I have the free version of ChatGPT on the left and the paid version on the right. And now we're going to test some prompts to see how fast both versions are. So here I'm going to paste this prompt, and basically what this prompt does, or what this prompt is asking ChatGPT to do, is to simulate a job interview, and ChatGPT is supposed to generate 1,000 words. So 1,000 words for each version to have a fair comparison. So I'm going to press enter in both versions, first on the free version and then on the paid version, and we're going to see how much it takes. Alright, now GPT-4 just finished generating the text, and we've seen how fast GPT 3.5 is compared to GPT-4. And the reason for that is because GPT-4 has to use more resources when generating all this text. So remember that the reasoning and creativity of GPT-4 is way higher than GPT 3.5. So that's the reason why GPT 3.5 is faster than GPT-4 and way faster. And well, we can verify that it's not so true that GPT-4 is faster, that has speed responses as we've seen before, because GPT 3.5 is way faster. And well, now just to keep comparing, we're gonna just do a last test, but now with code. So here I'm gonna paste the following prompt, and we've seen this prompt before. And well, this prompt basically asks ChatGPT to generate Python code to send an email. And well, we're gonna do a last test and I'm gonna run both prompts. Alright, now we verify again that GPT 3.5 is way faster than GPT-4. And now you might be wondering, why should I subscribe to ChatGPT Plus if GPT 3.5 is way faster than GPT-4? Well, the main reason, besides the premium features that we've seen before, is that GPT-4 gives high quality responses, and the quality of the responses are much better than GPT 3.5. And this is in code generation, in text generation, and in anything you can imagine. GPT-4 is much better than GPT 3.5. And if you test the prompts that we're going to use in this course, you're going to see a different performance if you use GPT 3.5 or GPT-4, even if it's the same prompt. And well, that's why I strongly recommend you to subscribe to ChatGPT Plus to have a better experience while taking this course. Alright, in this section, we're going to learn prompt engineering. We're going to learn all the prompt engineering techniques that we need to learn to get the best performance when using ChatGPT. But first, we need to know what's prompt engineering and why do we need to learn prompt engineering. Alright, as you might remember, a prompt is just a set of instructions that we give to ChatGPT to do a task. And prompt engineering is simply working with this prompt to get better results. So a good prompt will get always a better response. And well, that's the purpose of this course, to get better responses when using ChatGPT. And prompt engineering is a technique used for refining large language models like ChatGPT to obtain a desired output. This is the process of building prompts for AI models to enhance their performance on specific tasks. And why do we need to learn prompt engineering? Well, it's simple because, as I said before, every time we build a good prompt, we increase the chances to get a good response. If you're new to ChatGPT, probably you're just giving some questions to ChatGPT or just giving the goal of your task. That's not bad, but to get better results, you need to use prompt engineering techniques. And in this section, we'll learn the most useful prompt engineering techniques that you need to learn to get the most out of ChatGPT. Alright, in this video, we're going to learn the structure of the basic prompt. The basic prompt consists of two elements. First, we have the goal of the task, and this is the main goal of your task. For example, if you want to create an article about how to learn a programming language, for example, that will be the goal of your task. Create an article on how to learn a programming language. That's the goal of your task. Well, that's the first element of the basic prompt. And the second element is extra information. This can be a role, constraints, and so on. Basically, the extra information that we give are part of what we're going to learn in prompt engineering. So for example, there is a prompt engineering technique called role prompting, and well, that is the extra information that we will add if we use this prompt engineering technique. Also, well, there is constraints to set some limitations to the tasks that we're given, and there are more other things that we're going to learn later on this course. And now let's create a basic prompt and let's compare what happens if we only give the goal of the task and what happens if we give the goal of the task plus extra information. So now let's go to ChatGPT and let's make a comparison. So first, I have this prompt, and this is only a prompt with the goal of the task. So here my goal is to write a 500-word article on how to learn a programming language. So if I press enter, now I'm going to get a very generic prompt because there are not so many details about what this article should be about. The main goal is to be about learning a programming language, but it doesn't tell ChatGPT who is going to read this article, so what's the target audience. It doesn't tell ChatGPT other key details that will help improve this 500-word article. So we can say that this is an incomplete prompt. So now let's create another prompt that has not only the goal, but also some extra information. And here is the second prompt. So in this prompt, I'm telling ChatGPT to act as a blogger. So this is going to be some kind of role. We're going to see this in much more detail later. And then besides the goal, which is this, I'm adding extra information. So I'm saying, considering that readers have no knowledge of coding. So now this is going to be more customized to my target audience. So my target audience are people that have no knowledge of coding. So this is going to be a much better article. So now I press enter. All right, and as you can see, we got a much better article, and this article is tailored to people that have no knowledge of coding. Okay, now let's continue with the second example. In this case, we're going to use this prompt. And this is a simple prompt that helps us correct a sentence in English. So this is the prompt, correct this sentence. So this is my goal in this task. I just want to get my sentence corrected. And well, I press enter, and as you can see, ChatGPT is going to give me a correction. And that's great. But now if I give more information in this prompt and I add a role and constraints, we're going to get a much better response. So in this case, I have a prompt that has the same goal as the previous prompt. So the goal of this prompt is to correct the sentence, but I'm giving a role, act as a language tutor, and also I'm saying that the formality of the correction should be neutral. And also I'm giving some extra information. So you need to provide an explanation to the correction provided and give examples. So I'm giving some extra information so I get what I want in the response. And well, I press enter, and then I'm going to give the sentence that I want to correct. So here's the sentence. All right, ChatGPT just finished with this prompt, and as you can see, we got the correction as in the previous prompt. But here we also got the explanation and also examples. So as you can see, by giving extra information, we can get a much better response, and the response is going to be customized to our needs. And that's the whole idea of prompt engineering, creating better prompts to get better responses. And we're going to learn many prompt engineering techniques in the next lectures. In this video, we're going to learn the 0 and 1-shot prompting. Alright, let's start with the 0-shot prompting. The 0-shot prompting is a prompting technique that consists in providing a prompt that is not part of the training data to the model. And in this case, the LLM uses a pre-existing language model trained on diverse tasks to generate text for a new task without additional training. And well, this might sound complicated, but when you do it in ChatGPT, it's much more simple. And I'm going to show you one example. Here I have a prompt that says, translate the word house from English to Spanish. So in this case, we don't know if in the training data of ChatGPT, there is the translation of the word house from English to Spanish. And in this case, what the LLM does is generate text for a new task without additional training. So if we give this to ChatGPT, ChatGPT is going to translate this from English to Spanish, even if this wasn't in its training data. And well, that's good. That's good, but sometimes it might not work. In this case, it's always going to work because ChatGPT has training data in English and in Spanish, and probably it also has the translation. And in some particular cases, you will need to give some samples, and that's when one-shot prompting comes in handy. Whenever you cannot describe what you want but still want ChatGPT to give you answers, you can provide some examples. Let's see the following example. In this case, I have the same instruction, translate the words from English to Spanish, and now I have some samples. On the left, I have the words in English, and on the right, I have the words in Spanish. So first I have table, which is translated to Spanish to mesa, and then I have house, and I put a blank space because I want ChatGPT to complete this blank space to generate this text. And that's what one-shot prompting is about. We provide one sample to give ChatGPT a better understanding of what we're looking for. And even here, if we don't write here these instructions that says translate the words from English to Spanish, if we delete these instructions and we only type the sample table hyphen mesa and then house hyphen, sometimes in some cases ChatGPT is going to understand what we're looking for and is going to generate the right translation. And well, now let's test all of this in ChatGPT and let's see whether ChatGPT recognizes what we're looking for by typing this. So we have table hyphen mesa, so the word in English, then the word in Spanish, and then house, and then hyphen and blank space. Let's see if ChatGPT can understand what's the goal of this prompt. So I'm going to press enter, and now let's see what ChatGPT does. So it says the word house translates to casa in Spanish. Great. So by using one-shot prompting, ChatGPT was able to understand the goal of our prompt. And this is very useful when you cannot describe in words what you're looking for. For example, I have here an example of this. And in this case, I have, in my first sample, I have this sentence. I study prompt engineering techniques every day. And then I have these random letters. So if you analyze this carefully, you will see that the random letters represent the first letter of each word. For example, I here, then S in study, then P in prompt, and so on. So it's the first letter on each word. And well, in this case, I could tell ChatGPT just to extract the first letter of each word in an instruction, but let's imagine that you just cannot describe in words what you're looking for, and you just type these first letters here on the right, and on the left you type the sentence. And well, you want to get the same result on the second sentence that you have. So in this case is I like artificial intelligence. So I type hyphen, and now let's see if ChatGPT is able to understand the goal of my prompt. So I press enter, and now let's see what happens. So in this case, ChatGPT was able to recognize that I was trying to generate acronyms from sentences. However, in a previous test I did, giving just this one single sample was not enough for ChatGPT to recognize the goal of my prompt. And in these cases, what we have to do is use another prompt engineering technique called few-shot prompting. And that's what we're going to learn in the next video. Few-shot standard prompts are the standard prompts we've seen before, but with examples of the task in them. And the reason why we need to include examples is to increase the chances to get the desired result. So we have to add examples of the tasks that the prompt is trying to solve. Few-shot standard prompt consists of a task description, examples, and the prompt. In this case, the prompt is the beginning of a new example that the model should complete by generating the missing text. So we have the task description in translate English to Spanish, then we have the examples. For example, table is mesa in Spanish, apple is manzana, and then we have the prompt. And in this case, we only write the word in English, in this case, house. And in this way, we're not only telling the model to translate from English to Spanish, but also we're giving some examples, so it has some context, and also we'll tell the model what format the output should have. Now let's create a new prompt using this approach. Say we want to extract airport codes from the text, I want to fly from Orlando to Boston. Here's how you'll do it with few short standard prompts. So first you write the task description, in this case extract the airport codes from this text, and then we write examples. So the first one, the first example is going to be I want to fly from Los Angeles to Miami, and the airport codes LAX and MIA. And the second one is I want to fly from Nashville to Kansas City, and well, then we write the airport codes that belong to those airports. And well, finally, we write the prompt. And in this case is, I want to fly from Orlando to Boston. And with this, we're telling the model to complete this text with the airport codes. And we're going to get the airport code in the format we specify in the example. In this case, we're going to get MCO and BOS, which are the right answers. Keep in mind that previous research found that the actual answers in the examples are not so important, but the label space is. A label space is all the possible labels for a given task. You could improve the results of your prompts by even providing random labels from the label space. Let's test this by typing random airport codes in our examples. Okay, we're gonna use the previous prompt, but here we're gonna change the airport codes. They're not going to be the right airport codes as before, but they're going to be only random airport codes from the label space. For example, in the first one, I'm going to write Den, N-O-A-K. So then from Denver and the other from Oakland, I think. And well, they are not the right answer, but they belong to the label space. So they are just random airport codes. And the same for the second. So I write Dal from Dallas and Ida, I think from Idaho. And now we try this prompt on ChatGPT, we're going to get the right airport codes for Orlando and for Boston. So as we can see, whether our examples are correct or not, we have to include random labels from the label space. This will help us improve results and instruct the model on how we want to format the answer. And as a side note, here in the airport codes, if you write just random letters like A, B, C, D, E, F, you're probably not gonna get the right answer. And this happens because A, B, C, and D, E, F are not random labels from the label space, but just some random letters. So make sure that you include random labels from the label space and not something that doesn't make any sense. When working with ChatGPT, we have to avoid bias in our prompts, especially when using the few-shot prompting technique. As you may remember, this technique consists in providing samples to ChatGPT in our prompt. And every time you use this technique, you have to avoid these two things. First, we have the sample ratio. And let's imagine that we want ChatGPT to classify some emails as important or spam. So if we know that 60% of emails are important and 40% of emails are spam, then in the samples that we provide to ChatGPT, it has to follow a ratio 3:2. So if we give 5 samples, 3 have to be important and 2 have to be spam, because that's the ratio that the total number of emails have, 60% and 40%. Now, if these percentages change, then the sample ratio should also change. For example, if 90% of emails are important and only 10% of emails are spam, then the sample ratio should be 9:1. So in the sample that we give to ChatGPT, we should provide 9 emails that are important and 1 that is spam. So as a rule of thumb, the sample ratio that you provide to ChatGPT should be the same as the original sample. And the second thing to consider is the sample order. And well, let's imagine that we have some tweets and we want to classify them as positive or negative. And in this case, what we have to make sure is to have randomly order samples. So in this case, we should avoid putting 2 positive in the beginning and 2 negatives in the end. Or if we have, for example, 10 samples, then we should avoid putting first 5 positives and then at the end 5 negatives. And that's the 2 things to consider: samples ratio and samples order. Just keep in mind that this might not be a big issue as ChatGPT gets smarter. So these 2 techniques are some recommendations that we should consider, taking into account the current state of GPT 3.5 and GPT-4. As these 2 models evolve, these 2 things might not be so relevant. Alright, in this video, we're gonna see what's the output template. And the output template is just a format that ChatGPT is going to follow when giving responses. And to indicate what's that format, we have to use these words: follow this format. And then we have to continue with the format that we want ChatGPT to follow. In this simple example, this format will include the name, the age, the height, weight, and birthday of a person, for example. And this is just like a form. It's like ChatGPT is going to fill a form following this format. That's just the basic idea of what this is about. And well, now let's see an example using ChatGPT. The first example is the following. So I want to read books that are similar to Harry Potter, and I'm asking ChatGPT to recommend me 10 fiction books similar to Harry Potter. But ChatGPT has to follow the format that I'm showing here. So first it has to give me the name of the book, then the author, the year the book was published, the length, and finally the rating. So if I don't provide this, let's see what ChatGPT is going to do. Alright, as you can see, if I don't indicate the template output, ChatGPT is only going to follow any format it comes up with. So as you can see, well, it's recommending me books and it's listing books, and well, first it writes the name of the book, then the author, and then a summary. But now if I provide this template, we're gonna get a more customized response. Alright, now we got the response with the formats that we specified. And well, we got the 10 books, we got the name of the book, the author, the year published, length, and rating. And that's great. Now let's see a second example. And with the second example, I want to show you that the template can follow a different structure. So let's see the second example. And in this second example, I'm telling ChatGPT to act as a language tutor. So I'm using role prompting first, and then I'm telling the goal of this prompt. And I'm saying, I give you some words in English I'm having trouble pronouncing, and you'll provide the following information. So I want the phonetic translation using the IPA, which stands for International Phonetic Alphabet, if I'm not wrong. And then I say, split the word in phonetic symbols and give examples on how to pronounce each letter following the format below. And this is the format. And as you can see, it has a different structure from this format that I used before. And in this case, first I'm telling ChatGPT to put the phonetic symbol inside these slashes, and then to use this sentence. So this is like a template with placeholders. So I'm telling ChatGPT to write similar to that, and then indicate the letter that is referring to, and then sound in, and then to provide an example. Now this might not make so much sense, but I'm gonna give a word to ChatGPT and you're gonna see this in action. So now I press enter, and now let's see what ChatGPT does. So now it's telling me to provide a word, so it does all these tasks. And I'm gonna provide a word sometimes I have trouble pronouncing, which is rarely. Alright, I got the response, and as you can see, well, it provides two versions, American English and British English. And if you see the example here, it divided, or it split the word into single letters, and we have the phonetic symbol, and then we have the template that we provided, so similar to the R sound in run, for example. And then we have this symbol, and similar to this sound in the word bed. And that's how I can see which is the sound that I need for this word. And that's another way to use the output template. You only need to type a sentence and include some placeholders. Okay, the next approach we're going to see is role prompting. Sometimes the default behavior of ChatGPT isn't enough to get what you want. This is when you need to set a role for ChatGPT so that you can customize its behavior. Say you want to practice for a job interview. By telling ChatGPT to act as a hiring manager and adding more details to the prompt, you'll be able to simulate a job interview for any position. For example, you can tell ChatGPT to act as a hiring manager for a software engineering position, a data science position, or anything you want. And as you can see, ChatGPT is going to ask you about your educational background, your work experience, and anything else you will have to say in a job interview. And well, we got this because we could customize the behavior of ChatGPT. And just like that, you can turn ChatGPT into anything you want. You can turn ChatGPT into a language tutor to practice a foreign language like Spanish, or a movie critic to analyze any movie you want. You only need to start your prompt with the word act as a, and then add as many details as possible. If you need some inspiration, check this repository where you'll find prompts to make ChatGPT behave like a stand-up comedian, doctor, and more. In this video, we're going to see the perspective prompting technique. And this technique is similar to the role prompting, but in this case, we're going to use different perspectives to solve an issue. So we have an issue that we want ChatGPT to solve, and we're going to give ChatGPT different perspectives to get different solutions and to find on our own the best way to solve our issue. And well, it can be one perspective, two perspectives, or more. The more perspective we have, the more chances we have to get the best solution to our problem. So let's go to ChatGPT to see an example. Alright, let's imagine that we have an issue which is related to employees that are complaining about the lack of available parking spaces on the office building. So if we ask ChatGPT the following question, how to solve the lack of available parking spaces at the office building, ChatGPT is going to provide a generic answer. Alright, we got different suggestions to our problem, short-term solutions and long-term solutions, and they are not bad, but now we're going to customize this using the perspective prompting technique. So here's the prompt that we're going to use. First, I'm going to start by saying I'll give you an issue I have, and you have to find a solution following a specific perspective that I'll also give you. And well, here's the issue. Employees are complaining about the lack of available parking spaces at the office building. And then I'm providing first one perspective, which is a building owner perspective, and this perspective is about increasing parking spaces. And then the second perspective, which is the employees perspective. And well, this is more related to the problems of the employees, which is finding parking stressful and having limited commuting options. Now, by providing these two perspectives, we're going to get solutions tailored to each perspective. So I'm going to press enter and we're going to see what ChatGPT answers. Alright, ChatGPT finished with the response, and now we see that we got suggestions that are related to each perspective. For example, about that building owner perspective, the answers are focused about the parking space. So for example, ChatGPT recommends space optimization, rent or lease, then time limited spaces, cost analysis, and so on. And for the employee's perspective, that is more related to finding parking stressful and limited commuting options, is suggesting remote work, then also carpool incentives, biking options, then open dialogue, stress reduction measures, and so on. And well, we could get answers for each perspective, and then we can find which is the best solution. And this is different from the first prompt, which is very basic, and we got also a generic response, which is more related to the lack of space. So we got only time allocation, valet service, parking fees, and so on. So as you can see, if we didn't provide the perspective number 2, the employee's perspective, we wouldn't get these suggestions. And that's the cool thing about the perspective prompting. The more perspective we give to ChatGPT, the more alternative solutions we get, and the more chances to find the best solution to our problem. Okay, the next two approaches we're going to see are very useful when it comes to generating text for emails, blogs, stories, articles, and more. The first is something I like to call adding personality to your prompts, and the second is generating knowledge. Okay, first, by adding personality to our prompts, I mean adding style and descriptors. Adding style can help our text get a specific tone, formality, domain of the writer, and more. For example, you can write a prompt like this. Write a topic in the style of an expert in field X with 10 years of experience. By saying the words expert in field X with 10 years of experience, you're telling ChatGPT what the specific tone the formality and the domain of the writer should be. But to customize the output even further, we can add descriptors. A descriptor is simply an adjective that you can add to tweak your prompt. Say you want to write a 500 blog post on how AI will replace humans. If you create a standard prompt with the words write a 500 blog post on how AI will replace humans, you'll probably get a very generic post. However, if you add the adjectives such as inspiring, sarcastic, intriguing, and entertaining, the output will significantly change. Let's add some descriptors to our standard prompt. So now instead of saying write a 500 blog posts on how AI will not replace humans, we're adding an adjective, and here the adjective is witty. Then we're also adding some extras here and explain using fun examples. So we're telling again to use funny examples. So we're giving another adjective. So those are the two descriptors we're using in this prompt. And as you can notice, we also are giving a style to this prompt by saying the style of an expert in AI with 10 years of experience. All of these add a different touch to the text generated by ChatGPT. A side effect of this is that our text will be hard to detect by AI detectors. Finally, we can use the generated knowledge approach to improve our blog post. This consists in generating potentially useful information about a topic before generating a final response. For example, before generating the post with the previous prompt, we could first generate knowledge and only then write the post. So we can write a prompt saying, generate 5 facts about AI will not replace humans. Once we have the 5 facts, we can feed this information to the other prompt to write a better post. So now as you can see, I added the words, use the above facts to write a witty 500 blog post on why AI will not replace humans. So in this prompt, we're using the 5 facts we like the most to create a better post. Now it's time to put into practice everything we learned so far with some exercises. And we're going to see 4 exercises that you have to solve on your own, and then we're going to solve together the exercises in the next video. Alright, the first exercise is this one. We have to create a prompt that advertises the latest iPhone. And to do this, you have to use just a simple prompt, the basic prompt, and well, you have to set the goal and then add some extra information. And you have to consider the target audience and a slogan and the length of the ad. Just use your creativity for this. There is no right answer for the target audience, slogan, or length. That's the first exercise. Then in the second exercise, we have to use role prompting to create a prompt that turns ChatGPT into a psychiatrist so that you can simulate a psychiatry appointment. And you know what are the words that you need to use to turn ChatGPT into a psychiatrist or any other type of role that you want. That's the second exercise. Now let's see the third exercise. And in this case, is about output template. We have to rank the world's largest cities by population. And we have to create a template that includes the city, population in 2020, population in 2019, and the growth rate. That's the third exercise. And now the fourth and final exercise. We have to generate an article on how AI will take over the world. And we have to add descriptors to the prompt so that the article has a humorous and sarcastic tone. And you can generate knowledge first before generating this article. These are the 4 exercises that you have to solve on your own. And once you solve these 4 exercises, watch the next video to see the prompts that I created to solve these exercises. Alright, let's solve the exercises that we've seen before. The first exercise was about creating a prompt that advertises the latest iPhone, and we have to define a target audience, slogan, and length. So now we go to ChatGPT, and here's the prompt that I created for this exercise. So in this prompt, I'm telling ChatGPT to act as an advertiser and to create an engaging ad to promote the latest iPhone. So first I'm using here the role prompting technique. And then I'm telling ChatGPT the goal of this prompt. Then I'm adding some information like the target audience, which is young adults age 18 to 30 years old. Then the slogan that I just came up with, and this is the Apple slogan, think different. And then I'm telling ChatGPT that this is going to be an ad for YouTube, so it should be 60 seconds. So now if we press enter, we're going to get a customized output thanks to all the information that we provided. Alright, ChatGPT just finished generating this ad, and as you can see, well, we got all this ad and that's it. Now let's move on to the next exercise. So now I go to the second exercise, and this was creating a prompt that turns ChatGPT into a psychiatrist so that we can simulate a psychiatry appointment. And well, now I'm going to paste my prompt, and this is my prompt, and it's very straightforward. First, I tell ChatGPT to act as a psychiatrist, and then I give details on how it should behave. So I will be your patient, and you will ask me questions to simulate a psychiatry appointment. And then I say that my first sentence is hi. So if I press enter, then ChatGPT is going to act as a psychiatrist, and then it's going to ask me questions as if this was like a psychiatry appointment. So now it answered, hello and welcome. It's nice to meet you. How can I assist you today? Is there something specific you'd like to talk about? And now I can answer this, and we can start a conversation as if this was a psychiatry appointment. All right, now let's see the third exercise. And this was to rank the world's largest cities by population. And we have to create a template that includes the city, population in 2020, in 2019, and the growth rate. So let's go to ChatGPT, and here's the prompt that I created. So first, I'm defining the goal of this task, that is to rank the world's largest cities by population. And then the format that ChatGPT should follow and that I created was this one. Just first the rank, then hyphen city, then 2020 population, then 2019 population, and finally the growth rate. So now if I press enter, we're gonna get the largest cities by population following this format. Alright, ChatGPT gave me the top 10 largest cities, and it also followed this template that I provided. So now let's continue with the next exercise. And in this one, we have to generate an article on how AI will take over the world, and we have to add descriptors and also generate knowledge. And well, I'm going to start by generating knowledge. So I go here and I'm going to tell ChatGPT, tell me 5 ways on how AI will take over the world. ChatGPT provided 5 ways on how AI will take over the world, and I'm going to use some of them, like autonomous warfare, then control over information, and then one more, which is going to be advanced social engineering. So I'm going to use these 3 points, and then I'm going to use the following prompt to create a sarcastic and humorous article on this topic. So I'm going to say, write a sarcastic 500 blog post on how AI will take over the world, using fun examples and considering the 3 points below. So I'm going to put these 3 points below this prompt, and now I'm going to press enter to get my customized blog post. Alright, ChatGPT just created the 500 blog post, and well, it considered some fun examples, and it was also sarcastic throughout all these posts. And that's it. I hope you got good responses by using the prompt engineering techniques that we learned so far in this course. Now it's time to see the contextual prompting technique. And in this technique, the purpose is to define some context, so we reduce the number of topics or the number of choices that ChatGPT has. For example, if we want to create an article about a topic X, if we just tell ChatGPT to write an article about topic X, ChatGPT is going to choose any random subtopic inside topic X. But if we want to make sure that only some specific subtopics are considered in this article, we have to indicate which are those subtopics. And well, that's the whole idea. You have a topic and then you indicate that context. So you can have 1, 2, 3 contexts. And if this is an article, this context will be just a subtopic. And well, Now let's go to ChatGPT to see an example. Alright, here's the example that we're going to use. Summarize the evolution of technology using the key events in technology below. So if I only tell ChatGPT to summarize the evolution of technology, it's going to consider any random event. But if I ask ChatGPT to focus on these 4 events, the beginning of the internet, Apple One release, then IBM invents the PC and Apple releases the iPhone, then the summarization is going to be focused on these 4 subtopics. And well, now I'm going to press enter and see the result. Alright, as you can see, we got the summary, and then also ChatGPT ordered this by year. So first we have the beginning of the internet in the 60s, then Apple One released in 1976, then IBM invents the PC in 1981, and Apple releases the iPhone in 2007. And as you can see, all this summary of the evolution of technology is focused on these 4 key events. And that's what we got by using the contextual prompting. The laddering prompting technique is a technique that is very useful when solving complex problems. When we have a complex problem, usually we build a prompt that is very long. And if we give this prompt to ChatGPT, sometimes ChatGPT is not going to give the best response. And this happens because usually long prompts are very hard to understand, and ChatGPT could fail to understand what we're trying to get with our prompt. And that's why when we have a complex problem, we have to divide the problem into sections, and for each section we should create a prompt. So let's imagine that you have a project that is about automating Excel reporting, and you want to create a pivot table, you want to add charts, and you want to create also Excel formulas. So instead of creating a very long prompt including the 3 things, what you can do is split this project in 3 parts. So first, the first part should be the pivot table, the second part should be the Excel charts, and the third part should be the Excel formulas. So now we step by step tell ChatGPT what we want to get with each prompt. And now we're going to see this example in ChatGPT. Okay, and here's an example that I already solved, and the purpose of this is show you how I split this long prompt that I have here. So this prompt does everything I told you, but right now this prompt is well written, but before it was a very long prompt that I had to rewrite to split in 3 prompts. So here I'm going to delete this. And the first part of the prompt is this one. Write Python code to create a pivot table that shows how much male and female spend on each product line. And I'm referring to this Excel file. Well, the purpose is not to understand the Excel file, but only to see that the first prompt is trying to create a pivot table using Python code. Then let's have a look at the second part of the prompt, and here I'm telling ChatGPT to add an Excel chart with Python code. And then I'm indicating what this chart should be. In this case, it's a bar plot that shows how much each gender spent on each product line. So this is the second part of the prompt, and then ChatGPT does what I indicated. And then the final part of the prompt is adding Excel formulas using Python code to calculate the total of each column in the pivot table and then put those cells in currency style. So by splitting this long prompt and actually also rewriting the very long prompt that I had and then splitting into 3 prompts, I was able to solve this Excel reporting, and then I got my report in this link. And I could get that by using the laddering prompting technique. So every time you have a long prompt, what you have to do is rewrite the prompt so you can split them into different chunks and then provide ChatGPT one by one the prompts that you split. And by doing that, ChatGPT is going to understand much better what you're trying to achieve on each part of your prompt. Okay, now it's time to see probably the most powerful approach in this list when it comes to improving results on arithmetic, common sense, and symbolic reasoning tasks. I'm talking about chain of thought prompting. Unlike standard prompting, in chain of thought prompting, the model is induced to produce intermediate reasoning steps before giving the final answer to a problem. In other words, the model will explain its reasoning instead of directly giving the answer to a problem. And why is reasoning important, you might ask? Well, it was found in previous research that the explanation of reasoning often leads to more accurate results. And to use chain of thought prompting, we have to provide few short examples where the reasoning is explained in the same example. In this way, the reasoning process will also be shown when answering the prompt. Here's a comparison between the standard and chain of thought prompting. In the standard prompting, we have a simple input in the form of question and answer. And in the first example, we have Roger has 5 tennis balls. He buys 2 more cans of tennis balls. Each can has 3 tennis balls. How many tennis balls does he have now? So if we multiply 3 by 2 and we add 5, then we get 11. And that's the direct answer. So the answer is 11. And well, that's in the first example. And as you can see in this first example, we gave a direct answer to a problem. However, if we then ask a similar question, we're not going to get the answer we were expecting. For example, now we have the cafeteria had 23 apples. If they used 20 to make lunch and bought 6 more, how many apples do they have? And well, in this one we have 23 minus 20 plus 6, which is 9. But as you can see, the model output is 27, and this is incorrect. And this happened because we only gave a direct answer to our problem. And this doesn't help when it comes to solving arithmetic, common sense, or symbolic reasoning tasks. So in these cases, we have to use the chain of thought prompting. And well, if we explain the intermediate reasoning to the model, this will help the model improve its results. So for example, in this case, instead of just saying the answer is 11, we have to describe the reasoning. So we have to write Roger is tied with 5 balls, then 2 cans of 3 tennis balls, each is 6 tennis balls. So 5 plus 6 is 11. And then finally the answer is 11. And by describing the reasoning in our example, we're inducing the model to do the same in the prompt. So as you can see in the example of the cafeteria, now in the model output, we see the reasoning of the model. So now it says the cafeteria had 23 apples originally. They used 20 to make lunch, so they had 23 minus 20, which is 3, and they bought 6 more apples. So 3 plus 6 is 9. And finally, the answer is 9. So we induce the model to do also the reasoning, and we help the model produce a better result. The zero-shot chain of thought is a prompt engineering technique that eliminates the need for manually crafted examples in prompts by appending the words "let's think step by step" to the target problem fed to the LLM. Research has shown that this technique improves results on arithmetic, common sense, and symbolic reasoning tasks. Because when we add the words "let's think step by step" to the end of a prompt, LLMs are able to generate chain of thought that answers the question that we have. From this chain of thought, they are able to generate more accurate answers. Alright, and to see this in action, let's go to ChatGPT and let's see some math problems. Because as you might remember, this technique is especially useful for arithmetic and common sense tasks. So here's the task that we have, and it's this one. Look at this series. We have a series of numbers, 12, 10, 13, 11, 14, and 12. What number should come next? So this is a very basic math exercise, and here I'm adding the words "let's think step by step" so that ChatGPT generates a chain of thought, which in the end will help generate more accurate results. So here I'm going to press enter, and let's see the chain of thought that is going to generate. Alright, ChatGPT says that the next number in the series should be 15. And to get to this solution, it created a chain of thought, reasoning step by step. So here it analyzed the first sequence, then the second sequence, and then it found a pattern that helped ChatGPT come to this number, to this solution, which is the next number in the series should be 15. And well, we got this thanks to the words "let's think step by step." Now let's see another exercise, and in this case is this one. My pet lizard is 23 centimeters long, then my pet cat is twice as long as my lizard, my pet dog is 35 centimeters longer than my cat, my pet stick insect is 60 millimeters long, and the question is how much longer is my dog than my stick insect. So this is a simple exercise, and by adding the words let's think step by step, we're going to generate the reasoning to solve this task. Alright, ChatGPT says that the pet dog is 75 centimeters longer than the pet stick insect. And well, to get to this number, it had to go through this reasoning, first with the lizard, then with the cat, dog, stick, insect, and then it compared the dog and the stick insect. And well, we got this reasoning printed here because we told ChatGPT to think step by step. And that's how ChatGPT showed the reasoning here, and then that's how it came to this number. Alright, that's the zero-shot chain of thought prompting technique. And something that I want to add is that these words, let's think step by step, is sometimes it's getting a bit outdated because GPT-4 doesn't need to get this let's think step by step to show all this reasoning. I did some tests previously and I found that it's not necessary to write let's think step by step for GPT-4 to do all this reasoning and show it here on ChatGPT. However, this is still useful if you use GPT 3.5. So just keep in mind that as these language models evolve, some techniques might not be so necessary as some other prompting techniques. But still, by knowing the foundation of prompt engineering, you'll be able to understand much better how LLMs like ChatGPT work. Alright, in this video, we're going to see what are custom instructions and why we should enable this when working with ChatGPT. Alright, custom instructions is a feature that makes ChatGPT more powerful by incorporating some of our preferences that we wish ChatGPT to take into account every time it generates responses. So with these custom instructions, ChatGPT is going to know a little bit about ourselves and we're gonna get a much better response because this response is gonna be customized a bit more to our preferences. And to enable this, we have to go here to the sidebar. We open this, then we go to the three dots and we click on custom instructions. And by the way, these are available to everybody. And now that we are in custom instructions, we have to answer two questions. And the first question is, what would you like ChatGPT to know about you to provide better responses? So you have to tell ChatGPT some things about yourself. And here, OpenAI gives you some thought starters like where are you based, what do you do for work, what are your hobbies and interests, what subjects can you talk about for hours, and some of your goals. And well, you don't need to answer all of these questions, but only the ones that you think are important. And for this example, I'm going to type the following. I work on science education programs for third grade students. So with this, ChatGPT will know that my audience are third grade students and that I'm some kind of science teacher. And now let's go to the second question. And this is, how would you like ChatGPT to respond? And well, in this case, this helps ChatGPT to customize the formality of the response and how long the response should be and how we want to be addressed and more things. And something cool that you can include here is the format that you want ChatGPT to follow every time that you have some types of questions. So in this case, I'm gonna give you this example, which is when discussing potential solutions for work-related items, present the information in a table format. So this is the format that I want to have every time I'm talking about some work-related items. And well, I work on a science education program, and every time I have questions about this, then I should get my responses in a table format. Then I said outlining the pros and cons of each option, allowing for easier comparison and decision making. So basically, I'm saying every time I have a question about science, give me the pros and cons and put all the information in a table so I can easily compare the pros and cons. And that's it. So now, finally, you can enable this for new chats or you cannot enable this for new chat. Well, in this case, I want to enable this for every new chat that I have. So I enable this and then I click on save. And now I'm going to hide this sidebar and now let's do a test. So here I'm going to ask ChatGPT, what will be 3 important things to teach about the Big Bang Theory? So here, if I ask this, now we by default are getting a table and we're getting the pros and the cons in this table. So we didn't indicate ChatGPT in our prompt to create a table or to mention the pros and cons, but since we indicated that in the custom instructions settings, now in every new chat that we have, when we ask word-related items, ChatGPT is going to give us the pros and cons, and we're going to get all of this in a table. And if you want to take this to the next level, you can combine these custom instructions with the output template that we learned in the previous videos. So every time that you have a question, ChatGPT is going to respond to your questions following a specific output template. And as you can see, custom instructions is a very powerful tool that everybody should use to make the most out of ChatGPT. So I'm going to give you another example here in custom instructions, and I'm going to delete the previous examples. And well, here what I'm going to do is, for example, write about my work. So here I can answer in the first question that I'm a data scientist and that I use mainly Python, for example. I solely use Python. And for the second answer, I can tell ChatGPT that I don't like to get explanations every time that it provides a script. I only want the code. So I can tell this. When I ask you for code, just give me the code without any explanation on how it works. And after I save this, every time that I ask ChatGPT to generate a script, it's going to use Python as the default programming language, and also it's not going to explain how the code works. And that's it. Now's your time to enable custom instructions and answer these 2 questions to get customized responses when using ChatGPT. If you like learning subjects online like me, probably you know that building your own roadmap and curriculum is a good idea for effective learning. And with ChatGPT, you can build your own roadmap to learn new stuff. So here's the prompt that I created for doing this. And here's the prompt. So this prompt says, I want to study, and then you have to type the name of the subject, and then I say create a roadmap to learn this subject for the first X months. This prompt is okay, but it's not great because it's not considering the needs, our needs and our preferences in this roadmap. So if now we add something like considering my needs and preferences, and well, the needs and preferences below, then we're gonna create a customized roadmap for us, and this will consider the things we already know, our goals, learning preferences, and so on. But sometimes coming up with these factors, these preferences and needs, is not so simple. And for example, here I can write things like consider my goal, consider my learning preferences, and then of course I have to type what's my goal. So let's say ABC, and what's my learning preference? I don't know, I'm an auditory learner, and well, and so on. But sometimes it's not so simple to come with all these preferences or all our needs. So when that happens, what we have to do is ask for information first. We have to ask ChatGPT what information it needs to solve our task. In this case, what information it needs to create a roadmap considering my needs and preferences. So what I'm going to do, and by the way, this is a technique that I use when using ChatGPT, is I'm going to delete almost all the prompt. I'm just going to leave I want to study subject, and then I'm going to paste the following. What information do you need to create a roadmap based on my needs and preferences? So as you can see, first I'm asking ChatGPT to help me with the creation of the prompt. And how it's going to help me? By giving me the information that it needs to create this customized roadmap. So that's why this technique is called ask first. So ask for information first. And then here, what I'm going to do is just type any subject to test this prompt. And I'm going to type, I want to study Spanish. And with this is all ready. So here, I'm going to wait until ChatGPT generates all this information. All right, ChatGPT generated some of them, some of the needs and preferences it needs to create a customized roadmap, and I'm going to use some of them. So here I'm going to paste the previous prompt I had, and now in the preferences below, I'm going to copy and paste some of them. Some that I consider important in my particular case. You can choose any factor or any preference that you want. In my case, I'm going to pick goals. Then I'm going to pick also my current level and experience. Then I think it's a good idea to include learning preferences. Materials and resources, note because I already know what materials and resources I'm going to use. Then the challenge and motivation, I think it's important, especially motivation. So I'm going to paste motivation. And then I think there are not more information. And if for you this is enough, if you're satisfied with the information that ChatGPT provided, you can go ahead and just finish this prompt. You can complete your goals, your current level and experience, and so on. But if you think you still need more information to complete this prompt, what you can do is simply click here on regenerate, or go here and click on edit and then save and submit. And then you're going to get another answer for the same prompt. Alright, ChatGPT generated some other important preferences and needs that I could consider in this roadmap, and I picked some of them, and here's the final prompt. So here first, I'm saying I want to study this subject and, well, create a roadmap to learn this subject for the first X month, considering my needs and preferences below. And then the needs and preferences are the following. So here are first the goal, then the time available, then the current knowledge, then learning style, and finally motivation. So here, learning style and motivation. So here are the 5 preferences that I'm going to add for this prompt. And that's how I create a good prompt. So now my prompt is complete, and now I can create a customized roadmap for the subject that I want to learn. So now, just to give a test, I'm going to edit and complete the prompt with a specific subject. Alright, I finished completing this prompt, and I'm saying that I want to study Spanish and I want a roadmap for the first 6 months. And then, well, I completed information for the preferences that I pasted below before. So first, for goal, I want to prioritize speaking skills. I have 2 hours per day. I'm a complete beginner. I'm an auditory learner, and I'm learning Spanish because I want to travel to Spain. So those are the 5 factors that we're considering, and also our own information. And now if I press enter, we're going to create a customized roadmap for learning Spanish. Alright, now we got the customized roadmap for learning Spanish, and the point of this video is not just for you to copy and paste the prompt I created, but to show you the technique that I used for creating this good prompt. So now go ahead and ask first for information before creating your own prompt. In this video, we're going to see one of the most common tasks that we can give to ChatGPT, and this is summarization. And we're gonna try summarization with both GPT 3.5 and GPT-4. Alright, let's start with GPT 3.5. In case you only have access to GPT 3.5, what you can do to do summarization is simply copy the information on the website you're reading and then pasting it to ChatGPT. So for example, here I have an article about artificial intelligence on Wikipedia, and sometimes the terms used on Wikipedia are hard to understand. Let's say I'm reading the first section here, and I don't understand so much what's on this part. So what I can do is copy this, then go to ChatGPT, and here I can use a common technique that will help us not only summarize this text, but also it's going to help us get an explanation as if we were 5 years old. So here what I'm going to do is write the following: summarize the text below and explain it to me like I'm 5. So this is another technique that is very used when you want to get an explanation that is easy to understand. So in this case, we're going to summarize this first part that we found on Wikipedia, and then we're going to get an explanation like we're 5 years old using plain English. Now I press enter, and let's see what ChatGPT does. Alright, now we got an explanation like we were 5 years old, and this explanation comes from the text that we copied from Wikipedia. And well, that's it. That's the first approach that we can use to summarize text using ChatGPT. Alright, and the second approach is similar to the first, but instead of copying the text from any website, what we're going to give is the link of the website. So here I'm going to use the same prompt, but I'm going to edit it a little bit. So summarize the text in this link and explain it like I'm 5. So here I'm going to enable GPT-4. You can only do this with GPT-4, and here I'm going to enable plugins. So here I have 2 plugins already enabled, and these are video summary, and this is for summarizing videos, and the other is Web Search G. So those are the 2 plugins that I'm using for summarization. And in case you don't have these plugins available by the time you're watching this video, you can go to the plugin store and simply in the search bar type summary or something like that, and you'll get a bunch of plugins that you can install to get the same functionality. So now I'm going to close this window, and here I'm going to copy the link of Wikipedia, and here I'm going to paste it. So here's the link to Wikipedia, and I'm saying summarize the text in this link and explain it like I'm 5. The disadvantage of this is that we're going to get a summarization of the whole article and not a specific part. But it is still useful when you want a complete summary of the whole article. So here I'm going to press enter and wait until ChatGPT summarizes this. Alright, ChatGPT generated the summary using this plugin. And well, we got the summary, a very small summary, and then a very small explanation as if we were 5 years old. And as you can see, this is not a very good plugin because the summary is very poor and the explanation, well, it's also poor. And well, the purpose of this video is just showing you how you can summarize content using ChatGPT, either with GPT 3.5, as I showed you before, to summarize specific parts of an article, or with GPT-4 with plugins to summarize the whole article. In the next section, I'll show you the best plugins to summarize content on ChatGPT. In this video, we're going to see how to use placeholders effectively when creating prompts in ChatGPT. And in case you don't know what's a placeholder or how to use it, well, it's simply the words that are inside square brackets. For example, here, the word subject and square brackets, all of this is a placeholder. And well, instead of saying act as an expert in subject X, or for example, act as an expert in math or in history or chemistry, here we only type the square brackets and the word subject to avoid a specific subject. And this is very useful when creating prompts with ChatGPT. And we're going to see this in the next example. Alright, in this video, we're going to turn ChatGPT in an expert in a specific topic so that we can practice for a test. So we're going to make ChatGPT start a conversation with us about a specific topic, and then it's going to create questions so I can test my knowledge about this topic. And to do this, we're going to use role prompting and then some extra instructions to complete our prompt. Alright, let's start creating this prompt. And we're going to start from scratch. And the first thing we're going to do is tell ChatGPT to act as an expert in a field. So act as an expert in, and here sometimes when I create a prompt, I add these square brackets to put a placeholder there. In this case, it's going to be subject. So I try to avoid specifying a specific subject or a specific thing at the beginning of the prompt, and just I try to add this placeholder. So act as an expert in subject, and then I continue with the prompt, but this is the rule. So I'm going to say you have to start, or you start a conversation with me about this topic. So instead of saying, for example, a conversation with me about history in Europe, to avoid thinking about a specific topic, what I do is just, again, I type these square brackets and then I just say topic. So with this square brackets topic and square bracket subject, you avoid thinking about a specific subject or a specific topic that you're interested in, but focusing more on the prompt itself. Now I'm going to customize how ChatGPT is going to respond. So I'm going to tell it in every response, you're going to ask me a question to test my knowledge about this topic. But to enrich more the conversation, I'm not only going to ask ChatGPT to ask me questions, but to provide its own opinions about this topic. So here I'm going to type the following. So in the end, I type this. In every response, you should provide your opinion and then ask me a question to test my knowledge about this topic. Now I'm going to provide some final details about how these questions should be. In this case, I'm going to tell ChatGPT that these questions should have the form of a multiple choice question. So here I'm going to tell the questions should have the form of a test with multiple choice questions. And that's the final prompt. So that's how we create a prompt from scratch, at least a simple prompt. So as you can see, we included a role, then we included some placeholders to focus on the prompt itself and not so much about what we're interested in at the current moment. And then we give some details, some extra details, and then we gave more details. And that's it. That's the whole prompt. Now I'm going to press enter. And then I'm going to provide ChatGPT with the subject and the topic. So here's the subject, history, and this is the topic, World War II. So now I press enter, and now we're going to start a conversation with ChatGPT about this. ChatGPT is going to give its opinion about World War II, and then it's going to test my knowledge with some multiple choice questions. So first, as you can see, this is its opinion about World War II, and then I have a multiple choice question. And let's say the answer is B. I don't even know the question, but I just type B. And what ChatGPT is going to do is say that it's correct or not, and then it's going to give its opinion and then ask a new question. And then I can quickly change the subject and the topic, because here I have the placeholder. So if I type subject chemistry in topic periodic table, here we're going to start a new conversation about a new topic with ChatGPT. So as you can see, first ChatGPT gave its opinion about the periodic table, and then a question for me to put my knowledge to the test. And that's it. That's how you can practice for your next test using ChatGPT. In this video, we're going to see a very common task that we give to ChatGPT, and that can be used in our everyday life. And this one is proofreading. Basically, proofreading is correcting a sentence, correcting the grammar, punctuation, and more things within your text. And well, you can simply tell ChatGPT to correct your sentence, and that wouldn't be wrong. But in this video, what we're going to do is to correct this sentence that we give to ChatGPT, to get an explanation for each correction it makes, and then some examples to understand much better the explanation of the correction given. And to do this, we're going to use some techniques that we learned before, and these techniques are first role prompting, and then we're going to add some placeholders just to improve this prompt and to customize it a little bit. All right, let's start with this video. And first, let's start with the role. And I want to tell ChatGPT to act as a proofreader. So act as a proofreader. So with this, we have the role of ChatGPT. And then I'm going to give some instructions. So I'm going to tell, I'll provide you sentences in, and then I'm going to add the placeholder. So most of you are going to provide sentences in English, but in case you want to give a sentence in another language, this placeholder is going to be very useful to switch from one language to another language. All right, then I'm going to say, I'll provide you sentences in this language, and you'll correct them so it's grammatically correct and the formality is neutral. So sometimes ChatGPT tends to, by default, give a formal tone to the text that it corrects, and here I'm telling ChatGPT to just set the formality to neutral. And finally, I'm going to tell ChatGPT to provide an explanation for each correction and then some examples. So here's the final part, and you'll also need to provide an explanation to the correction provided and give examples, and that's the prompt. So as you can see, this is a very simple prompt that I just came up with, and it's very useful when correcting your text. And you might be wondering why we need this if we already have Grammarly. Well, that's true. In case you're a Grammarly user, you can proofread your text quickly using Grammarly. But the thing is that with Grammarly, you don't get an explanation for the mistakes that you made, and you don't get examples either. So this is much more powerful whenever you want to correct specific sentences. In case you want to correct your whole article or your whole email or any long text, Grammarly will still be good. But in case that you don't understand the explanation of a specific correction given by Grammarly, you can copy and paste that sentence and then use this prompt in ChatGPT. So here I'm going to press enter, and then ChatGPT is going to tell me to provide a sentence to correct. So here it's telling me, I'll do my best to help you out. Please go ahead and provide a sentence you'd like me to proofread. And here I'm going to give ChatGPT a grammar mistake I tend to make. And this is a mistake that usually Grammarly corrects, but I tend to make the same mistake because Grammarly only provides the correction but doesn't provide the explanation, or it doesn't give examples. So I end up forgetting about the correction. So here's the sentence. And well, now I'm going to tell ChatGPT to correct this sentence. So here, as you can see, I made two mistakes. And well, the first is the A before better, and then I didn't write the word than after with. And those are the two mistakes that I made. And besides correcting my sentence, I also get an explanation why that's wrong. And then I also got examples to learn more about my mistakes. And that's it. This is the prompt that we use to proofread our text using ChatGPT. In this video, we're going to turn ChatGPT into a language translator in order to get better translations than Google Translate. But you might be wondering, what's the problem with Google Translate? So if you go to Google Translate and you want to translate a word from Spanish to English, for example, let's say I want to translate this word, which is traicionar, which means betray in English. So if you translate this word from Spanish to English, you get this word. The first word is betray, and then you get more translations. But the problem is that based on the context, this word can get different translations. And if you copy and paste the whole sentence, and not only one word, Google Translate is going to guess what's the best translation for your sentence. And usually, based on my experience, Google Translate doesn't always give you the best translation. And what we're going to do is use ChatGPT to give us different translation and to rank this translation from the most common phrases used by native speakers to the least common phrases. Alright, now let's go to ChatGPT and let's create this prompt. And first I'm going to type, I'm going to give you a sentence in my native language. And then I'm going to add a placeholder. To avoid specifying a specific language, I'm just going to say language 1. And then I'm going to type, and you have to translate this phrase into the language I'm learning. And now I add another placeholder, in this case language 2. And well, that's it. Now I'm going to ask ChatGPT to provide some alternative translations, so it's not going to be like Google Translate where we only get one translation for our sentence, but it's going to give us different translations, and we're gonna then rank these translations from the most common words used by native speakers to the sentence that have words that native speakers use rarely. So here I'm telling ChatGPT you have to provide 6 alternative translations that convey a similar sentiment. So nothing is lost in translation, or at least not most part of the sentence is lost in translation. And then I give the final instruction to ChatGPT. And this is the following. Rank the translation from phrases that have words native speakers will use in everyday conversation to words native speakers will rarely use. Alright, now I'm going to leave these placeholders as is, but in case you usually translate a text from one language to another and you don't have to switch to multiple languages, as I do, just simply write your native language instead of the placeholder, and then write the target language instead of a second placeholder. So here I'm going to press enter, and well, I'm going to tell ChatGPT what's the first language, the second language, and the sentence to translate. Alright, here's my native language, Spanish, then the language I want to translate to, English, and here's the sentence I want to translate. So first let's give it a try with Google Translate to see what happens. So here I write this sentence and it's in Spanish, well, and I want to translate this to English. And well, as somebody who speaks both English and Spanish, I can say that this is not a bad translation, but this is not exactly what I want. Actually, I have a problem here with the word traicionar, which is translated here to betray. This isn't a bad translation, but I still want to see some alternatives. And with this prompt that we created, we're going to get those alternatives. So here I'm going to press enter, and let's see all the alternatives that ChatGPT is going to provide. So as you can see, ChatGPT first tells me that this sentence roughly translates to I used to work a lot until my body betrayed me, and then it gives the 6 alternative translations ranked from phrases that native speakers will commonly use to phrases that are less common. So the first phrase is I used to work really hard until my body gave out on me. And the second uses the word fail me. The next one, my body couldn't take it anymore, and so on. And well, as you can see, now I have some other ways to say what I'm trying to translate. And well, in case you want to translate a long text, you don't have to ask ChatGPT to give you 6 alternatives, but you can simply tell ChatGPT that you want to translate from one language to another, and then you want the translation to have phrases that have words native speakers will use in everyday conversation. In that way, you're going to avoid a very formal tone in your text and some sentences that are lost in translation. Improving our vocabulary will help us improve different areas of communication, like speaking and writing. And believe it or not, ChatGPT can help us improve our vocabulary. But first, we need to know how we acquire new vocabulary. So here are the stages that we go through to acquire new vocabulary. First, we read books, or we watch TV, or we talk with somebody, and suddenly we see or hear new words, and that's our first contact with new vocabulary. And well, that's the first step or the first stage. Then you go to a dictionary and you look up that new word on the dictionary, and well, you learn the definition of that word. Then you go to your book or your notes, and then you write examples using that new word, and then you can also use this new word on a new conversation or when writing. And the more times you use that new word or you find that word in a conversation or in a book, the more chances for you to learn that new word. So that's the process of acquiring new vocabulary. And now, after explaining you these stages that we go through to acquire new vocabulary, now it's time to take this and build a prompt that helps us improve our vocabulary using ChatGPT. And as you can see, this is a process with different steps or different stages, and we can split them into different parts, and each section will be a part of our prompt. The first section will be making ChatGPT work like an online dictionary. So we give ChatGPT a word and the sentence where we found that word, and ChatGPT is going to give us the definition given the context that we provided. Then in the second part, we're going to turn ChatGPT into a database of new words. So ChatGPT is going to keep track of all the new words that we provided before. And finally, the last part of the prompt is going to make ChatGPT create a story using all the words that are in our database. So all the new words that we learned are going to be in this story. And by doing that, we're going to practice the new words that we learned. And if you watch the prompt engineering section, this might remind you of the laddering technique. And well, that's the technique that we're going to use to create this prompt. We're going to divide this big prompt into 3 sections, and we're going to use the laddering technique for this. So instead of creating a huge prompt from scratch, what we're going to do is focus on each part. And now let's start with the first part, creating an online dictionary. So I'm going to ChatGPT, and I'm going to start with the first part of the prompt. And just to avoid wasting so much time, here I have the first part of the prompt, and I'm going to explain how this works. So first, I'm using the rule prompting technique to make ChatGPT act as a language tutor. So I can also tell ChatGPT to act as an online dictionary. Actually, that doesn't make so much difference, and well, that's up to you if you want to include it. Then I'm describing what I'm going to do, and I'm saying I'm going to give you new words I'm learning to increase my vocabulary. So this is just a basic description, what I'm going to do. And then I'm giving more details about the purpose of this task. So for each new word, I'll give you context, and you have to write the meaning of the word, provide 3 examples of how to use the word, and explain the meaning of the word in the given context. So basically, I give a word and I give context in a sentence, and then I'm gonna get the examples, the meaning of the word, and how to use the word and explain the meaning of the word in the given context. So here I'm going to press enter. So here I have a word and here I have a sentence. So I'm going to specify that this is the word, stirred, and this is the sentence. So this is a word I found on an article and this is the sentence. So based on this, ChatGPT is going to give me examples and the definition and the meaning of the word in this context. Alright, ChatGPT provided all the information I wanted. The meaning, the examples, and well, the meaning in the given context. And that's great. So far we successfully built the first part of the prompt and we turned ChatGPT into an online dictionary. That's pretty easy. Now comes a much more interesting part, and this is turning ChatGPT into a database of new words. So here I want to create a table with some specific columns for this database, and the columns that I'm going to consider are the following. Here I have 6 columns, and each column has some type of information that I think is vital for acquiring new vocabulary. The first column is the new word that I'm learning. The second is the type of the word. It can be a verb, noun, idiom, etc. The third column is the meaning of the word. Then we have column 3, 4, and 5. And this contains only the examples that here ChatGPT provides. And finally, the word family. I think I also asked this here in the first prompt. No, I didn't ask for this, but I'm asking here in this second part of the prompt. And well, the word family basically helps you, instead of just learning one word, you learn the word family. So words that are similar to this word. You're gonna see this much better when we build this table. Alright, so here I have these 6 columns, and something important is that you don't need to copy these columns as is. You can change the information that I'm asking on each column. That's up to you. But something I want you to keep in mind when building this prompt is the following: the keywords. So here, one trick or one good practice I use for this type of prompt is providing ChatGPT with some keywords. So every time I type those keywords, ChatGPT is going to do a specific task. And I'm going to trigger this with the word table time. So every time I say table time, ChatGPT is going to create this table. And here's the instruction for this. So here I'm pasting the instruction and it says, only when I type the words table time, you have to build the table below. So this is the trigger. Every time I say table time, this table is going to be built by ChatGPT. And finally, to update the table with the new words I give to ChatGPT, I'm going to type the following. So here I'm going to paste this, and is this. Every day I'll give you new words and you have to update the table every time I give you a new word. So with this, I'm making sure that ChatGPT is updating this table every time I have a new word. So this is the complete prompt. This is the second part of the prompt and it's done. So now press enter, and then ChatGPT is going to understand this. And just to test this out, I'm going to provide a new word. Actually, first I'm going to press table time to show the current table, and then I'm going to provide a new word. So here, table time. Alright, we got a table that we asked for. So we have currently only one word, stirred. This is a verb. Here are the 3 examples. Here's the meaning, and here are the family words. So stir, stirring, and stirrer. And well, now if I give ChatGPT one new word, here's the new word, rigorous, and here is the sentence. So if I give ChatGPT this new word, we should get, well, first we should get this information that we asked in the first prompt. So the example, then the context, and the meaning. Well, but if now we ask again table time, we should get the table, but now updated. So here I type table time and we should get a table with 2 rows. Alright, ChatGPT finished generating the table and now we have the table with 2 rows. The first contains the word stirred and the second the word rigorous. And we have all the information that we asked for, and that's great. So now let's move on to the next and the final part of the prompt, the third section, which is story time. So as you can see, this story time is another trigger, is another keyword that we are going to give to ChatGPT so that every time we type story time, we get a story using the words that we provided before. So here I'm going to ChatGPT and this is the third part of this prompt. So finally, when I tell you story time, you have to create a small story using all the new words you added to the table. Alright, ChatGPT understood my instructions. And now if I type the word story time, now we're gonna get a story with these 2 words, stirred and rigorous. And ChatGPT is going to use all its creativity to create a story using these 2 words. Alright, ChatGPT finished generating the story. And now if I copy this word rigorous just for a test, now if I press Ctrl F and paste this word rigorous, we're gonna see if this word was included in our story. So as you can see, it was included 3 times, here first in the first paragraph, then in the second paragraph, and then on the last paragraph. ChatGPT successfully included these 2 words in our story. And that's it. Now every time we provide new words to ChatGPT, we're going to build this table and then we're going to get a new story with all the words that we included in this database. And that's great. So here I'm gonna paste the complete prompt that we built. And here's the prompt. Well, here's the first part of the prompt. Then we have the second part of the prompt. And finally, we have the third part of the prompt. And we use the laddering technique to avoid building all this prompt from scratch in one shot, but splitting this project into different sections. And that's how you create complex prompts using the laddering technique. Alright, first we have to enable plugins. So the first thing we have to do is go to the lower left corner and click on the 3 dots. Then we have to click on settings. And if you're a ChatGPT Plus user, you should have these beta features available. So we click on it and then we turn on web browsing and plugins. Once we have these 2 enabled, we close this window and then we click on GPT-4. So to work with browsing or plugins, we have to use GPT-4 and then we click on plugins. So now plugins is enabled here and then we can choose here in the button that you see here below GPT-4, we have to click on it. In my case, I have already a plugin selected, but in your case, you're gonna see something like this, no plugins enabled. So you click on it and then you have to click on plugin store. And here you can download any plugin you want. All right, the first plugin and probably my favorite plugin is Video Insight, this one. This is a plugin that helps us interact with online videos platforms like YouTube or Dailymotion. So if you're a YouTube user, probably you watch a lot of videos. And with this plugin, you can analyze videos and get insights from them quickly. So we have to turn on this plugin. And once this is turned on, you're gonna see that this icon is gonna be here. So the icon of Video Insights. Then we have to write the following prompt. In this case, I'm gonna test it with a video, one of my YouTube videos. This one is titled How I Use ChatGPT to Learn to Code. And this is a 9-minute video. So here I'm gonna write, summarize this YouTube video. This is the link of my video. And now I'm gonna press enter. And this is gonna be with GPT-4 and with this plugin, Video Insights. And something I like to tell you is that this plugin works fine with videos that are under 10 minutes. Alright, ChatGPT just finished summarizing this video and we can see some key concepts. And besides the content of the videos or the recommendation I give to learn to code using ChatGPT, here we can see some data about the video that it was published on December 28th, 2022, how many views and how many likes. And I can say that the summary is very good. I mean, I made the video and I know the whole content of the video and I know the key points, and I can say that the summary that video insights created is very good. And something cool about this plugin is that it not only works with videos that are old. I mean, this was released 5 months ago, but it's not so old, but you can also try it with new videos. For example, here I have another video that was released just yesterday, 1 day ago, and here I can copy the link and I can summarize it. So here I have the link of this video. This video is about AI regulations, and I can do the same, summarize this YouTube video. Alright, now we got the summary and it's pretty accurate. I watched the video and it talks about some regulations and something that is going on right now in the world of AI, and it's very good, the summary that it created. Okay, the second plugin I want to show you is Link Reader. And Link Reader reads the content of all kinds of links. It can be a website with an article, a PDF, PPT, image, Word, or other document. So I'm going to turn on this plugin and we're going to test it with this website. And in this website, we see an article that talks about prompt engineering jobs, and we're going to summarize the content in this article using this plugin. So we're going to type first, we're going to copy the link, and we're going to tell this plugin to summarize this article. So summarize this article like I'm 5 years old. So I'm going to paste that link and then I'm going to press enter. So we're going to see now the summary that Link Reader is going to create. And something that I want to tell you is that sometimes if the article is behind a paywall, it's not going to work. So you have to make sure that you can read the article for free if you want to summarize it. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So we see now that the summary is pretty good. We see some key points about this job, prompt engineering jobs that pay up to $375,000. And well, it's pretty good. We see that we have some key points. We have the company that is paying this salary. And now let's test it now with a PDF. So here I have a paper, and I have a paper that has 5 pages. And if you feel lazy to read all this paper, or you want to create a summary with simple words, you can simply copy the link and then ask a summary. So you can say, summarize this PDF, and then you can paste the link. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And when it doesn't work, you can use another plugin that I'm going to show you later. And with the next plugin, the good thing is that you can upload the PDF, so you don't have to rely on the link, because sometimes it doesn't work if you only give the link. But in this case, it seems it's working fine. It's summarizing the content of this paper, which is artificial intelligence in medicine. So this is going to summarize all the content here, which is good because sometimes the abstract of the paper, it uses some complex words and sometimes it's not so easy to understand. But if you tell ChatGPT to summarize the PDF like you are 5 years old, it's gonna use some simple words and you're gonna have a better understanding of what the paper is about. And just now it finished with the summary. So we can see all the summary, it worked just fine, but sometimes it doesn't work. And when it doesn't work, we have to use another plugin. And I'm going to show you this right now. And this is going to be the third plugin in this list. And this is called Ask Your PDF. And unlike the other plugin, Link Reader, Ask Your PDF gives you another option when the link doesn't work. So here I'm going to turn it on. And now I'm going to ask the same. I'm going to ask summarize this PDF. So I'm going to paste the link. And then I'm going to press enter. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but it doesn't matter. If it doesn't work, you can upload this PDF file to the servers of this tool. And once this is uploaded, you're going to get like an ID that you can paste to the conversation and get the summary. Okay, as we can see now, it didn't work. So I'm going to write a prompt that says, I want to manually upload the document. And hopefully we're going to see the button that allows us to upload the PDF to Ask Your PDF. And for some reason, I didn't get the button that allows me to upload the PDF. Maybe it's an issue that they're having today, but you should get something like this. So here we can see the upload your document button. In this case, I didn't have to ask anything. It automatically gave me the option to upload your document. And that happens when the first option, when the link provided, doesn't work. As you can see, I can upload my document. I click here, then I only have to drop the file. I have the file here. I downloaded the file. It's gonna upload the file, and they're gonna give you a doc ID, which you have to copy and then paste it here. So I have here, I uploaded my document and I pasted that doc ID. And then I asked to summarize this PDF, and the PDF was summarized just fine. The next plugin is one of my favorites when it comes to learning another language. So if you're learning a foreign language like Spanish or any other language, you can use the plugin which is called Speak. And Speak is going to help you learn how to say anything in another language. And this is different from Google Translator or just ChatGPT by default, because it gives you a lot of examples, a lot of context, and many things that is useful when learning a foreign language. So I'm going to turn on Speak, and then I'm going to ask something very simple to see how this works. So I'm going to ask, how do I say I like artificial intelligence in Spanish? So first, if we ask this to GPT 3.5, so ChatGPT by default, we're going to get a very simple answer, something very plain and something that is not so useful. And it's something like that translation that we got before. This is just that simple translation that we get with Google Translate. But if we go to GPT-4 and then turn on again Speak, we're going to get something very interesting. So here, I'm going to ask the same question and we're going to get a complete answer. So it's something like Speak is your language tutor, because it gives you some examples with some context and also gives you some alternatives to the translation. So it's not only one translation, but some alternatives on how to say the same phrase in a foreign language. So as you can see here, we can see that I like AI in Spanish is me gusta la IA, but we can see that there are other alternatives, and we can see that there are other words that we can use. And in the end, we can see the words that we learned in context. All right, that's Speak, and in this case, I use Speak to learn Spanish, but you can use it also to learn other languages like German or Portuguese or any language you want. Next plugin is very good for those that like to try different AI tools, and it's called There is an AI for that. So this plugin allows you to find the right AI tools for any use case. So this tool is like a database of AI tools where you can find any AI tool that you want. You only have to turn it on, and then you have to specify what type of AI tool you're looking for. So in this case, I'm going to type something like this: why AI tools I can use to automate web design. So I press enter, and I don't know so much about web design, but now with this ChatGPT plugin, I can find a list of AI tools to recommend to my friend and to anybody. And just like this, you can look for any type of AI tool that you want. The next plugin is called Wolfram. And this plugin allows us to compute expert level answers using its algorithms and AI technology. And this is usually used for maths, but you can use not only to solve math operations like in a school or university, but you can use it for your everyday life. And I'm going to show you an example on how to do this. Okay, first I'm going to turn on this plugin, Wolfram, and then I'm going to type the following prompt. So in this prompt, I'm going to tell ChatGPT that I want to calculate a weight loss regimen. And for this, I'm going to give some information like my current weight, like 90 kilograms. This is just an example. Weight loss, 17 kilograms, and the calories per day. In this case, 1500 calories per day. So with this information, we can calculate a weight loss regimen. So here I press enter. So as you can see here, now it's asking me for more information to have a more accurate calculation, and it's asking me to provide my age, sex, height, and activity level. So as you can see, this plugin is more complete than just using ChatGPT by default. And in this case, I'm not going to provide this information. I'm going to leave this for later. And I want to show you another cool thing that this plugin can do. And this is plotting charts. By default, ChatGPT is not able to plot charts, but with this plugin you can do it. For example, I'm gonna paste this prompt that says compare the population growth between the USA and Brazil from 1920 to 2020. And if I press enter, it should give me the chart of this population growth. So as you can see, we have a comparison, we have some details about this comparison, and we can also see the plot that Wolfram made. So this is very cool in case you like to see some visuals and not only text. All right, now let's see the last plugin in this list, and this plugin is called Prompt Perfect. And just like the name says, this plugin allows us to optimize our prompt and get the best prompt possible. So I'm gonna turn on this plugin, and right now this plugin is not working as good as in the website. Well, this is the Prompt Perfect website, and for example, I'm gonna use this prompt as an example. So this is the original prompt that says a female wizard confronting an evil dragon. This is a prompt for Midjourney. You can also optimize your prompt for ChatGPT, but I'm gonna test this with this Midjourney prompt. So I copy this prompt, and now I'm gonna say optimize this Midjourney prompt. So now we press enter and we should see the optimization. All right, now we have the prompt optimized. So we can see here the original prompt, and now we can see here the prompt that was optimized. And probably if we copy and paste this prompt into Midjourney, we're gonna get a better result. Here we can see the example of the original prompt and also the optimized prompt. And this is what you should get with the original prompt on the left and what you should get with the optimized prompt on the right. And you can see that it should have a better result with Midjourney. All right, in this video, I'm going to show you how to unlock the power of ChatGPT by enabling multiple plugins. So in the previous videos, I showed you what are the best plugins in ChatGPT. And in this video, we're going to enable multiple plugins to make the most out of ChatGPT. If you enable multiple plugins, you're going to be able to combine the power of each plugin that ChatGPT has. The maximum number of plugins that you can enable on ChatGPT is 3. And if you can combine multiple plugins properly, you're going to be able to tackle a complex problem with just one prompt. And in this video, I'm going to show you one example that I'm using in my everyday life. All right, let's start with this one. So one of the everyday tasks that I have is creating articles. And this is a process that sometimes it takes more time for some articles than for others. And one way to automate this is just turning videos into articles. So you don't have to start from a blank page, but you can start from a YouTube video. There are many viral videos on YouTube that you can use for your articles. And instead of watching a YouTube video multiple times and making loads of notes, what we can do is ask ChatGPT to extract the captions from the video. So for example, here I have one of my YouTube videos. So if we go here to the 3 dots and then we click on show transcript, we can get the transcript. And this is the transcript from this YouTube video. And we can ask ChatGPT to extract this transcript and then to create an article using this transcript. With that, we're gonna get our article. But that's not all. An article doesn't have only text, but has other elements. For example, here I have an article that I wrote on my own without using ChatGPT. And as you can see, an article has a picture, and also it can have an audio. Here you can listen. So that's the audio that you can incorporate in your article, and that's a very cool feature that you can add to your own article. So besides that text that the article has, we can ask ChatGPT to add images and also add an audio for our article. And we can do all of this with just one prompt by using multiple plugins. So let's start and let's go to ChatGPT. And the first thing we're going to do is enable the plugins that are going to be used for this task. So first, let's go to the plugin store and let's install the following plugins. The first plugin that we're going to use is Video Caption Retriever. So it's this one, Video Caption Retriever, and well, is this one, Video Captions is the name actually. In the past, I used the one that you can see here, YouTube Caption Retriever, but for some reason this is not working properly right now. And well, in case video captions is not working by the time you're watching this video, you can simply type the word caption and you're going to find an alternative for the plugin that I'm using right now. In this case, we're going to use video captions. And that's for extracting the transcript of the YouTube video. And then we're going to use another plugin, and this one is called Image Search. And what this plugin is going to do is generate some images for our article. And well, this is the plugin that we're going to use. And then finally, we're going to use a speech key. So it's this one, a speech key or key. And this one converts text to audio. And then ChatGPT is going to give us a link and we can download this audio for our article. And okay, these are the three plugins that we're going to use. And once we install these plugins, what we're going to do is enable the three of them. So first I'm going to enable a speech key, then I'm going to enable image search, and finally I'm going to enable video captions. All right, I have the three plugins enabled, and now I'm going to create this prompt from scratch. So let's enumerate what are the tasks that we're going to do. So the first step is to extract the transcript from the YouTube video. So first we have a YouTube video, and in this case is this YouTube video that I have here, and we want to extract the transcripts. So what I'm going to say is extract the video captions from this YouTube video, and then I'm going to provide the link. Okay, I have the link, and now I'm going to paste the link, and now I'm going to continue with step 2. And this one is going to be create an article based on the transcript that we extracted in step 1. Once we have the text for our article, we're going to select some images for this article. So as step 3, I'm going to say select some illustrative photos for this article, and we're gonna get some photos. In this case, I'm gonna type 2 photos for this article. And finally, I'm going to ask ChatGPT to convert the text of the article into audio, and here I'm going to type this. And that's how you create a prompt for this multi-plugin combination. As you can see, most of the steps that we enumerated here represents one of the plugins that we enabled. Step 1 is for the plugin video captions. So we're going to extract the captions from the video. Then, well, we're going to use GPT-4 for generating the article using the captions. Then in step 3, we use image search to select some illustrative photos. And by the way, I think they extract these photos from Unsplash, which is a website where you can download photos for free. And finally, in step 4, we convert the text of the article into audio. And we use a speech key or a speech key for this step. And well, now to make sure that we're going to use the plugins that we enable before in this prompt, what we're going to do is type the following. So here I'm going to paste this, and it's this one. You have to perform the tasks below with the plugins enabled. And in this way, we're going to make sure that the plugins that we enable are going to be used for these steps below. Okay, now everything's done, and I'm going to press enter to generate this article with the audio and the images. Alright, ChatGPT finished generating the article, and the article is here, and also it added the images for this article. And now it's asking me if I want to convert the article into audio. So I'm going to type yes, and then it's going to give me the link where I can download the audio. Alright, now we got the link to this audio, and before opening this link, I want to verify that all the information provided by ChatGPT is correct. And to do this, we're going here on the top, and we're going to open these boxes to see the information that was extracted. So this is something important that I recommend you to do, because sometimes ChatGPT hallucinates and it doesn't provide the right information, but just invents information, and we get something that is not correct, and it's just a bunch of information that is useless for us. So here I'm going to open this one, and as you can see, we have here the transcripts, and well, we use video captions for this. So now let's go to YouTube to verify that this is correct. So here I'm on YouTube, and as you can see, the transcript is here, and I start with "There's never been a better time to learn to code." And if you go here, you're gonna see the same words, so you can verify that this is correct. And something that I want to tell you is that when I tried this with the other plugin, YouTube Caption Retriever, this information was incorrect. This didn't belong to my video. And that's how I realized that the other plugin wasn't working. So this is very important for you. It's very important that you verify the information that is the same information that you wanted to get. So here I'm going to hide this, and then, well, in the image search, it's only images from Unsplash, so it's not that important. And then, well, speech key, we're going to verify this by comparing the audio with the text that we generated. And by the way, this is the text that we generated. And here, well, how to use ChatGPT to learn to code, a comprehensive guide. And then we have some sections, and each section is a little bit small. It's not so big. I could ask ChatGPT to add more text for each section. Well, you can do more prompting in case you want more text for each section. And well, this is each section. And well, also you can verify that this is correct, because here most YouTube videos have these chapters. And well, you can see the chapters, and they should be similar to the sections that the article has. So for example, here we have solve projects, learn to automate tasks, choose an easy programming language, and well, choosing the right programming language. Then we have automate tasks, then we have solve projects. So it's pretty accurate. So then we can scroll down, and we can see also the audio. So here I'm going to click to listen to the audio version of the article. So here I'm going to scroll up and compare if it's the same content. So here I have the audio, and for some reason I got an error, so I'm going to generate this again. All right, I had to log in using my Google account, and now I have my audio ready. So here I'm going to press play.
Learning to code has never been easier, thanks to the advent of advanced AI tools like ChatGPT.
All right, we verified that this is the right audio, and well, now this is an audio that is 2 minutes with 21 seconds, and we can download this by clicking on this button. So now we have the audio in MP3 format, and well, now we have the article, and we have the images, and we have the audio. So now you can go to any text editor where you create blog posts, and then you can copy this article, you can copy the images, and if possible, you can upload the MP3 file that you generated with ChatGPT, and that's how you have your article. But remember that this is only a starting point, because these articles that ChatGPT generate are not so good, because it lacks some things that humans can include in an article. So I recommend you to use this as a starting point, and from this information start your own article. When you are in business and you're working in a project and you want to convince some people to believe in your project and to invest in your project, you have to go through some phases like the business pitch, then you have to give a presentation, and then the investors will tell you what they think about your project. And you can simulate all of this process using a multi-plugin combination. And that's what we're going to do in this video. And well, first we're going to the plugin store, and we're going to install the following plugins. First, we're going to install Cancel AI, and is this one, Cancel AI. And basically this assesses queries through various agents, offering insights from many perspectives. So basically it takes the role of different personas, for example, like the marketing expert, the finance expert, the CEO, and different roles. And well, you're gonna have feedback for your project from different agents, and that's the purpose of your AI console. Then we're gonna install another plugin, and this one is called Whimsical Diagrams, and I'm gonna type this one, and it's this one. And basically what this does is creating a diagram for our business page. And well, you have to install this one, and once you have these two plugins, we're gonna enable both plugins. So first your AI console, and then the plugin named Whimsical, which is here. Then we're gonna create a prompt from scratch. And as we did before, we have to enumerate the steps that we want ChatGPT to follow. And well, we're gonna start with step number 1, and this one is to generate the pitch deck for this project, for this business idea. And in this case, I'm gonna type generate a pitch deck, and here you should describe what's your project, what your project is about. And in this case, I'm going to type just project so we can focus on this prompt and we can continue with the next step. In the end, I'm going to come up with a project to test this multiple plugin. And well, let's continue with step number 2. And once we have that pitch deck, what we're going to do is generate a diagram of this pitch deck. And we're going to use this plugin that I mentioned before, whimsical diagram, for this. So here I'm going to type create a diagram of the pitch deck. And sometimes ChatGPT, even though you have the plugins enabled, ChatGPT doesn't use the plugins that are enabled for some reason. So sometimes if that happens, what you have to do is indicate which plugin you want to use for this step. In this case, I'm going to say with whimsical. And you don't have to do this every time, but in the previous test I did, if I don't type with whimsical, ChatGPT doesn't use this plugin. And well, now let's continue with the next step. And now we have to use AI Council to create some kind of feedback for this project. And well, we're gonna write do a discussion with your AI Council. So this is the name of the plugin, your AI Council. And then this discussion is gonna be about the viability of the project. And to finish this prompt, I'm gonna paste this, which we usually add when we work with multiple plugins, and it's this one. You have to perform tasks below with the plugins enabled. In this case, it's not so necessary because we're specifying which are the plugins that we're using on each step. All right, now before we test this, I'm gonna create a project. And in this case, the project that I'm going to use for this test is an iPhone app that helps people manage their money. Okay, here's the project. I just wrote a brief description and now everything's ready. So here I'm gonna press enter and we're gonna see how ChatGPT handles all of this. Alright, ChatGPT finished with the first 2 steps and now it's asking me to proceed if I want to proceed with the 3rd step. But before proceeding with the 3rd step, let's review the 1st and the 2nd step if it did it successfully. So here first we have the pitch deck for money management iPhone app. So we have here it's 13 slides and well, we have cover slide, introduction, problem statement, solution, marketing opportunity, business model, go-to-market strategy, technical architecture, team, financial projections, funding, and well, Q&A and thank you slide. And that's pretty basic. I could ask ChatGPT to elaborate more on each step, but with this simple prompt, I'm just showing you how this multiple plugin works. You can develop this prompt further if you want. Then in step 2, we created this diagram, which basically each square that you see here in this diagram, each process represents one slide. So for example, we have cover slide and introduction, and then we have cover slide and introduction, and each of them have this rectangle. And well, that's how we got this diagram. It's also a very basic diagram. And now let's continue with the feedback that AI Council is going to generate. So I'm going to say yes, and we're gonna get the feedback using this plugin AI Council. Alright, ChatGPT finished generating this, and well, we use your AI Council to get different perspective for this project. And well, we got first the CEO perspective, then the COO, CFO, HR, ethic boards, and then a final answer. And as you can see, we got specific insights for each agent, for the CEO agent, for the COO, and so on. And you could customize this more by telling ChatGPT what are the agents that you want to use. For example, let's imagine that you don't want HR. You don't care about HR right now or about ethics, but you care about UX, design, and let's say finance. So you could tell ChatGPT what are the agents that you want to use for this feedback. And also you can discuss any specific aspect if you want to. And that's it. That's how you generate a business pitch, a diagram, and get insights from different agents using multiple plugins in ChatGPT. In this video, we're going to test ChatGPT solving some coding tasks. So, for example, we can ask ChatGPT to do things like send an email using Python or any other programming language. You only have to go here to this box and write whatever you want. So in this case, just to start with something very simple, I'm going to say plot a linear regression. And here you can be very specific and say the programming language you want to use. I'm going to say with Python. And you can be more specific by writing the library. If you don't write the library, ChatGPT is going to choose any library, but I'm going to specify this one. So I'm going to say using matplotlib. So I'm going to press enter. And now ChatGPT is going to read this and it's going to interpret what I'm requesting. So it's going to plot a linear regression using Python and the library matplotlib. And now it takes a couple of seconds and finally it understood. So it says to plot a linear regression with Python, you can use scatter or you can use this module. And well, now it's doing all of this. It's writing the code and it's even writing some comments. So first it's generating some fake data and then it's feeding this linear regression to the data. I'm not doing anything. And at the end of this, when ChatGPT finishes doing this, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste this on Jupyter Notebook to test if everything is correct. So now we have some suggestions by ChatGPT. This will generate a scatter plot, but it's giving an alternative. So here we can have another way to do this, but I don't care about that. I'm going to copy this because I believe with this is enough. So I'm going to copy, and as you can see, it gives you not only the code, but some nice comments. Here comments and here explanation about what it's doing. So it's not only about the code, but it also gives you some explanation. So now I copied this, I'm going to paste it and I'm going to check if this is correct. So here it says that I don't have the module SciPy, so I'm going to install it here. Okay, I've just installed SciPy, and now let's see if it does the job. And now as we can see, this gave an error. So fortunately, ChatGPT gave us an alternative. So here it says, alternatively, you can use this other option. So I'm going to copy this. And actually, when I tested this before, this was the only alternative. So I'm going to copy and paste this one. And as you can see, now we got this linear regression, and well, we generated this using ChatGPT. So fortunately, we have here two options. All right, now let's continue testing this, and now let's try something else. So let's try sending a message on WhatsApp using Python. And to do this, we need a third-party library named PyWhatKit. So I'm gonna say something like this: send a message on WhatsApp using Python and PyWhatKit. So let's see if this AI recognizes this PyWhatKit. It's not so popular, this library, so let's test this out. So I'm saying send a message on WhatsApp using Python and PyWhatKit. You can add more detail, like adding your phone number, but obviously in this video I'm not going to show my phone number, so you can test it out on your own. And now we see that ChatGPT is writing the code to send a message using PyWhatKit. So we see all the code. This will schedule the message to be sent at the specified time. So we have to specify here the hour and the minute. We have 12:30 by default, but we can change it. Note that you need to install PyWhatKit, of course, this is the module, and have a working internet connection. You also need to have the latest version of Chrome, installed on your computer. And I know all of this because I have a tutorial on how to send a message on WhatsApp using Python and using this library. So I know that this is correct. So you can copy this actually, and you can paste it on PyCharm, for example. Here you can write your number or the number of anybody. You have to install this library, write here the message you want, and that's it. You can send the message on WhatsApp. I'm gonna show you here the example I did in the previous tutorial when I wrote the code on my own, but of course here it's with this AI ChatGPT. Okay, now let's go back here and let's continue testing. Before here, I wrote send a message on WhatsApp using Python and PyWhatKit. But what if now we want to be more specific? Let's try sending an email, and now I'm going to specify the email that is going to be the sender and the email that is going to be the receiver. Also the subject for the email and the content that the email has. So that's a lot of details. Let's see if ChatGPT can handle this. So here I'm going to paste this command that I had before, and this is going to help us see if ChatGPT can handle so many details. So here it says send an email from email 1. For example, here I'm going to write my own email. This is the email that I'm going to use. And then for the receiver, I'm going to write another email that I have that actually I don't use so often, but I'm going to use for this test. Here I have send an email from my first email that I'm using for this example to my second email with the subject email sent by ChatGPT and the content ChatGPT rocks using Python. So let's press enter and let's test this out. So this is a very I'm not gonna say complex, but I would say it's challenging to understand all of this and to execute that without any mistakes. So let's see if this AI can handle all of this. So first, it's trying to understand all of the request with this explanation. So it says to send an email with the subject, we have to use SMTP-lib. And yeah, that's the library that we use to send emails with Python. So now it's writing the code, it's writing comments, the sender, the recipient, sorry. Then it's connecting to SMTP server. Yeah, we need to do something like that. It's telling us some details and it's adding a note. So note that you need to have a working internet, of course, and a valid email account. You also need to allow, this is that note. So you also need to allow less secure apps to access your email account. But it doesn't say anything about that 16-character password. So in the past, you could send emails just allowing less secure apps. But nowadays, or recently, you have to add two-step verification and also create a 16-character password. So ChatGPT doesn't know about that, but I know about that because I have a tutorial on that. But ignoring that, let's see if that works. So here I have the code, and so far I have to say that this looks good. We have the sender, we have the recipient, the subject, and the content. So it seems everything is perfect. Just one thing that we have to keep in mind is the password. So here, for the sake of this video, I'm gonna hide my password in this email_password variable. I'm gonna delete my password that was in quotes, and I'm gonna write this variable. So now let's test this out. I'm gonna run this and see what happens. So we have process finished with exit code 0. So apparently everything was successful. And now I'm gonna check my email. Okay, I log into my email, and as you can see here, I have a new email that says email sent by ChatGPT, and the content is ChatGPT rocks. And well, as you can see, I also did a test like 3 hours before this one, and we can see that everything worked successfully, and we didn't have to write all of this code, but ChatGPT did it for us, and this is just awesome. So now let's do something more challenging. Now let's try to scrape a website with ChatGPT. So I'm gonna give a task to ChatGPT, something like this. So web scrape, and then I'm gonna write the link of a website. So I'm gonna use this website here, books2scrape.com, and then I'm gonna say using Python force, and here we can specify the library, or you can leave it as is. In this case, I'm gonna say and Beautiful Soup. So Beautiful Soup is a Python library that allows us to scrape websites. I'm gonna scrape this website, and before I press enter, let's have a look to this website. So this is the website books2scrape.com, and we're gonna scrape maybe the title or the prices. I'm not gonna specify what data I want from this website, but I'm gonna let ChatGPT figure this out on its own. So I'm gonna press enter, and let's see what this AI does. So sometimes it takes more than a couple of seconds, but you have to be patient because some tasks are very challenging. So this is very good. I think it successfully extracted the price. We can see here that we have the price and also the title. So it's printing the title and also the price. So here it didn't export the data. I know that because it's not exporting a TXT file or a CSV file, but only printing. But in the previous test I did, it exported a file with all the data. In this case, I'm going to leave it as is. So I'm going back here, the PyCharm, copy and paste it. And let's see if this works smoothly. So here I run this, and here we have the price, sorry, the title first and then the price. So let's verify if this is correct. So here we have a light in the attic, 15.77. I think this is the symbol of pounds. And yeah, we have this. And then tipping the velvet, 53.74. And yeah, so we successfully scraped all of this data using actually ChatGPT. I mean, we can say we used Beautiful Soup, but we didn't write the code. ChatGPT did all on its own. And this is awesome. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use ChatGPT for data science and data analysis. We're going to use this tool to do some tasks such as solving coding questions, translating Python code to R, creating queries, creating data visualization, text classification, and more. So let's get started. Okay, let's say that you're working with data and suddenly you have to join two data frames and you forget the function that you have to use to join two data frames in pandas. So what you can do is write the following. You can write how to concatenate two data frames with pandas, and you can be very specific and write how to concatenate two data frames vertically with pandas. So you press enter and now you can get the answer immediately. Instead of going to Stack Overflow or just searching this on Google, you get the answer very fast. So here it says that we have to use the concat function. And now let's see if we see something about vertically, because we want to concatenate vertically. Okay, ChatGPT gave us an answer, and as you can see, it was very specific. Here, it mentioned the axis parameter that we have to add, and well, it set it to axis equal to 0 because we want to concatenate vertically. And also, it gave us an additional tip that is add the ignore index parameter in case we want to ignore the index in the output data frame, which is very cool. Okay, now we verified that this tool can help us solve some coding questions that we might have. Alright, something else that we do often is working with databases. We have to create queries and do many things to extract data from a database. So here you can also make ChatGPT create queries for you. So you can write something like this. Create a SQL query to find users who live in New York and are older than 30 years old. So if you press enter, you're gonna get the answer. And now you can see it says that here's an example of an SQL query, and well, it's a simple query as you can see here, and it was created by ChatGPT. Here we didn't give so much information, so it only assumes some generic tables here, for example the users tables, and also it assumes some columns, but we can give more details, so we can create a more complex query. For example, here I have the following request. So here it says a query to list the name of the departments which employ more than 10 employees in the last 3 months, and consider the following SQL tables with their properties. So we have the employee table, the department table, and the salary payment table, and we have those columns within parentheses. So we press enter, and here we gave more details, and we're gonna get more a more complex SQL query. So here is the query that is being created by ChatGPT. And as you can see here, ChatGPT not only gave us the right query, but also it's giving us some step-by-step explanation. So it's telling us how it's using the work clause, the group by clause, the having clause, and more. So it also gives us a lot of details on how it created this query. And that's very cool. Okay, now let's do something else. And now let's try to create a function in Python and then translate that function into another language. So here I have a Python function. This is a very simple function, and then we're gonna try with a more complex function. So here, let's try out with this one. So let's print this function, and let's say translate this Python function to R. So usually some data scientists know only Python and they don't know R. First we have the get square function, and then we have this how to use this function. So I can copy this and I can test it out here on R. So if I run this, but first I need to use this one to run the result. So here is the function translated, and then here I'm gonna print the result. So this is RStudio, by the way, and here I run this code and I got 16. So I got get square 4 and I got as output 16. So it's working fine. But that was a very simple function. Now let's try with something more challenging. Here I have a data frame. So I created this function to clean my data frame and get some stats. So this is a data frame and this is my function. So let's translate this into Python code. So first I'm going to copy this. Here I even made a typo, so I didn't write correctly function, but it still understood my request. So I'm going to copy and paste this one and just correct this. Instead of this, I'm going to write function. And now I'm going to copy again and paste this function that I have here. So now let's test with a data frame. So now I press enter, and now it's telling me the R equivalent of the getStats function, which is the function that I created before. So if you don't know anything about R, you can learn a little bit by seeing this solution. So here, for example, to select a column, you have to use this $sign. Then this table stats, I think, is the equivalent of value counts that I use here. So I use value counts, but here I have to use the table function in R. And here's giving us some explanation of this. And well, finally, it's telling us how to use this getStats function. If I run this, I will get the same output I will get in Python. So it's working just fine. And now let's try something else. So now let's do some text classification. So you can also classify text using ChatGPT. So here I have some tweets or some just simple sentences. First, I love my job, chatbot rocks, my dog is adorable, and I hate chocolate. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to classify this as positive or negative. Great, and as you can see, we got which sentences are positive and which sentences are negative. And also we got an explanation of why some sentences are positive, and it's telling us that some verbs like love, rock, and also adorable indicate positive sentiment, and the verb hate suggests a negative sentiment. Okay, now let's try something else. Let's try now web scraping. So usually when we want to collect data from websites, we have to use web scraping. So we can ask this chatbot to web scrape, for example, a website using Python. And you can also specify the library. So I can say beautiful soup. And you can write here the website that you want. It's not going to work with all the websites, so you have to test it out with a website that you like. In this case, I'm going to use this website, bookstoscrape.com, which is this one. And here we see the prices of some books and also the titles. So I'm going to ask this and let's see what happens. So here's telling us that we can scrape a website with beautiful soup in Python, and now is writing the code to scrape this website. So now let's see how it goes. Okay, ChatGPT finished writing the code to scrape this website, and now I'm gonna copy this. The code seems fine, but there are some little details that I don't understand. For example, here, this H3A, I think is not correct. Anyway, I'm gonna test this out. Sometimes it gives the right answer and sometimes it doesn't give the right answer. And apparently right now we got the right answer. So we got the titles of each book. For example, here, the first one is A Light in the, and then we see those three dots, and well, it's this book. and we scraped all the book titles in this website. For example, here it's only the Himalayas, I think, and we have this book too. And that's great. We successfully scraped this website using ChatGPT. We only have to give the right instruction and it did all on its own. Okay, finally we can also make ChatGPT plot some data visualizations. For example, I can plot a linear regression using Python and Matplotlib. Then I press enter and ChatGPT is gonna make this linear regression for us. So we said that we have to use this with Matplotlib, and ChatGPT is gonna do this. It's gonna also add NumPy to create some random data. And once this is finished, I'm gonna copy the code and test it out in Jupyter Notebook. Okay, now ChatGPT finished writing all this code that is supposed to get us the linear regression. So now I'm gonna copy, paste it, and voila, we have this linear regression, which is very simple. We could customize this more by giving more instructions or adding some details to our command, but we made this simple. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use ChatGPT to generate Python code that automates Microsoft Excel. We're going to automate tasks such as joining multiple Excel files, applying formulas to multiple files, and more. So let's get started. Okay, for this demo, I'm going to use this sales data that I have here. These are sales data that are in Excel. And we have sales data from January until December. So there are 12 Excel files here. And the first thing we're going to automate is joining these Excel files. So we want to put all the information from January until December in one single Excel file. And you can do this manually, or you can make ChatGPT to generate Python code to do this for you. So let's do it this way. So first I'm going to show you the content inside one of these files. So I'm going to open this one, and this is the preview, and basically this file has only sales data. In one file there are 1000 rows, and if we join all of these files we should have 12,000 rows. So let's make ChatGPT create a script that does all of this for us. And here's the prompt. It says, I have 12 Excel files named, and then I write the name of the Excel files. So sales January, sales February, but instead of writing all of them from January until December, I just write these 3 dots and write the last name. So sales underscore DEC, that stands for December. I'm gonna make ChatGPT figure out the name of the files. Let's see if it can do it well. And finally, I say use Python to concatenate the data inside the 12 Excel files. Now I press enter, and now ChatGPT should create a script that puts all the Excel files in one single file. So let's see how it does this. So here's creating a list with the name of the month, then it's concatenating the strings with the name sales underscore, and well, apparently everything is working fine. And at the end of the code, this df final is being exported to Excel, and this is the name of the Excel file. So this looks good. This looks really good. So now I'm just gonna copy the code and I'm gonna paste it here. So we're using pandas for this, then we're creating lists, and then we're exporting the final data frame that has all the Excel files concatenated. So here is the code. And now before I run this, if you want to follow me, you have to keep in mind that your Python script should be located in the same directory where the Excel files are located. So here I have my Python script, and here are all the Excel files. So now I only have to run this code and see what happens. And here I got an error, and it says that the file is not on this directory. And well, apparently ChatGPT didn't generate the code that includes also the extension. So here we should have something like this, .xlsx. So with this we have the whole name of the file. So for example here, sales underscore January, which is right here, and we need this .xlsx. So here I'm doing this manually, but you can also tell ChatGPT to fix its mistake. For example here, it added the extension xlsx. But here, just for the sake of this video, I'm doing this manually. So I'm adding this, and now we should have this file concatenated underscore data generated. So as you might remember, this is the name of the data frame that was exported, and well, it's right here. So now I'm going to open this file and see if the 12,000 rows are in this file. So here's the file and here's the header. Now I'm going to the last row, and as you can see, the last row is 12,001. So we successfully concatenated the data inside all of these Excel files. And we did this without writing code, but letting ChatGPT generate all the Python code for us. Alright, for the next automation, we're going to apply formulas to multiple Excel files. So we're going to work with this sales data again, and let's say we want to apply two formulas, the sum formula and also the average formula. And here we're going to work with two columns, the column H and the column J. And for the column H, we're going to sum the values from H2 to H1001. And the result is going to be in the cell H1002, and we're going to do the same for the column J, but in this case we're going to calculate the average. So applying these formulas might look simple when it's only one file, but when you have to do this to multiple files, for example these files that you can see here, it's very time consuming. So we're going to make ChatGPT generate Python code that applies these two formulas to all the files that you can see here. So let's do this. So I go to ChatGPT and then I write the following prompt. So here I say, I have multiple Excel files in my directory. Use Python to apply the sum formula from J2 to J1001 and then the average formula from H2 to H1001. Write the results in the cell J1002 and H1002 respectively. So with this, we're gonna create a script that does all of this, not only for one Excel file, but for every Excel file that is in my directory. So now I press enter and let's see the code that ChatGPT is going to generate. Okay, ChatGPT generated the code, but this code doesn't look good because here it's not considering all the files that I have in my directory. So I'm going to make ChatGPT to use an alternative, and I'm gonna tell it, use the glob module. Okay, I told ChatGPT to do it with the glob module, but it didn't understand me, so I tried again, and apparently now it's generating the code I wanted. So sometimes it doesn't understand what you want to do, or it doesn't do a good job. So you have to try again until you find that desired result. So here, this looks good apparently, and what I'm gonna do is copy the code to test this out. Okay, I pasted the code in PyCharm. I'm gonna run this, and here apparently the code is not working. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to fix its mistakes, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, ChatGPT fixed the errors, and here's the code that it generated. So now I'm gonna run this, and hopefully we're gonna get the results that we were expecting. So now this finished with success. Now I'm going back here to my folder, and now let's see if the value is there. Okay, I opened one of the files in my folder, and now in column H and in column J, we should see the formula. So now I scroll down, and here in H1002, we see that there is the average formula. And in J1002, there is the sum formula. So we can see that the code is working. So ChatGPT generated the code that added the formulas to every single file that is here. So you don't have to manually write the formulas in every single file that is here, but you can let ChatGPT generate Python code that adds the formulas to all the files for you. Alright, now what if you want to change all the names of the Excel files inside this folder? Right now, as you can see, the name of the files is something like this: sales underscore and then the name of the month. So we have from January until December. But what if you want to add the year 2022 in front of the name of the files? So something like this: 2022 underscore and then the current name. So you can do this manually one by one for these 12 Excel files, but if you will have something like 100 files, this will be too tedious. So we can make ChatGPT generate a script that changes the name of all the files with one click. So now let's do this. Here we can write the following prompt. Use Python to rename all the files in my directory by adding the number 2022 in front. So I'm gonna press enter and see the code that ChatGPT is gonna generate. First, it's filtering only those files that have the XLSX extension, and then is adding the 2022 with the underscore in front of the name of the file. So here the code is very simple. I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna paste it here. So it's very simple, and I'm going to open this left panel to show you how the names are going to change after I run this script. So right now, the name of one of the files, for example, is sales underscore APR. And if I run this, now the name is 2022 underscore and sales underscore APR. So as you can see, all the names were changed, and now we have the 2022 underscore at the beginning of each name. Alright, and the last automation consists in editing every single row in an Excel file. For example, here I have an Excel file with only phone numbers. And what if we want to add the country code to each row in this file? So for example, now we only have the numbers, but we don't have the country code. So if we want to add the country code, what we have to do, well, in Excel is use the right, or actually the left, in this case, the left function, and then apply it in all the column. That might look very simple, but when it comes to doing this for multiple files, for example, here I have 2 files, but you can have dozens of files or hundreds of files, this is not practical. So what we can do is generate code that edits every single row in an Excel file. And actually not only in one Excel file, but in all the Excel files inside a folder. So let's do this. In this case, I'm gonna add the country code +1 to each phone number that is listed in this Excel file. So here's the prompt that I'm going to create. The prompt says, I have multiple CSV files. Actually, I have CSV files in this case. This is not a XLSX, but is a CSV file. But anyway, it's the same. And then I have multiple CSV files with only phone numbers in my directory. The phone numbers are in a column named phone. So here there is the header phone. In this case, the header is going to be the name of the column in a data frame. That's why I'm specifying this. And then I finish this by saying use Python to add the country code +1 to each phone number in the CSV files. And that's pretty much it. Alright, ChatGPT finished generating the code, and what it did was split the code in 2 parts. The first part is the function add country code, and the second part is a for loop. It's a for loop where we can apply this function to all the CSV files listed. So what I'm gonna do is first copy this code and then go to here to PyCharm, and I'm going to open this folder and this empty script. So here I'm gonna paste the code, and then I'm gonna paste the other code that is here. So as I told you before, there are 2 parts. And now I'm gonna organize this much better. So the library should be on top, and with this, everything should be ready. So here I want to show you that this Python script is inside this folder where there are my 2 CSV files. So you have to keep that in mind in case you want to follow my steps. So here, now I'm going to run this, and hopefully this is going to add the +1 country code to all the full numbers. So apparently everything was successful, and now let's open the CSV files. Actually, I'm just going to open the preview, and as you can see here, we have the phone number, but also we have the country code, so +1 to every single row. So it's not only for this file, but also for this second CSV file. So here is the country code and the phone number. So with this, we successfully created a script that adds the country code to each row in our CSV files. And we did this without writing any code, but letting ChatGPT generate all the Python code for us. Alright, the first thing we have to do is install this plugin. So we have to go to GPT-4 and you have to be a ChatGPT Plus subscriber to have this functionality. And then we have to click here on no plugins enabled. Then we have to go to the plugin store and we have to look for this plugin called Notable. Here I have Notable and you have to click on install. So once you have this plugin, you're gonna see a window that will pop up, a window like this one. And in this window, you have to create a Notable account. And in your Notable account, you'll be able to see the notebook with all the code that is going to be generated. The rest is going to be on ChatGPT. So just log in with Google, and after you do this, you're going to see this. And well, you'll see your space and you're going to see a project here. In this case, the project by default is my first project. Here I created another project to show you how it should look from scratch. So when you have your project, you only have to click on the project that you have there or create a new project from scratch. You select your project and then you'll get something like this. You get the name of your project and my first notebook. And what we have to do right now is copy the link of your project. So here I'm going to copy this link and we have to save it because we're going to use it later. All right, now let's have a look at the prompt to use. So here on ChatGPT, I'm going to close the plugin store and we're going to see the prompt that we're going to use to automate data analysis with Notable. And here's the prompt. So first we have this message that says load this dataset. And here we have to paste the link of the dataset that we want to work with. Then we have the link of the default project that we're going to use. In this case, the link is this one that I showed you before. Again, I'm going to show you the steps. You have to go to your space. Then you have to create a project. I'm going to use the project that I named Automating Data Analysis for this test. And here you have to copy the link of this project. So I copy the link of the project and then I paste it here. And finally, you have to type this, act as a data scientist, and then you have to specify the details for the analysis that is going to be done. Now, what we have to do is use a dataset. And for this test, I'm going to use this dataset that I have here. It's on my GitHub, and this dataset has data about population. So the population from 1950 to 2020 for all the countries around the world. So here I'm going to copy this link. And as you can see, this link has that .csv extension. So with this, I make sure that it's going to read a CSV file. So I have the link of the dataset, I have the link of the project that we're going to use, and in this project, we're going to get a notebook with all the code. And finally, I'm going to use a simple prompt for this first test. So my prompt is going to be something like this. Act as a data scientist and analyze the data and make charts and graphs to show the trends in population growth around the world. As you can see, there are not so many details, and I'm just letting ChatGPT and Notable to do most of the analysis on its own. So now I'm going to press enter, but before I'm going to enable the Notable plugin. So I check on the box and then I have this plugin enabled. So now I'm going to press enter and wait for the analysis. Alright, Notable finished with analysis, and as we can see here, it says that the analysis provides a high-level view of population trends. And this happens because we didn't give so many details. And in the next example, we're gonna add more details to customize our analysis. But for now, let's see what ChatGPT and Notable generated. First, we see an overview of the columns that the dataset has, and well, it has 3 columns, and also we see the first 5 rows. Then we see a chart. This is a line plot of the top 5 most populous countries from 1955 to 2020. And these countries are China, India, the USA, Indonesia, and Pakistan. So we can see this line plot that was generated automatically. Then we can see some notes about this line plot. We see 3 notes. And finally, we see the world population growth from 1955 to 2020. And in case you want to see the notebook generated with all the code, you have to go to the project. And here we can see that there is a new notebook called population_analysis. And if I click on it, we should see the same visualizations and all the code that was used to get the analysis and also the visualizations. So we can see first that the dataset was read using pandas and Python. Then we can see that matplotlib was used. We can see the code used to generate the line plot and all the details. So now let's continue with another analysis of another dataset, but in this case, we're going to use more details to customize our analysis. All right, I started another chat from scratch, and here I'm going to use the following prompt. So this is my prompt, and it has the same structure than the one before. First, it says load this dataset, and in this case, the dataset I'm going to use is one from the FIFA game, FIFA 20. And this dataset has information about soccer players, such as the FIFA ratings, the age, the weight, the height, the value of the players in euros, and more. Then I have to provide the link of the project that I'm going to use. In this case, is this project, automating data analysis. I'm going to copy and paste the link of the project. And finally, here is the prompt that I'm using to customize my analysis. So first I'm saying, act as a data scientist and analyze the soccer players from only the countries, the USA, Canada, England, Brazil, and Argentina. Then I'm telling ChatGPT to make a bar plot to analyze the ratings, the FIFA ratings that represents how good a soccer player is at playing soccer. Then I'm telling ChatGPT to make a histogram and a box plot to explore the average height of the players in these countries, in only these 5 countries. And finally, I tell to make a scatter plot to see how the weight is distributed, and also a pie chart to see the top 10 most valuable players from the USA. So as you can see, there are many details in this analysis, and this is not a generic analysis, but I'm asking for specific visualizations, and I'm selecting some countries. So let's see how Notable is going to do this analysis. So now I have the Notable plugin enabled, and now I'm going to press enter and see what happens. All right, Notable finally got all the visualizations. First, we see the bar plot with the average overall ratings by country. Then we can see a histogram that shows the distribution of players' heights across all the countries, and it was also good. Then we can see the box plot with the heights by country. Then we can see the distribution of the weight in this scatter plot. And finally, we can see the top 10 most valuable soccer players from the USA. And again, if we go here to Notable, we can see there is a new notebook that is called Soccer Players Analysis. And if we click on it, we're going to see all the Python code used to generate all these visualizations. All right, before I finish with this video, I want to show you something even cooler that you can do with this plugin, which is reading multiple datasets and doing data analysis. So I'm going to enable this Notable plugin, and then I'm going to paste the prompt that we're going to use for this last test. So here you can read multiple datasets as long as you provide the links. So in this case, I'm providing the links of 5 datasets that belong to the game FIFA from the year 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. And with this data, I'm going to ask ChatGPT Notable to generate a line plot so we can see the evolution of the FIFA ratings for some top soccer players. So to do this, first, of course, I need to provide the links, which are here, and finally have to specify all the details here in my prompt. So I'm telling ChatGPT to act as a data scientist and load the 5 datasets. Then I'm describing what these datasets are about, and after this, I'm telling how to read this dataset. And finally, I'm telling ChatGPT what are these 5 soccer players that are going to be included in this analysis. And also, I'm telling ChatGPT to make a line plot to see the evolution of the FIFA ratings from 2017 to 2021. All right, now I'm going to press enter and wait for the analysis that Notable and ChatGPT are going to generate. All right, ChatGPT finished with analysis, and now we can see the line plot that I asked for. And now again, if we go to Notable, we can see that there is a new file, and this file has all the code used to read the datasets, to create the column year, to only analyze the 5 soccer players that I want, and also to generate the line plot that I asked for. And that's pretty much it. All of this was generated with this simple prompt. All right, to work with this plugin, you need to have a ChatGPT Plus subscription. You have to enable plugins, and then you have to enable GPT-4, go to plugins, and select here on this dropdown the plugin store. Here in the search bar, we type scraper, and then we have to install a scraper. So here, scraper, and then you have to install this plugin. So once you have this plugin here, you have to enable this plugin, you have to check in the box, and then we can start scraping a website with this plugin. So there are many limitations this plugin has right now, but in this video I'm going to show you all the websites that I was able to scrape using this plugin. And the first website I'm going to show you is YouTube. So here I have my YouTube website, and as you can see here are all the videos that I published so far on YouTube. And if I want to scrape the titles, the number of views, and the date the video was published, I only have to type a prompt and specify all of this data that I want to scrape. So I have to copy the link and then specify what data I want to scrape. So here I go back to ChatGPT, I have the scraper plugin enabled, and I have to type the following prompt. And here I have the prompt. And the prompt says, scrape the titles, views, and date published from the videos listed in this website. And this is the website, my YouTube site. So here, if I press enter, Scraper is going to scrape all of this data. And by default, Scraper is going to extract the first items that are on the website. So as you can see here, for example, Scraper is going to extract only the first 10 videos that are listed in this website, but we can ask Scraper to extract more items, and I'm going to show you how to do this after scraping this website. Alright, as you can see, Scraper scraped 20 items from this website, so the latest 20 videos that are on my YouTube channel. So we have here, for example, my latest video is GPT Engineer, generate a full code base with one prompt. And we have the views and the date published, and here is the data that was extracted. So as you can see, we didn't specify how many items we wanted to extract, but by default, it extracted 20 items. Sometimes it does only 10 or 15, but you can also specify how many items you want. For example, here, I can tell ChatGPT, can you scrape 10 more items from the YouTube website I provided before? And if I press enter, Scraper is going to extract 10 more items from this same page. All right, as you can see, now it's continuing the previous list. So it's scraping 10 more items. And well, we can see now that we have that analysis project with Python. This was published 7 months ago. And well, in total, we have 30 items scraped from my YouTube channel. And now, if you want to export all of this data into Excel or into a spreadsheet, you can ask ChatGPT to put all this data scraped into a table. And to do this, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT, can you put that 30 items scraped in a table? And with this, I'm gonna get all this data inside the table. So we're gonna get 4 columns. Here, the first column is the number of the item, then we have the title, then we have the views, and then we have the date it was published. So as you can see, we have this data, and although we cannot export all this data into a CSV file because I don't have the code interpreter plugin, maybe when this code interpreter plugin is available for everybody, I can easily export it into a CSV file. But right now, the best way to do this is putting the data into a table and then copying and pasting this data into a spreadsheet like Excel or Google Sheets. All right, now I have to stop the response because after the row number 26, it had some errors here in the row number 26. It didn't put the data inside the views and the published column. This is an error that shouldn't happen all the time. Actually, I did a test before making this video, and it didn't have this error. And well, this after doing this, automatically it generated another table, but again it produced the same error. But anyway, as you can see, at least the first 25 items were successfully included into this table. And now you can copy this and paste it into Excel, and well, you have your data scraped. Now let's move on to the next example. So for the next example, we're gonna scrape this website, Business Insider, and as you can see, this one has a different format from YouTube, and we're gonna extract the titles of the news, then we're gonna extract the description and the date when the article was published. And as you can see here, we have many news listed in this website, and to do this, we're going to the to ChatGPT, and well, here we're gonna write the following prompt. So script the headline, date published, and description from the articles listed in this website. And here we have the website businessinsider.com. And after we press enter, we're gonna scrape all the data inside this website. All right, as you can see, for some reason, Scraper wasn't able to scrape the data inside this website, which is weird because before making this video, I did a test. Here, as you can see, I did a test with Scraper and it was able to scrape data from Business Insider. And I'm going to show you here the data that it was able to scrape. So here in this prompt, it was the same prompt I used before and it was able to scrape the data from Business Insider. For example, here I have Mark Zuckerberg's comeback is in full swing and is here, if I'm not wrong, is here, is this website. So we have the title, the description, and the time it was published. So we have title, description, and date published. In this case, it wasn't able to scrape the date published, but the title and description was successfully scraped. And well, in my first attempt, it scraped the first 5 items, but then it was able to scrape 10 more items, as you can see here. So as you can see, this plugin is able to scrape websites. It does a good job sometimes it fails for some reason, but in general, if the website isn't against web scraping in the terms of service, and if the website doesn't load its data dynamically, you shouldn't have any problem scraping the website using this ChatGPT plugin. And to explain you what I mean by loading data dynamically, I'm gonna attempt to scrape the data from my own website. So here's my website, thepycoach.com, and here I publish articles about AI and programming, data science, well, any kind of tech topics. And as you can see here, there are a list of articles, and if we scroll down, we see that there are more articles, but those articles are only loaded if we scroll down. So this website needs scrolling to load all the data. And this is what I mean by loading the data dynamically. If you need to click on a button or to scroll down to get more data, that means that the website loads its data dynamically. And well, you can still scrape data from this website. For example, if I go here to ChatGPT, I can actually scrape the data from this website. But the problem is that we're not gonna able to scrape all the data. So let's give it a try. So here's the prompt that I'm gonna use. Scrape the headlines, date publish in text. This is this part of the item. As you can see here, publish in, and this is the name of the publication. So as you can see, we also want to extract this part of the item. Then we have also the description, and well, we want to extract all this data from the articles listed on my website. So if I press enter, we're gonna be able to extract the first items that are on my website. So probably the first 5 or 6 items, but we're not gonna be able to extract all the items that are in this page because the items are loaded dynamically. And that's an issue that right now Scraper is not able to handle. All right, as you can see, we only scraped the first 5 items. And well, if I ask Scraper to do some scrolling to scrape more items, it's gonna tell me that it's not able to do this. And well, that's some of the limitations this plugin has. Some other limitations, as I mentioned before, is that it doesn't scrape websites that are against web scraping in their terms of service. It also doesn't scrape websites that load data dynamically. And it doesn't do clicks, scrolling, or other stuff that you will do with tools like Selenium, for example. Other than that, this plugin is great for scraping simple websites, and well, it can save you some minutes when you want to extract data from some websites. One of the problems I have when scraping or automating websites are anti-bot protection services like Cloudflare or CAPTCHAs. If you see this screen when logging to ChatGPT, you already know what I'm talking about. If you're a real person, you'll easily pass these tests, but if you're using an automation tool like Selenium, your bot will get stuck. So in this video, I'll show you how ChatGPT helped me bypass Cloudflare and CAPTCHAs. So let's get started. Disclaimer, bypassing CAPTCHAs is prohibited on most websites by their TOS. This video is only for educational purposes. Do not use this in any harmful way. Okay, let's start by bypassing Cloudflare. If you go to ChatGPT and ask the question how to bypass Cloudflare, it's not going to work. It's going to give you some suggestions that actually don't work, or ChatGPT is going to tell you that it can help you with this type of things. So what we have to do is be very specific with the library we want to use to bypass Cloudflare. In this case, I'm going to use a Python library called undetected Chrome driver. And what I have to do is write the following. Use the Python library undetected Chrome driver to bypass Cloudflare. And if I press enter, we're going to see the code that we can use for this. Okay, ChatGPT finished generating the code, and here it's giving me the steps to use this library called undetected Chrome driver. And basically it's telling me that undetected Chrome driver is a Python package designed to bypass Cloudflare. And here's giving me the steps on how to use this library. So first we have to install this library. We need to have Selenium, which is the automation tool, and undetected Chrome driver, which is the library that allows us to bypass Cloudflare. Then what we have to do is use this script just to get started. So I'm going to copy this, and this is the script we can use to bypass Cloudflare. Actually, we don't need all the elements, so I'm going to delete the elements that we are not going to need for this tutorial. So for example, this is not necessary. I also added a wait of 100 seconds because sometimes it automatically closes the window and I don't want that. And finally, I'm going to change the name of the website here. Instead of example.com, I'm going to write ChatGPT or chat.openai.com. So this is the website, and before I run this, I'm going to show you what happens if we run just the average Selenium script that we usually use. So if I run this without using the undetected Chrome driver, we get this. So we have to verify if we're a human, and this is an infinite loop. So we cannot verify this because Cloudflare knows that we're using Selenium. So this is like an infinite loop. We cannot bypass this. So I'm gonna quit this one. And if we use this script that we copied and pasted, so this is the script that ChatGPT generated, we're gonna get the website, but we're not going to see Cloudflare. So this is Chrome driver, then we're going to chat.openai.com, and we bypassed Cloudflare. This is just the message that ChatGPT set capacity right now, but if we refresh this, probably we're going to see, yeah, the welcome to ChatGPT page. So we bypass Cloudflare in this website. And this is not the only website that uses Cloudflare. There are other websites that use this service for protection. For example, I found that also the website Udemy uses Cloudflare. And well, if you're trying to automate a website that has Cloudflare, now you know that you can use undetected Chrome driver to bypass this service. Okay, now the second thing I want to show you is how to bypass CAPTCHAs. So if you go to ChatGPT again, to the website of ChatGPT, and you click on sign up or login, in this case, I'm going to click on login, you're going to see this page, and here you see a CAPTCHA. So if we pass this CAPTCHA, we'll be able to log in or to sign up and create a new account. And you can easily pass this step if you're a real person, but if you're using an automation tool like Selenium, you won't be able to pass this CAPTCHA. Even if you're using the undetected Chrome driver that I showed you before, you won't be able to pass this CAPTCHA. And this type of CAPTCHA is not only present on this website, but on Discord and also on Google. So I'm not an expert on bypassing CAPTCHAs, so what I did before and what I'm gonna do now is ask ChatGPT how to bypass a CAPTCHA. So I'm gonna write this. So here I'm writing how to avoid seeing CAPTCHAs with Selenium. And this is a very simple question. I want to know what step I can follow to bypass a CAPTCHA with Selenium. Okay, ChatGPT gave me 6 tips, and they are actually not bad tips. They actually help you prevent seeing CAPTCHAs. But in websites like ChatGPT, here, this CAPTCHA is gonna show up regardless of what you do. If you're a human, you're gonna see this CAPTCHA, and if you're a bot, you're still gonna see this CAPTCHA. So most of the tips that ChatGPT gave here are not so useful. And I found that tip number 5 useful for any case is this one. Use a CAPTCHA solving service. If you find that you frequently encountering CAPTCHAs, you can use a service like anti-CAPTCHA or 2CAPTCHA. And these are paid services, but they are very cheap. For example, here I'm in the website of 2CAPTCHA, and by the way, this is not any kind of sponsor. You can use the other service, which is anti-CAPTCHA, but I just created an account on 2CAPTCHA, and well, the prices are very cheap. So for $1 you can get, for example, 501 solutions for reCAPTCHA version 2, which is the version that most websites use. But in the case of Discord, I think they use HCAPTCHA. So here you can see Discord HCAPTCHA. So you have to see the version of the CAPTCHA that the website uses. And as you can see here, for $3, you can get 334 solutions. So I think this means that you can bypass this CAPTCHA 334 times. Anyway, if you use toCAPTCHA or anti-CAPTCHA, then you can integrate this with Python. So here I have the code that I need to use to integrate this with Python. First, I need to install the toCAPTCHA Python library, and then I have to copy and paste this code. And here I have the code that helps me connect to the API of toCAPTCHA. And this is very simple. You can do it on your own or use this script as a template. I'm going to leave this script in the description, by the way. Okay, once you have this template, we only need to do two things on the website that we want to bypass the CAPTCHA. We have first to get the site key, and then we have to send the CAPTCHA key to the form of the website. So I'm going to explain you how to do this. So first, I'm going to one of the websites. In this case, I'm going to use the CAPTCHA on the Google website. And well, here I'm going to right click and press on inspect. And first we have to get the site key. And to get the site key, we only have to press Ctrl F and write site key. So probably you're gonna find something that says data-site key or something like that. You only need to get this site key that contains the key that we need to send to toCAPTCHA or anti-CAPTCHA so they can solve the CAPTCHA for us. So basically these companies have people that manually solve our CAPTCHAs and they need the site key. So we send them the site key, and then once they solve the CAPTCHA, they send us back the CAPTCHA key. And we need this CAPTCHA key to bypass the CAPTCHA that we see on the website. So first we need this site key, and well, we need only to copy this and paste it. But if you want to automate this with Selenium, what you have to do is locate this HTML element. And to do this with Selenium, what we have to do is write the following. So we have to write driver, then that, and then find element. Then we have to use one of the elements that we see here. In this case, I'm going to use the ID, and the ID has the reCAPTCHA demo. So here ID, then value, and then reCAPTCHA demo. So to get the key, we have to use the getAttribute function. And in the getAttribute, we have to specify the name of the attribute. In this case, data-site key. So I write getAttribute and then data-site key. And with this, I get the key of the site. So I'm going to create a variable named site key equal to this. And then I'm going to print the site key so we can see how it looks. Okay, after that, we have to generate an API key. And to do that, we have to go to the website of toCAPTCHA or anti-CAPTCHA or whatever service you're using. And then we have to generate the API key. And once you have your API key, you have to initiate an instance of toCAPTCHA. And well, I'm named this as solver. And then you have to indicate which kind of CAPTCHA you want to use. And toCAPTCHA has different types of CAPTCHA. I'm going to show you here all the types of CAPTCHA that you can use. Here you have normal CAPTCHA or text CAPTCHA or reCAPTCHA version 2, version 3, HCAPTCHA, and more. And well, I just click here, reCAPTCHA v2, and I copied this. So here we have to give the site key, and the site key is inside this variable. Then we have to give also the URL of the website, and in this case, this is the URL of the website, and that's pretty much it. Then we get a response, and in this response, we have different elements, and the element that we want is the code. So this is the code of the CAPTCHA key, and this is the code that we have to use to bypass the CAPTCHA, and that's pretty much it. And by the way, here at the beginning of this script, I'm using again undetected Chrome driver, and well, that's pretty much it. Now we only need to send the CAPTCHA key to the form. And well, to do this, what we have to do is go back to this website, and here we need to look for a text area. So we need to look for an input where we can send this CAPTCHA key. And there are different ways to find this text area or this input. You can simply write text area, and sometimes it will return this CAPTCHA. So in this case, it helped me, but in some other cases, it might not help you. And what you can write also besides text area is the word reCAPTCHA. So if the CAPTCHA that you're seeing is a reCAPTCHA, you only have to write something like reCAPTCHA, and you're gonna see the text area where you're supposed to send the CAPTCHA key. So that's another way to find it. And well, once you find this text area that is here, what we have to do is send the CAPTCHA key to this element. And actually, it took me some time to figure out how to send this CAPTCHA key to the text area. I was trying to send this with the send keys function that we have on Selenium, but it didn't work. So what I did was go to ChatGPT and ask how to send a CAPTCHA key with Selenium. And ChatGPT gave me two solutions. The first was the solution that I was trying before and that I explained you. The solution was using the send keys, but this didn't work. And ChatGPT fortunately gave me another solution. And this one worked. And this one is using the execute script function. So I only had to copy this and then paste it here. And that's pretty much it. So if I didn't have ChatGPT, I wouldn't be able to do it, or probably it would have taken me so much time. And well, basically what we do here is execute a JavaScript code. I think I'm not an expert on JavaScript. I don't know so much, but what I do know is that here we're finding the element using an ID, and the ID is here. So I can find the ID of this text area element here. So the ID is reCAPTCHA response. We only have to copy this and paste it here. So reCAPTCHA response, and then we have to introduce the value of that CAPTCHA key, and this value is right here. So I told you that we're gonna get a response, and then we have to struct the code. So we have to copy this code and paste it here. So instead of CAPTCHA key, we have this, and with this everything should be ready. So after we do this, we should be able to pass the CAPTCHA. So in some websites we only have to pass the CAPTCHA. In other websites we have to do some action after we pass the CAPTCHA. In this case we have to press on the submit button, but on Discord I think you only have to pass the CAPTCHA, and if you're on ChatGPT, I think you have to pass the CAPTCHA and then introduce your email address and your password. But anyway, here I'm going to create the XPath that gets the submit element, and well, here we're using the driver to find the element, and here's the XPath that I created before. So we only have to click on this submit button, and with this we're gonna pass the CAPTCHA. But as I told you before, we don't need to do this in some other websites. With sending the CAPTCHA, it should be enough. So now that this is ready, I'm gonna run this and see if we successfully bypass this CAPTCHA. But before doing this, I'm gonna add a wait using the time module, so the window won't automatically close. So here time.sleep, and here 100. So I avoid the window automatically closing. So with this should be enough. And I'm gonna run this and see what happens. So I'm running this script. Now it's gonna open this window, and we have here the CAPTCHA. And if we go to the right, we see that we got the side key, and now it's solving the CAPTCHA. Let's just give it some seconds. And now we can see that we successfully bypassed the CAPTCHA. And well, we did this using the 2CAPTCHA service, and also ChatGPT helped me sending the CAPTCHA key to the form. In a previous video, I showed you how to scrape websites using ChatGPT, giving simple prompts. For example, scrape book titles from bookstoscrape.com. But these simple prompts don't always help us scrape websites with ChatGPT. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to scrape any website using ChatGPT, but not this version that you're seeing, but this one, the playground version, that is way faster than the basic version and doesn't have limitations. And in this video, we're going to scrape Amazon and Twitter, creating the right prompt. So let's get started. Okay, to scrape websites like Amazon and Twitter, we cannot just copy and paste the link and say scrape this website, for example, with Python. We cannot do that because ChatGPT is not able, at least right now, it's not able to create the code to scrape this website. But what we have to do is give some instructions so it understands how we want to scrape the website. And to explain you this much better, I'm going to use this website that has a very basic HTML code to show you how this works. So first, I'm going to delete all of this. And to do this, You don't have to know so much Python or JavaScript, but what you have to do is have some knowledge of HTML. So let's do this. First, let's go to this website, saplightscript.com/movies, and what we have to do is right-click and click on Inspect. So we click on Inspect, and then we have the developer tools with the HTML code. So what we have to do first is identify the element that represents the text that we want to extract. For example, here I want to extract the movie titles in this list. So I'm gonna select this first element and we get this. So we want to extract these 8 elements. And as we can see, these 8 elements are inside this rectangle that is represented by this element that has the UL tag and the scripts-list class. So what we have to do is tell ChatGPT to locate this element that has the UL tag, and then extract the text inside the 8 elements. So let's create the right instructions. So first, I'm gonna copy the link of the website and say something like this. So we write scrape this website, and here I have the website that I copied before. And here I'm indicating with Python and Beautiful Soup. You can change the libraries. It doesn't matter for this simple example. So first we start with this, and then we have to specify the elements that we want to scrape. So in this case, we want this element that is the rectangle that contains all the movie titles, and then the 8 elements. So what we have to do is write the following. So I previously created an instruction, and now I'm going to explain you. So first, locate the element with tag UL and class scripts list. And this is the element that represents the rectangle that contains all the movie titles. And then I'm saying scrape all the 8 elements inside. So basically we're giving instructions to ChatGPT on how to scrape this website. So first the rectangle, and then the 8 elements that contains the text that we want to extract. And finally, what I'm going to say is get the text attribute, because so far we only have the 8 element, but we want the text. So get the text attribute and print. So these are all the instructions, and we created the right prompt that we need to get the code that scrapes this website. So I'm going to click on submit, and then ChatGPT is going to generate the code very fast. As you can see, we already finished with the code generation, and now I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to paste it here. So I paste it here, and hopefully this is going to work. It doesn't always work at the first try, but as you can see here, we got the movie titles. So we got all the movie titles listed in this website. So we got all the movie titles that are here. And that's how it works. So now that you understand how this approach works, now let's scrape the data inside Amazon and also Twitter. And the approach is going to be exactly the same. So we only need to give the right instructions. So let's try with Amazon first. So let's say that you want to extract some book titles. So you go here to Amazon.com, and then you write self-help books. And then you have the results. And here what you have to do to extract the movie titles is, again, right click and then click on inspect. Then what we have to do is click on this button. We select this one, and this is the element that represents the book titles for each book that you see here. So for book number 1, 2, 3, and so on. So all the books that you see here have the same HTML element, and is this one. And we got this by clicking here and then selecting the title of the book. So great. Now that we have this element, we have to tell ChatGPT that we want to locate this element. And by the way, in this case, I'm not going to use Beautiful Soup, but I'm going to tell ChatGPT that I want to use Selenium and Python. In this case, Selenium, because it's not possible to scrape Amazon with Beautiful Soup, but we have to tell ChatGPT to use Selenium. So let's do this. First, again, I'm going to copy that link that we used for this, that we got after searching self-help books. Then we go to Playground, we delete this, and we give the first instruction. So first, scrape this website. And this is the website the link that we got. So I copied and pasted it. Then I'm saying do it with Python, Selenium, and Chrome driver. And here I'm specifying Chrome driver because if you don't specify, sometimes ChatGPT generates the code with Firefox, so Firefox driver. In my case, I don't have Firefox driver, I only have Chrome driver, so I specify Chrome driver. And then what we have to do is tell ChatGPT to create an XPath that contains this element. So this is the element that we want to locate. And if you don't know Selenium, in Selenium, we have to create XPath. And basically you can build an XPath with the elements that you see here. The tag name, the attribute name, and the attribute value that is in orange. So let's tell ChatGPT to do all of this. So here I have instruction and I'm gonna copy and paste it. And then I'm going to explain what it means. First, wait 5 seconds. In Selenium, we can wait some seconds, and I'm telling to wait 5 seconds. And then the part that I was telling you before, locate all the elements with the following XPath. So here I'm saying all the elements because I want to extract multiple books, and I want to locate all the elements that are similar to this one highlighted in blue. And then I say the span tag, and basically this is the span tag that we have here. Then the class attribute, and this is the class that we have here. So we're only describing the name of the elements that we have here. And finally, we have to specify the attribute name, which is in orange. So basically, we're only describing the elements that are here. And then ChatGPT is gonna build the XPath with these elements. So that's everything we have to do. And finally, I'm gonna tell get the text attribute and print it. So get the text attribute because we don't want only the element, but the text that is inside. In this case, here the text is the name of the book. All right, now that we have all the instructions and that the prompt is completed, I'm gonna press on submit and hope that ChatGPT is gonna create the right code that scrapes this website. So as I told you before, it doesn't always work and you have to try again when it doesn't work, but hopefully it's gonna work this time. So now I'm gonna delete the code that I generated for the previous website and let's test this out. So I'm gonna run this and here it tells me that I need a path for the Chrome driver. And as you might remember, we need to introduce a path, and here I pasted my path. So you have to copy and paste the path where your Chrome driver is located. Obviously, ChatGPT doesn't know where your Chrome driver is located in your computer, so you have to do this manually. And it's the only thing that you have to do manually. So now that I copied and pasted my path, I run this, then I go to the left and probably this is gonna open, the Chrome driver is gonna open with the Amazon website. Then we wait 5 seconds and hopefully all the book titles are gonna be scraped. So we wait 5 seconds and then I go to the right. And well, now as we can see here, we have all the book titles. So for example, the first one is Stop Overthinking, 9 Steps to Eliminate Stress. So here I go and we have this book. So Stop Overthinking, 9 Steps to Eliminate Stress. And we can see that all the books here were scraped and we print them here. So we have all the books successfully scraped and we did this without writing code, but only giving the right instruction to ChatGPT. Okay, finally, I'm gonna show you how to scrape tweets from Twitter. And first, what we have to do is go to twitter.com and then go to the search Twitter bar and here write anything you want. So I'm gonna write ChatGPT and then I'm gonna get all the tweets related to this word. So first I have this one, for example, and what we have to do is inspect again the website. So I right click and then click on inspect. So we get the element that represents the tweet here. So for example, we got this element and this is not the element I actually want, but the one I want is this one because this represents the whole text. Before we only got one word, but here, this one that I'm highlighting right now represents the whole tweet. So let's tell ChatGPT to build an XPath that locate this element. So if we do that, we're going to be able to extract all the tweets from Twitter. So let's identify first what are the elements that we're going to use. So first, the tag is div. And then we have to choose one attribute. We have dir, we have length, we have class, and we have some others. In this case, I'm going to use length because this length represents language. And all the tweets are going to be in one language. For example, this one is in English. And this length attribute is going to be always present. And that's why I'm going to choose this one. So I'm going to tell ChatGPT to create an XPath that has the div tag and the length attribute name. So let's do this. First, I'm going to copy the link that I got after searching the word ChatGPT, and then I'm going to start creating the prompt. So I go to Playground again, and then I write the following. So scrape this website. This is the link I copied before. And then I say using Python, Selenium, and Chrome driver. All right, that's very easy. Now let's continue. And then I'm going to say something like this. Maximize the window. In this case, I'm just testing to maximize the window. You can do this with Selenium, and that's why I indicated this. Then I say, wait 15 seconds. And in this case, I say wait 15 seconds because I'm using a version of Selenium that is pretty slow. And I'm doing this because as you might have noticed, the code generated with ChatGPT is written in Selenium 3. And I installed a version of Selenium 3 that is not so efficient. You can try installing a version of Selenium 3 that is very efficient. I don't know which version is that, but unfortunately I had a version that is a bit slow. But anyway, then we have to continue with instruction, and then I say, locate all the elements that have the following XPath. Again, I indicate all the elements because I want all the tweets that have the following XPath. Then I say the div tag, and well, the div tag is because I have this div as tag, and then I have to indicate the length attribute name, and then I say the attribute name length, and that's everything we have to do. And then I'm gonna finish this saying print the text inside these elements, so I get the tweets that were that are here in this page. So now I'm gonna click on submit, and hopefully we're gonna generate the code that does the job. So now ChatGPT is generating all the code very fast. So I'm gonna copy and I'm gonna paste this here on PyCharm. I'm just gonna make sure, yeah, I copied everything. Now I go to PyCharm, and then I'm gonna test this out. But before I do this, I'm gonna copy and paste the path of my cron driver. Okay, I just pasted the path of my cron driver, and now I'm gonna test this out. So I'm gonna run this, and then I go to the left, and now cron driver is gonna be open. So let's give it a second. So now it maximizes the window as I indicated in the instructions. Then it's gonna open the link of Twitter, and then it's gonna extract all the tweets that are in this first page. So something you have to know is that on Twitter, we can only extract the tweets that are visible. So we're going to extract only the first tweet, I think, or maybe the first, the second, and the third. And what you have to do to extract all the tweets is scroll down. So let's see if this is true. So as you can see, we only extracted the first tweet. And this happens because on Twitter, it works like that. You have to load all the tweets by scrolling down, and only then you have to extract all the tweets. That's in case you want to extract all the tweets in the page. In this case, for me, for this demonstration, it's enough to extract the first tweet, as you can see here. But in case you want to extract all the tweets in the page, what you have to do here is add one more instruction saying something like scroll down X times and then scrape the tweets or scrape the data. So that's something that I'm gonna leave it to you, and you can test it out on your own. Currently, the only way to upload files to ChatGPT is by using the code interpreter plugin. However, this plugin isn't available to everyone yet. So in this video, I'll show you a free workaround I found to upload files to ChatGPT and work with them as if you were using the code interpreter plugin. By the end of this video, we're gonna have something like this green button that we can click on it and upload any file that we want. And this is gonna be pretty easy and straightforward. So let's get started. Alright, first we have to go to ChatGPT, and then it doesn't matter if you're using GPT 3.5 or GPT-4, this is gonna work with both models. So now we have to copy and paste this prompt that I'm gonna leave on the description of this video. And this is the prompt. And basically what this prompt does is tell ChatGPT to create a submit file button, and also tells what are the files that are going to be supported. For example, TXT, GS, CSS, JSON, and CSV files. And well, these are the files that are going to be supported, and ChatGPT is going to create a JavaScript code that we're going to paste in the console to get this green button. And something important you need to know is that ChatGPT has a limit of 15,000 characters. So every time we reach that limit, we have to split the file into different chunks. For example, if we have a TXT file or a CSV file with 30,000 characters, we're going to have two chunks of 15,000 characters each. And we're going to do this automatically thanks to this prompt. Okay, once you copy and paste this prompt, we only have to press enter, and then we have to copy the JavaScript code that is going to be generated. Okay, now that we have the code, we only have to copy this code, and then we have to right click on any part of the site and then select inspect. So now we have these developer tools, and we have to click on these two arrows that you can see here. So we click here and then we select console. And once we are on the console, we have to clean everything that we see here that is in red. So we click on this erase button that is here, clear console. And then we have all of this empty. So now we can paste the code that we just copied. So I'm gonna paste this one. And then once this JavaScript code is pasted, I'm gonna press enter. And as you can see now, we have this submit file button here on the bottom of this page. So now we can submit any file we want, as long as it has one of the formats that are supported that you can see here. So TXT, CSV, JSON, and more. In this case, I'm gonna use the CSV file to do some data analysis. So I'm going to click on submit file, and then I'm gonna select this population_total.csv. But before I upload this file, I'm going to start a conversation with ChatGPT from scratch to avoid any issue. Okay, now I have a new chat with ChatGPT, and by the way, when you start a new chat, you have to follow the same steps to get this submit file button. So now I'm going to click on it, and then I'm going to select population_total. And as you can see here, this prompt split that file into different chunks. For example, here I have the first part of this file. And then if we scroll down, we're gonna see that the second part, and if we keep scrolling, we're gonna see the third part, and I think the total is 7 parts. So we should wait a couple of seconds or minutes depending on which model you're using, GPT 3.5 or GPT-4. GPT-4 is gonna take more time because it's a bit slower, but with GPT 3.5, it should be faster. Okay, now ChatGPT finished uploading all the 7 parts of this CSV file, and now I can start doing my data analysis. I'm gonna start by using this prompt. So I'm gonna read the 7 parts of this CSV file into a data frame using Python and make a line plot of this population data specifically for China and India. So I'm gonna tell ChatGPT to do this. So I'm gonna press enter and see what happens. So now I'm going to the last line, and as you can see, ChatGPT is generating the code that is going to get me this line plot. So I just copy this code, and here in Jupyter Notebook, I'm going to paste it. But here I have to make a little change because, as you might remember, ChatGPT split the file into 7 chunks. But here I have this file just in one single file. So what I have to do is just get rid of this part, and instead of reading file name, I'm going to read population_total.csv. That's the only change that I'm going to make. And after doing this, everything should be fine. So now I'm gonna run this, and we should see the line plot. And as you can see, here's the line plot, and this is the population growth of China and India over the past years. But as you can see, this bar plot wasn't properly generated. Here we have 1955 at the end and 2020 at the beginning. And what I did was ask ChatGPT again, and I got a new code, and I can paste it and replace the previous code that I have. Here, instead of reading every chunk, I have to read the file as a whole. So here I use this code, and now I can run this and get the proper line plot for the population growth of China and India. And now as you can see, it looks perfect. And that's how we do data analysis with ChatGPT. I coded a web app that tracks Amazon prices using ChatGPT and Python. To track prices of a product, you only have to type the name of a product and how many pages you want to scrape. Then the app will scrape the data, compare the price with previous datasets, and list the products showing how much the price has decreased or increased. And that's pretty much it. And in this video, I'll show you how to do all of this from scratch. So let's get started. Alright, before we start using ChatGPT, let's see all the elements that are gonna be part of this app. First, we have the app.py. Here we define the routes and functions that will handle the requests. Then there is Amazon_products.py that will script the data and wrangle the data to display it in the page. Then we have two HTML files, search and result. The first has the inputs we need to pass to script data, and the second shows the list of products with a change of price. Finally, we have the static folder. Here I downloaded the logo of Amazon that will go on top of the page, and we'll also add some CSS. Alright, now let's create the prompt. Okay, first we're going to tell ChatGPT to create a web app using Flask and Python. And the app.py should have two main functions, the search and result function. And basically, these functions will render the search HTML page and the results HTML page. Also, the results function will render a page with a list of products, which is this list of products that you can see here, which are the products that we scraped from Amazon. Okay, in the second part of the prompt, we're going to tell ChatGPT how we're going to extract this data. And well, we tell it that we're going to call a function named extract_data, and the inputs that we're going to give this function are the keyword, which is the name of the product, then the number of pages, and the current date. And the current date, we get this with the datetime module. Okay, in the last part of the prompt, we tell ChatGPT what happens if the user only wants to filter data. For example, if you want to filter the product by price or by name, you're not going to type the keyword or the number of pages again. So we have to tell ChatGPT what to do. And in this case, we're going to read a CSV file named price_change. And this CSV file is generated from the extract_data function that was mentioned in the second part of the prompt. Also, I'm telling ChatGPT to filter the names and the products using the pandas library. And finally, as a note, I'm telling ChatGPT that the inputs, such as the keywords, the number of pages, or the filters, are optional, so the user may introduce them or not. Now that this is complete, I'm gonna press enter and wait until ChatGPT generates all the code. So it's generating the search function, the result function, and also the extract data function that I'm gonna modify later. I'm gonna copy this code and I'm gonna paste it on app.py, which is here. Then I'm gonna tell ChatGPT to create a search HTML page. And well, now it's creating the HTML page with all the inputs. So it's the keywords input, the number of pages, the minimum and maximum price. And well, I copy this HTML code and go to my templates and paste it on search.html. Now to test the HTML code, I'm going to the app.py and I'm going to comment out most of the code. So we first focus on the HTML code. So now I open the terminal and start the app.py. So now we go to this localhost and then we press enter and we see that everything is working fine. But this could look much better. So I'm going to tell ChatGPT to do some modifications. I'm going to tell ChatGPT to center the content in the search.html page and then add a line break between the inputs and also add an image of a logo that I'm gonna download. And then ChatGPT is gonna generate the HTML code. And once it's done, I'm gonna copy the HTML code and I'm gonna paste it instead of the code I had before. So I copy this code, I paste it in search.html, and now I'm gonna check out on the website. And here I'm gonna restart the app.py. I press enter and we see that the website looks much better, but there is something missing, the logo. So I'm going to PyCharm and here I have the logo.png. This is the Amazon logo. And you have to make sure that this file is inside the static folder. Once this file is there, we have to go to the HTML and we have to type the name of the file inside the src attribute. And in this case, I'm going to use the URL_for function because I want to make sure that Flask is going to search in the static folder. Then I go to the website again, and now I'm going to restart the app.py. We refresh the page and now we see the Amazon logo, but it's too big. So we have to add some CSS to modify the size. So I tell ChatGPT add CSS to customize the size of the logo image. And then ChatGPT is going to generate the code. And then we have to copy the code and insert it first in the HTML page and insert the class attribute in the HTML page and then open the styles.css and paste the CSS code. Then we have to go back to the HTML page and paste the link tag and specify what's the name of our CSS file. In this case, it's styles.css. Here we have to write the name. And well, that's pretty much it. And now to see the results, we go to the page and now we refresh. And we see that we have to modify a little bit the width and the height, and if we go back to the page and refresh, we'll see that the logo looks now much better. Okay, now that the HTML part is completed, let's have a look at the code generated by ChatGPT on the apps.py. So here we have the results function, and here we have the 5 inputs that are on the home page. So here are the keyword, the number of pages, minimum price and maximum price, and the filter by name. So those are the 5 inputs, and well, ChatGPT created this part of the code. Then we have the current date, and we use this date as an input in our struct data function. And this struct data function is basically the function that extracts all the data from Amazon. And I created this function using the same steps I showed you in the video where I scraped Amazon using ChatGPT. The steps are the same. In case you want to check that video, I'm gonna leave the link on the description. Okay, let's have a look at the struct_data function. So here's the function, and well, it has 3 inputs, and we struct the name of the product, the image of the product, and the price. Then we export all this data into a CSV file that has the current date in the name of the file. For example, I have a CSV file that has all the data that I extracted in the previous test. So the name, the price, and the image, and also the date. Well, that's one example. And now we have to import this function from the Amazon_product file. So here I import this function, and then we have to make some tweaks to the code that ChatGPT generated. First, this products variable is not going to be equal to the struct_data function, because this struct_data function actually export a CSV file, and this CSV file is this one that you can see here, and that's the purpose of the struct_data function, to generate a CSV file with all the data scraped, and we're going to use this CSV file to compare the prices of the products using the previous data scraped as a reference. Okay, now what I'm going to show you is another function, but this function I created on my own without using ChatGPT. This function is this one, get price change, and what this function does is clean the data that we structed. So we remove some null data, remove some duplicates, rename the data types and columns, and then we concatenate all the data script from different dates. And once we have the data frame with all that data concatenated, we compare the product price from the last date with the price of the product we obtained the first time we scraped this data. And well, we export all this data into a CSV file that I named price_change. And well, now we have to import this function from the Amazon_product script. And after we do this, we have to make some modifications. First, here I'm going to use the get_price_change function instead of extract_data. And well, this function, you already know what it does. And well, I'm going to copy this get_price_change and paste it here. And this one has one input, which is the current date. And well, the current date, we have this value from the datetime module that is here, that ChatGPT generated this code. So then what we have to do is modify the last line, which is products equal to products. We have to add the that_to_HTML. And basically what this does is print that data frame in the website using the HTML format. And if we add the attribute escape and set it equal to false, we can also print the link of the images of the products that we scraped. Okay, now I'm going to write some code to display the list of the products in the results HTML page. So here I write H2 with data scraped as subtitle, and then inside double curly braces I write products and then save to display all the list of the products. Then I add this blog content to inherit the search page inside the results page. So here I write the extends function, and now we have the content of the search page in the results page. Great, now it's time to test this out. So here first I'm going to delete this extract data function that ChatGPT generated, and I'm going to add that debug equal to true. Then I go back to the site, and here I restart the localhost and I refresh the page, and I'm going to scrape iPhones and 2 pages. Then we press on search and wait and see what happens. So here we have an error, and it has to do with the int data type. So here, some inputs, the number of pages, the minimum and maximum price, they have to be integers. So it's time to debug using ChatGPT. And I'm gonna tell ChatGPT that in the app.py, the 3 variables that I mentioned before should be integers. So now you can see that ChatGPT is debugging the code, and I'm gonna copy this part of the code because this is the only part that changes, and I'm gonna paste it here. So basically, it's the if condition, and we have to change this block. And I'm making some tweaks to the code that ChatGPT generated because I don't think it's correct. And well, those are some simple tweaks. I'm just moving some code, and that's basically what I did. Finally, I'm gonna add the get price change that we had before, but we remove it when we pasted the code that ChatGPT generated. Here is the get price change, and well, this is equal to products. And now the app.py is completed. Great, now I'm gonna make some final modifications to the search HTML page. First, I'm gonna put the blog content inside the div tag, and then I'm gonna modify the content inside the styles tag. Here I'm gonna write text align center just to center only the text. Great, now let's go back to the page for our final test. I open the terminal, restart app.py, and now we search for the keyword iPhone and 2 pages. So here you see that we're scraping Amazon, and the data scrape is here. So we see the photo of the iPhones, and we see the prices and the change of the price. So this is all the data that we scraped, and also we compared the last price with the first price. And now let's see if the filters are working. Here I'm gonna filter by price. For example, minimum price 100 and maximum 200. And now we see that we got an error. And this error has to do with the elif statement inside the app.py. And well, here what we have to do is modify the code so that the price filter and name filter are independent. And to do this, we have to separate into 2 if statements. So the first if statement, if min price and max price. And well, this is gonna just use the condition that you see here. And the second if statement is only with the name of the product, in this case the filter name. So we write filter name, and here what we do is use the contains function to filter by the name, and also use the case attribute and set it equal to false, so this is not case sensitive. Great, now let's test this one more time. So I restart the app.py, and we'll refresh the page, and I write again iPhone and then 2 pages. So we're gonna scrape 2 pages of the iPhone products, and we see here all the products. Let's test the filters. So 100 to 500, and in the filter name only iPhones, and we see that now we successfully filter all these products. And iPhones are not the only products that you can scrape. You can actually scrape any product on Amazon. For example, here I'm scraping laptops, and then I'm scraping TVs, and well, you see that it's working perfectly. And after I make a couple of tests, I realized that there is one little thing that we have to fix, and in this case is this issue that you see here. And what I did was just move some lines of code, and after I did this, everything was working just fine. And that's how you build an Amazon price tracker using Python. Alright, to start working with the ChatGPT API, we have to go to our OpenAI account and create a new secret key. So first we have to go to this website that I'm going to leave the link on the description, and then we have to go to the view API keys option. And here what we have to do is create a new secret key in case you don't have one. So in this case I have one, and I'm going to copy the key I have, and then we can start working with the API. So now I'm going here to Jupyter Notebooks, and we can start working with this API. And the first thing we have to do is install the OpenAI API. So ChatGPT, the API of ChatGPT, or the endpoint, is inside of this library, and we have to install it. So we write pip install OpenAI, and then we get, in my case, requirement already satisfied because I already have this library, but in your case, you're going to install this library. And then what we have to do is go to the documentation of ChatGPT API, which I'm going to leave in the description, and we have to copy the code snippet that is here. So you can copy from my GitHub that I'm going to leave also in the description, or you can go to the documentation. So this is going to be our starting point. And before you run this code, you have to make sure that here in this variable OpenAI.API_key, you type your secret key that we generated before. So you type here your key, and well, you're good to go. And here's something important you need to know is that the main input is the messages parameter, so this one. And this messages parameter must be an array of message objects where each object has a role. You can see here, in this case, the role is the user, and also we have the content. And this content is basically the content of the message. Okay, there are three roles. There are, besides user, we have also the admin role and also the assistant role. And we're going to see that later. And now I'm going to test this with a simple message here in the content. Here I'm going to leave the role as user as it was by default. And here I'm going to change the content of the message. So I don't want to write hello, but I want to type this. So tell the world about the ChatGPT API in the style of a pirate. So if I run this, we can see that we're gonna get something similar that we'll get with ChatGPT. But before running this, I'm going to delete this quote, and now I'm going to run, and we're gonna get a message similar to ChatGPT. So here we have a dictionary with two elements, the content and the role. And here I only want the content. This is the text that we're gonna get. We will get if we were using ChatGPT, and if I write content, I'm gonna get only the content, so only the text. So here's the text. So this is an introduction to the ChatGPT API in the style of a pirate, and well, this is the message or the response. And if we go to the website to ChatGPT, we're gonna see that we're gonna get something similar. So if I go here and I go to ChatGPT and I write tell the world about the ChatGPT API in the style of a pirate, we can see we get this message in the style of a pirate. So we get this ahoy there, and then all the things that a pirate will say, and we get here the same. So we get a similar message. So basically this response is what we will get with ChatGPT, but without all this fancy interface. So we're only getting the text. Okay, now to interact with this API as if we were working with ChatGPT, we can make some modifications to the code. For example, we can use the input function to interact with this API in a different way, as if we were working with ChatGPT, like in the website. So here I can use the input, and I can write, for example, user. So we are the users, and this is what we're going to ask ChatGPT, and this is gonna be my content. So here content, and instead of writing this, I'm going just to write content equal to content, and this is going to be the message that is going to change based on the input we insert. Then instead of just printing this message, I'm going to create a variable called chat_response, and this is going to be my response, but we're going to put it like in a ChatGPT style. So here I'm going to print this, and with this we can recognize which is the user request and which is that ChatGPT response. So let's try it out. Here I'm going to press Control Enter to run this. Okay, and here I'm going to type who was the first man on the moon. So if I press Enter, we get here the answer, and well, this is like in a ChatGPT style. We get an input where we can type any question or request we have, and then we get the answer by ChatGPT. And now let's see the roles that are going to change the way we interact with ChatGPT. Okay, now let's see the system role. The system role helps set the behavior of the system. And this is different from the user role, because in the user role, we only give instructions to the assistant. But here in the system role, we can control how the assistant behaves. For example, here I added two different behaviors. And to do this, first we have to use the messages object. It is the same messages object we had before. This is the same that we had here. But in this case, this is for the system role, and here I added two just to show you different ways to use this role, but usually you only have one behavior for the system, or sorry, for the assistant. And well, here in the first one, I'm saying you're a kind, helpful assistant. And well, in this case, we're telling the assistant to be as helpful as possible. And in the second one, it's something I came up with, and it's something like you're a recruiter who asks tough interview questions. So for example, with this second role, we can interact with ChatGPT as if it was a job interview. So it's something like ChatGPT is going to be the recruiter who asks questions, and we're going to be the candidate who answers all the questions. So let's use this second content, and now let's include this system role in our code. So to do this, I'm going to copy the code I had before and I'm going to paste it here. And as you can see, we have two messages variable, one with the system role and the other with the user role. And what I'm going to do is just append one list into the other. So to do this, I'm going to create or write messages that append, and then I'm going to put this dictionary inside my variable. So here I write append, and now I put this inside. And after doing this, I'm just have to delete this and write messages equal to messages. And with this, we have the system role and also the user role in our code. Now I only have to put this content equal to input at the beginning, and with this everything is ready. And now we can run this code. So first I'm going to run the messages here, the list I have, and then I'm going to run the code we had before, and here is asking me to insert something. So here I'm going to write just hi, and after this we're going to see that the behavior of ChatGPT change. So now it's telling us, hello, welcome to the interview. Are you ready to get started? And this happened because we changed the behavior of the assistant. Now the behavior is set to, you're a recruiter who asks tough interview questions. And well, here the conversation finished because this doesn't have a while loop, but here I'm going to add a while loop. So I'm going to write while true, and then I'm going to run again. So here I'm going to run again, and let's see how the conversation goes. So first I write hi, and then this is going to give me the answer that, well, welcome to the interview. And then can you tell me about a work related challenge that you overcame? So here I can say I had problems in public presentations and I overcame it with practice. So I'm going to write this and let's see how the conversation goes. And now it's asking me to add some specific actions I did to improve my presentation skills. So now you can see that ChatGPT is acting like a recruiter in a job interview. And this is thanks to this behavior we added in the system role. And well, now something that you need to know is that there is another role, which is the assistant role. And this role is very important. And it's important because sometimes here, for example, in this chat that is still on, if we write no, what we're going to see is that ChatGPT is not able to remember the conversation we had. So it cannot read the previous responses. So here, for example, I typed no, and what we got is thanks for sharing that. And actually, I didn't share anything. I just wrote no. And well, it's telling me to continue with something else. But as you can see, ChatGPT is not able to remember what we said before. And if we add an assistant role, with this, we can make sure that we build a conversation history where ChatGPT is able to remember the previous responses. So now let's do this. Let's create an assistant role. Okay, as I mentioned before, the system role is used to store prior responses. So by storing prior responses, we can build a conversation history that will come in handy when user instructions refer to prior messages. So here, to create this assistant role, we have to create again this dictionary, and then in the role we have to type assistant, as you can see here. And then in the content we have to introduce the chat response. And to understand this much better, I'm going to copy the previous code and I'm going to paste it here. So here the chat response is this one. This chat response that has the content of the response given by ChatGPT. So here I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to paste it here. And what I'm going to do here to include this assistant role is to append this into the messages list. So here I'm going to write messages that append and then the parentheses. And with this, we integrated the assistant role to our little script. And here, for you to see the big picture of all of this, I'm going to copy also the system role. And well, it's here, the system role. I'm going to delete this first line of code. And well, this is the big picture. So we have the system role. This sets the behavior of the assistant. Then we have the user which sets the instructions. And finally, we have the assistant, who stores all the responses. And with this, we can have a proper conversation with ChatGPT. Here, before I run this code, I'm going to customize a little bit more the behavior of the assistant in the system role. And here, I'm going to type this. So it's basically the same, but here I'm adding, you ask one question or one new question after my response. So to simulate a job interview. And well, now that this is ready, here I'm going to make sure that everything is right, and well, everything is perfect now. So here I'm going to run these two blocks, and then I'm going to type hi, so we can start with the interview. So are you ready for the interview? Yes. So here it's going to ask me a question. Let's get started. Can you tell me about your previous work experience? And well, I worked at Google, I'm going to say. And well, now it tells me, that's great. Can you tell me your role and responsibilities? And I can say, I was a software engineer. And well, now the conversation is gonna keep going, and ChatGPT is going to ask me more and more questions. And in this case, it remembers the previous responses I gave. So for example, I said I worked at Google, and here it's telling me the responsibilities I had at Google. And in the next response is also mentioning Google again. And I think if I mention the project that is asking here, for example, if I write, I had a credit card fraud detection project, and I overcame it with teamwork. I don't know, something like this. Then it's going to ask me about this project. So now it mentions teamwork, which I said in my previous response, and now is asking me more about this project. So with this, we can see that our assistant is storing our previous responses, and with this, we're building a conversation history that keeps the conversation going without losing quality in the responses. And that's pretty much it. Those are the three modes that you have to know to work with the ChatGPT API. Like ChatGPT, with Bard, you can create posts, get your questions answered, and solve math and coding problems. But are Bard's responses as good as ChatGPT's? That's what we'll see in this video. We'll see how good both ChatGPT and Bard are at reasoning, creativity, instruction understanding, and speed. So let's get started. Okay, for this test, I'm going to use GPT-4 to compare with Bard. And for some particular tests, I'm going to use GPT 3.5. Okay, first I gave both Bard and ChatGPT a simple coding questions, and both were able to solve this question. But in every Bard response, it seems that you're reading a blog post because it has too much text, and sometimes it doesn't give you the answer you're looking for right away. Both are also good at generating scripts from scratch. For example, I asked both ChatGPT and Bard to generate a script to send a message on WhatsApp using Python and the PyWattKit library, and both were able to generate this script without any errors. However, Bard sometimes refuses to generate the script that you asked for. For example, I asked Bard to generate a Python script to send an email, and it refused to do it. And this is a problem I almost never have with ChatGPT. You may have also noticed that Bard is faster than GPT-4. This is something good, but if you think of the quality of the responses and also the fact that Bard sometimes refuses to give your response, then speed isn't that relevant. I mean, I would prefer to wait some extra seconds to get a very good response than getting a quick response that doesn't solve my problem. So we can say that Bard is faster than GPT-4, but the quality of the responses of Bard isn't as good as GPT-4. Now, when it comes to instruction understanding, Bard had some difficulties. For example, Bard isn't good with roles. Roles allow us to customize the behavior of a chatbot. It works wonders with ChatGPT, but not with Bard. I asked both ChatGPT and Bard to act as an interviewer so that I can practice an interview for the software engineer position. ChatGPT changed its default behavior and started an interview with me, while Bard only gave the script of a job interview. And things got worse with Bard when I asked it to act as a language partner in order to have a conversation in Spanish. It refused to do it because it seems that it doesn't support other languages than English. Okay, now to test creativity with both chatbots, I asked both Bard and ChatGPT to create articles, emails, and blog posts. For example, here I'm asking to write a witty 500 blog post on why AI will not replace humans. And I also asked to use fan examples. And both ChatGPT and Bard are able to create these blog posts, but I found that blog post created by ChatGPT more creative than Bard. The one that Bard created is very standard and it didn't use fan examples and also it's not witty. But ChatGPT did a better job at using some analogies. For example, it used the Lego block as an analogy for one of the examples, and then it gave some fine examples, I would say, and it's not that bad compared to the article that Bart created. I also had ChatGPT and Bart answer this email that you can see here. Basically, I want to answer this email politely and say that we can talk next Friday at 8 p.m. but only for 15 minutes. And well, as I said before, ChatGPT and Bard did a very good job. They put some placeholders and they answered the email very politely. Okay, finally we're gonna test the reasoning capabilities of both chatbots. And to do this, we're gonna give both chatbots some math problems and we'll see if they're able to give the right answer to both math problems. Okay, the first exercise is this one. Roger has 5 tennis balls. He buys 2 more cans of tennis balls. Each can has 3 tennis balls. So how many tennis balls does he have now? This is an exercise I extracted from the prompt engineering video where we saw that sometimes chatbots are not good at reasoning and we have to help them using prompt engineering techniques like chain of thought prompting. And in this case, both were able to give the right answer. Well, in this case, the answer is 11. However, when I raised the bar a bit higher and give a more challenging exercise, bar gave the wrong answer the first time I gave the exercise that you can see now, while GPT-4 didn't have any problem. So we could say that GPT-4 is better at reasoning than Bard. And you could see this clearly if you give a more challenging math problem to both Bard and GPT-4. Pandas AI is a Python library that integrates artificial intelligence capabilities into Pandas, making data frames conversational. This means that you can talk with your data frame and get answers quickly by only giving simple prompts. And you can even automatically generate plots with prompts. And in this video, I'll show you how to work with Pandas AI. So let's get started. Okay, here I have a Jupyter notebook of a Pandas AI demo that you can get from the official GitHub repository. And well, here you can see how to get started with Pandas AI and you can see some simple examples. But I'm not gonna use this one. I'm gonna use a real dataset that I was working in another tutorial. And this dataset is gonna help us see the strong points and the weak points of this library, because this library is currently not perfect. It has some issues and we'll see how this library works. So I use this template to get started with this tutorial. I copied some lines of code and I pasted in my Jupyter notebook. Here first we have to install Pandas AI. So I'm going to run this one. I already have this library, so I'm going to continue with the next step. And this is the template we have to use to start with Pandas AI. First, we have to import Pandas, then we have to import Pandas AI, and then we have to import OpenAI. And this is because I'm going to use the OpenAI API key to work with Pandas AI. So we have to use these 3 libraries, and then I'm going to use this data frame that has some sales data from a supermarket, and I'm going to choose these 3 columns. So I'm going to quickly show you how this data frame looks. And here's the data frame. We have 3 columns: gender, product line, and the total. So basically this shows how much female and male spend on each product line. And this is the data set we're going to work with. Okay, now to continue with this tutorial, then we have to get our OpenAI API key. And this one we get from the OpenAI website. And well, we have to go to this website, which I'm gonna leave on the description. And we have to click on View API Keys. And here we have to create a new secret key. Then we have to instantiate an OpenAI object. And well, this is going to be the LLM and also a Pandas AI object. And here we're using the LLM from OpenAI. So we have our Pandas AI object. And with this, we can start talking with our data frame. So I'm going to run this. And now I'm going to use the Pandas AI object. So here I write pandas_AI. And then I'm going to use that run. And the first argument we have to pass is df, and the second is the prompt parameter. So I write prompt, and here we have to write any query we have. For example, let's see the data frame again. Here's a data frame, and now let's ask Pandas AI which unique products are in the product line column. So the only thing we have to do is go here in the prompt and type our question. So here I write which products are in product line. So product line is my column and I want to see the unique products. So if I run this, we should get our answer as if we were working with ChatGPT. So let's give it a second and we have the answer. So the product line includes this product, this other product, and well, we get all the products. And to verify this is correct, I'm gonna use that unique function and see which columns are here. So we see that health and beauty is here, electronic accessories, and the rest of the products. So this is correct. We got the correct answer, and we got this only by asking a simple question. And now let's continue by asking a more complex questions to see the capabilities of Pandas AI. So in this case, I'm going to use again the run function and pass in the df data frame I have. And in the prompt, I'm going to ask Pandas AI, for example, I want to calculate the total spent by each gender. So as you might remember, we have this data frame and I want to see how much female and male is spent in total. So if I want to know this, with Pandas AI, we can ask a simple question like calculate the total spent by each gender. So this is our prompt, and now I'm going to run this, and now we have the answer. We got the total spent by females and the total spent by males. And if you use the group by and the sum function, you can see that this answer is correct. But the thing is, when I tried to make a plot using Pandas AI, I didn't get this right answer. So to show you this much better, I'm going to ask Pandas AI to make a plot with this data. And here's my prompt. So it's plot a bar plot that shows the total spent by each gender. And in this case, the question is basically similar to the previous one. We already know the amount spent by each gender, but now we want to see it in a bar plot. And it should get it right, but in previous test I did, it didn't get it right. Let's see if now we get the right answer. And here we have the bar plot. So here, as you can see, we have female and male, and we have the total spent by gender. And in the male, we get a value close to this amount, 155. But for female, we get a value close to 600, which is inaccurate because here is 167. And well, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, Pandas AI could get these amounts right, but at the moment that we asked to make a bar plot, it didn't get it right. The amounts are not correct. And the previous test I did, I found that if you give Pandas AI the data frame with the calculation already made, it can give you the right answer. But if it has to make the calculation on its own and then make the plot, it doesn't get the answer right. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about in the next example, where we're going to make a pivot table using Pandas AI. Okay, in the next example, I'm going to try to create a pivot table with the following prompt. Calculate the total spent on each product line by both the male and female gender. So with this, I'm trying to generate a pivot table that shows how much both male and female spend on each product line. And I'm going to run this and see the results. And well, Pandas AI gave us the answer, but it gave us in a form of a text, and we didn't get the actual pivot table, which isn't bad. But if we want to keep working with the data, we need a pivot table. For example, I was planning to make a bar plot with a pivot table, but if I get only this text, I won't be able to do this. So this is one of the drawbacks of Pandas AI. It's more for talking with a data frame, but when it comes to generating something like a pivot table or a plot, it doesn't always get it right, or it doesn't get the result you expect. But anyway, Pandas AI still got the numbers right. And to verify this, I use the pivot table function, and with this I can get the pivot table that I was expecting to get. And we see that this 33, 170 is correct. It's here. And with this, we can verify that the numbers are right, but we actually didn't get a pivot table. But something cool you can do is use this data frame, this pivot table data frame that I created manually to generate a plot. Because as I mentioned before, if you give Pandas AI a data frame that is already processed, this data frame actually has the pivot table I was looking for, Pandas AI can generate the plot. And to show you this much better, I'm going to use again the Pandas AI object. But in this case, I'm not gonna pass in the df that we used before, not this one, not this df that we started working with, but the pivot table, which is another data frame that we created that only contains the pivot table that we wanted. And then I write prompt, and here I'm gonna ask Pandas AI to make a bar plot that shows how much money each gender spends on each product line. So now if I run this, we should get the bar plot with the values we wanted. And here's the bar plot. In this case, the female and male bars are divided. And we see, for example, that for female, we have a peak in 33 approximately, and the lowest point is in 17. And if we go to our pivot table, we see that this data is right. And well, we can verify that, again, Pandas AI can automatically generate your plot if you give the data frame with the data already processed. And well, with this we can say that Pandas AI is a good tool to use together with Pandas, but it's not a replacement for Pandas because it sometimes makes some mistakes and you still need to know how to write code to guide Pandas AI. Today I found a cool extension called Jupyter AI that adds a nice chat user interface to Jupyter Lab to ask about something in your notebook, adds magic commands to send prompts to AI models like ChatGPT, and even generates entire notebooks from a text prompt. This extension has increased my productivity when doing data analysis, and in this video I'll show you how to set it up and everything you can do with Jupyter AI. So let's get started. Alright, the first thing we're going to do is go to the documentation that I'm going to leave on the description, and here we're going to copy some code to install Jupyter AI, and you can install it with Conda or with pip. But if you're a Mac user who has the M1 or M2 Mac, I strongly recommend you to install it with Conda. So I have an M1 Mac and I'm going to install it with Conda, copying this code. So I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to open up a terminal to do this. So first I'm going to install, by the way, you need Python 3.10 or 3.8 to have this Jupyter AI. And also you need Jupyter Lab 3 because it doesn't support Jupyter Lab 4. So here I'm going to run this. And with this, I created a virtual environment with Python 3.10. Then what I have to do is activate this virtual environment. So I copy this code and I paste it here. And with this, I have this virtual environment activated. And then I have to install Jupyter AI. So I installed Jupyter AI, and with this, we're done. If you are using pip to do the installation, you only have to copy this pip install Jupyter AI, and you can also only install Jupyter AI Magics. Alright, the installation is done, and an extra step that Mac users with the M1 and M2 Mac have to do is uninstall this grpcio and also install it but with Conda. So I'm gonna copy and paste it. This is just one step extra we have to do. Okay, now that the installation is finished, I'm going to launch Jupyter Lab. So I just have to write Jupyter Lab, and then Jupyter Lab is gonna be launched. So I'm just gonna wait a couple of seconds and we should see a new icon, and that's the chat icon. And that's the chat interface that we install with this extension. And as you can see, I have this new icon, this new section on the left panel, and this is the chat icon. So here I can set up. Here you shouldn't see this, but since I have this installed previously, I already have GPT 3.5 and I already selected this option, and also I introduced my OpenAI API key. So here you have to copy your OpenAI API key and paste it here. I'm going to leave also in the description a link to generate a new API key in case you need one. So now that this is done, you can click on Save Changes and then click on the back arrow. So here I click on back, and here you can write anything you want. For example, I can write hello world and then press Shift plus Enter to start interacting with this Jupyter node That is the name of this bot. And by the way, remember that you need to have some credits to use this OpenAI API key. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Okay, later we're going to explore this chat interface in more detail, but right now I want to show you what we can do in a notebook. So I'm going to open up a new notebook. And the first thing we're going to do is load the extension that we just installed. So here I'm going to load the extension Jupyter_AI, and this is what we just installed. So we should get this message. It's fine. And the next thing we're going to do is list all the AI models that are available. So all the providers and all the AI models. So here we only have to write this AI and then list and then run this. So here I'm going to zoom out so we can see all the providers and all the models. So here, as you can see, there are many providers. It's not only OpenAI, and there are also many models. And one model we can use is ChatGPT. So what we have to do is, first, if we want to use one of the OpenAI models, we need to install the OpenAI package. So what we have to do is go here and write pip install OpenAI. So after we install this, we're going to be able to use the ChatGPT model and any model that is available on OpenAI, on the OpenAI package. So after we do this, we have to again introduce the OpenAI key, the API key that we had that we generated before. First, I'm going to delete this block, and here we have to do something like this. So we have to import OS and then insert in the environment variable our OpenAI API key. So here I pasted my API key, which by the way, I'm going to delete after recording this video because it's not safe to share your API key. And once we run this, we're going to be able to use the magic commands that I'm about to show you. So here, a cool thing you can do inside this notebook is use the magic commands. So we can do something like this, write double percentage sign and then write AI and then type the model that we want to use, in this case ChatGPT. So after this, you can simply insert a prompt, the same prompt that you will insert in ChatGPT. So here I can type this prompt, and this prompt says something like this: a function that computes the lowest common multiples of two integers, and a function that runs 5 test cases of the lowest common multiple function. So basically, we're gonna generate some code, and we're gonna use the ChatGPT model for this. So here I run this, and we should get those two functions. All right, we got the code that we asked for, and here is the code. So here is the lowest common multiple function and then the test case. So we have this because we introduced this prompt, and well, we generated this code. But as you can see, by default, the output of this AI command that we used is formatted as Markdown by default. But you can change the format of the output to code, Markdown, math, HTML, JSON, and text by using the F argument. And I'm going to show you how to do this. So first, I'm going to copy this prompt and I'm going to paste it below. So here I have this and I paste it. And now I can add the F argument that stands for format. And then I can specify which is the format that I want to get. In this case, code. So I write code. And now instead of getting this Markdown that we got before, because this is like the output is in Markdown format, we're gonna get code format. And here it is. So here we run this and we got this message: AI generated code inserted below. And this is the code. So first we have the function, LCM, and then we have the test cases that we asked for. So this is basically the same, but now it's not in Markdown format, but it's in code format. And that's even cooler. And as I mentioned before, code is not the only format that you can use. There are also the JSON format, the HTML format, and many others. Now I'm gonna test the math format, which adds those scientific formulas that you might have come across in the past. So here I'm using again the AI command and then the ChatGPT model. And in this case, I'm using the math format. So I'm saying generate that 2D heat equation in LaTeX surrounded by those dollar signs. And I don't want to include an explanation, but only the equation. So if I run this, we're gonna get those cool math formulas in in this format. So this is the format I wanted, and I get this because I use the math format. Alright, another cool thing you can do with the AI magic command is work with code located elsewhere in the Jupyter Notebook. So far we've been working with just the prompts that are located in the same cell. So here, what we can do also is work with code that is located in another cell, so elsewhere in the Jupyter Notebook. And to do this, I'm gonna just write a simple for loop here, and this for loop is gonna print the numbers from 1 to 9. So here is the for loop, and this for loop is located in this cell with the input 8, and well, it generates the output 8. And now if we want to get an explanation of the code inside cell with the input 8, what we can do is use again the AI command, the magic command, and now we can use the curly braces and also a special keyword, in this case the in keyword that stands for input. So here I'm gonna paste this, and well, we use again AI ChatGPT, and then we say in this prompt, explain the code below. And here I write these curly braces that we need, and then the int, which is a special list, and there are other type of lists like the out list and also the ERR that stands for error, and that we're gonna see later. But now it's in 8, and this represents this cell. So if I say explain the code below, this is going to explain the code in this cell, so this for loop. So now I'm going to run this, and we should get an explanation of the code in cell with input 8. And as you can see, we got an explanation of what this code does. So we got that the code iterates through a sequence of numbers from 1 to 8 using the for loop and other things. So now what we can do is also use another special list, and in this case I'm gonna use the ERR that stands for error. So ERR, and in this case I'm gonna delete this colon, and I'm gonna generate this error, and just to get an explanation of this, so here we got this 10, number 10, this is the input, and here what we can do is write ERR and then 10. So now explain the error below, and the rest is the same. So now if I run this, we're gonna get an explanation of why we got that error. And as you can see, we got an explanation, and it says that there is a problem with the syntax of the for loop because there is a missing colon. So that's what we got, and it's what the reason why we got the error. And this is basically what you can do with the AI magic command. But in case you don't want to use this magic command, you can also use the chat on the left panel to get some similar functionality. For example, if you want to get the explanation of some code, for example, if I copy this code that we generated before, we can just copy, and then if you see here on the left panel, we have an option here below this box. We have an option that says include selection, and this include selection is going to help us include this this portion that we copied or we actually selected on our prompt. So if I type now, what does this code do? Question mark. Now this selection is going to be included in the prompt. We don't need to paste it. So now if I press enter, we're going to get this selection here. So that's what the include selection does. If you want to include a portion of your notebook, you only have to select it, and it automatically is going to be included on your prompt. And now after some seconds, you're going to get the explanation of your code here in the chat interface. So here we see an explanation of the code, and now we got this by only chatting here on the left panel. So this is basically the same explanation that we will get with the AI magic command. But something you can only get with the chat interface is create a notebook from scratch. So you can create an entire notebook only in this chat interface. And to do this, you have to use the generate command. So you have to type generate, and then you have to indicate what you want to generate. In this case, I want to generate a demo of how to use the pandas library. So after I press enter, you're gonna get this message that says that it's gonna take a few minutes to generate this whole notebook. All right, I just got my notebook generated, and well, I got this message, and what I'm gonna do is click on this folder icon, and here's my notebook. So this notebook is titled Using Pandas for Data Analysis and was generated automatically by ChatGPT. So here I'm going to select the Python 3 kernel, and this is the notebook that was created from scratch. So we can see data exploration, data cleaning, manipulation, and all the things that you can do with the pandas library. And well, this was created in just a few minutes. If you were impressed by ChatGPT and AutoGPT capabilities, you'll be amazed at the things you can do with GPT Engineer. With GPT Engineer, you can create apps with just one single prompt. You can, for example, create a snake pie game, as you can see here, that I created using only GPT Engineer. As you can see here, GPT Engineer created all the files that I needed for this snake pie. And you can also automate a complete web scraping project. For example, here I created a web scraping project and I extracted all the data inside my own website. And you can even create websites with only one simple prompt. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to set up GPT Engineer. I'm going to show you how to deal with some issues that you might come across in the installation and show you all the things you can do with GPT Engineer. So let's get started. Alright, to install GPT Engineer, first we have to go to this GitHub repo, which I'm going to leave in the description below. And then we have to click on the green button that says code, and we have to copy this to clone this repo. But before we clone this repo, I strongly recommend you to set up a virtual environment. And you can do this with Conda or with pip. And I'm going to do this. So here I created a folder named My Projects, and inside I'm going to create a virtual environment. So what I have to do is write Python 3 and BNB, and then the name of the virtual environment, which is going to be GPT-env. Then I press enter, and as you can see, we have a new folder which is named GPT-env. And now to activate this virtual environment, we have to run the following code. So source, then the name of the virtual environment being activate. In case you want to install the virtual environment with Conda, I'm going to leave the code on the description below. Now that we have this virtual environment, we can clone the GitHub repo. So to do this, I'm going to copy this, and then what we're going to do is go here and write git clone and then paste the link that we just copied. So we paste it, and now we just clone this GitHub repo. As you can see, we have a new folder named GPT-engineer, and now we have to cd to this folder. So we type cd and then GPT engineer. So we type this, and now we're inside this folder in our terminal. So now what we have to do is type make install, and after this, we're gonna install another virtual environment. This is kind of tricky, but just follow the steps, which by the way, I took from GitHub. And in case there are some updates in the GitHub repo, I'm gonna leave a comment with all the changes that you need to consider to install GPT Engineer. Okay, now we got the message all done, and with this, we can continue with the next step. And the next step is activate this virtual environment that was created here. So here, as you can see, it says creating virtual environment, and this is because here we created another virtual environment that this is from GPT Engineer. And now we just have to write the following: source venv being activate. Then we have to press enter, and with this we activated this virtual environment venv. All right, now to finish the setup, we have to go here to the GitHub repo and copy this line of code to set up our OpenAI API key. So we have to copy this, and by the way, this API key, you get it from the OpenAI page, which I'm going to leave also in the description, so you can immediately get or generate a new API key. And well, we copy this, and then we go to the terminal, we paste it, but here instead of your API key, we have to type our API key, or actually just copy and paste it. So here is my API key, which by the way, I'm going to delete after recording this video, and we press enter, and with this we set up our OpenAI API key. Alright, with this we finished the setup. Now we can start working with GPT Engineer. And to work with GPT Engineer, we have to use this file main_prompt. And to get to this file, we have to go to projects, which is inside the GPT-engineer. And then we have by default one project, which is example. And inside example, there's this file, main_prompt. If we open this with a text editor, we're gonna get this. So this is like the single prompt that is gonna generate our whole app. So in this default prompt, we see this. We are writing a snake in Python, MVC components split in separate files, keyboard control. So these are the indications, the instructions that are used to create this snake game in Python. And well, you can leave it as is to do this test, or you can change it and come up with a cool project. In this case, I'm gonna do a different project just to show you what other things you can do with GPT Engineer. In this case, I'm gonna do a web scraping project, and I'm gonna type the following. So this is what I just pasted, and it's like this. Scrape the article titles from this website, and this is my website, thepycoach.com. Then the article titles are inside an H2 tag. So here I'm giving it some help. I'm telling that here in my website I have the titles in the H2 tag. That's HTML. That's just a little help. Then I'm telling it to export the data into a CSV file. So as you can see, this is one single prompt, and we should get the CSV file with all the data that I asked for. So now, before doing this, I'm going to leave it as is, because I'm going to show you what you should do when you have many projects. So here I'm going to close this one, and in the repo, it recommends you to duplicate this folder. So for example, we have example right now, but if we copy and paste this, we have now a copy, and this is my new project, which is web scraping. I'm going to name this web scraping, and in this project, I have again this main prompt, and now I can open a new one. And here we have again the default instructions, and I can paste my prompt again. So I have my prompt, and now I'm gonna save it, and now I'm gonna close it. And as you can see, now I have a new project, and well, I edited the main prompt. And now we can go to the terminal, and here I'm gonna clean this. And what I'm gonna do is go here to the GitHub repo, and I'm going to copy this code that we need to run GPT Engineer. So it's GPT-engineer, and then project, and then a slash, and the name of your project. In this case, my project is named web scraping. So I'm gonna paste, or actually I'm gonna type web scraping, and with this, everything should be ready. So I'm gonna press enter, and we're gonna see all the steps that GPT Engineer is going to follow to fulfill my request. So as you can see, it's following different steps, and well, it's creating a class, and it's describing all the things it's gonna do to get that, to scrape the data, and then to export the data into a CSV file. Okay, finally GPT Engineer finished generating all the code, and now it's asking me if I want to execute this code. So I'm gonna press enter because I want to execute this code. And as you can see, I get an error, and the error says no such file or directory requirements.txt. So currently there is an issue with this repo, and the thing is that it doesn't generate that requirements.txt file. But I'm going to show you a workaround that you can use to deal with this issue. But before that, something important you need to know is that all the code and the files generated are gonna be in workspace. If we go here to workspace inside our web scraping project, we can see that now we have different files. So we have all_output.txt. Basically, this file has all the code that was generated and that was shown here in the terminal. And if you go to all_output, you're gonna see all the code, and this code is supposed to be split into these py files. And as you can see in the py files, we have a weird format. So we have these apostrophes, and I'm gonna get rid of them because for some reason they were generated, but we don't need them. So that's one of the issues that you might encounter. The name of the file might be with some extra characters, but that's something that you can easily deal with. But to deal with the requirements.txt that we've seen here in the terminal, and that's why we got the error, what we have to do is go to the all_output.txt, and we have to open this file. And as you can see here, there should be a requirements.txt section. So we're gonna look for this section, and it's here at the end of the txt file. So what I'm gonna do is duplicate this txt file and then change the name. So I'm gonna name it requirements main.txt. Then I'm gonna open it up and I'm gonna delete everything but the libraries that we need for this project to run. So here I'm gonna delete everything, and then I'm going to delete the last part, and these are the libraries we need. So I'm going to save this, and this is everything we need. So now that everything is ready, I'm going to install the libraries inside requirements.txt and then run main.py. And I'm gonna do that on the terminal. So here I'm going to cd into this workspace folder. And to do this, I'm going to cd here into the projects folder, then web scraping, and then workspace. So here I type cd, then web scraping, which is the name, first projects, then web scraping, which is the name of my project, then workspace, and now I'm inside the workspace folder. So here I'm going to type the following: pip install -r requirements.txt, and with this I'm going to install all the libraries I need for this project to work. And after this, now we install all the libraries. After this, I'm going to type python main.py, and with this we're going to run main.py, and hopefully we're going to get our data exported into a CSV file. And as you can see now, we got a new file named article_titles.csv, and as you can see here, we have the data. So these are the article titles that are on my website. Here you can find some tools I wrote about, like Jupyter AI, then we have Notable, Leonardo AI, Private GPT, and if we go to my website, you can see the same title. So Jupyter AI, then here is Notable that I wrote and also made a YouTube video, Leonardo AI, then Private GPT, and more. So we successfully scraped all this data in just some seconds using GPT Engineer, and we didn't even have to copy and paste code, but we only had to use one prompt, and then all the files were automatically generated. But web scraping is not the only thing you can do with GPT Engineer. You can actually build any app that you want. For example, here you can try building a website, and let's do a test with a website. And here I'm gonna copy and paste this example project, and then I'm gonna type website. So this is gonna be my website that I want to create using GPT Engineer. Then I'm going to open with text edit, and then I'm gonna create a simple website about dogs. So to do this, I'm going to type create a website about dogs. You can add as many details as you want. In this simple test, I'm just gonna leave it as is, but of course, as you do with ChatGPT, you can add as many details as you want, and you're gonna get a more customized code and, well, more customized website. In this case, I'm just gonna leave it as is. Then we're gonna repeat the steps just to get familiar with this. So basically, we have to go here and type GPT-engineer projects and then the name of the project. In this case is website. So I type website. But first here I have to move to another folder because I'm in workspace. So I'm going to cd until I go to GPT Engineer. So here I'm GPT Engineer, and now I'm going to run GPT Engineer projects/website. And now as you can see, now we're seeing all the pages that are going to be in our website. Alright, this took a couple of minutes, but now this is done. So now it's asking me if I want to execute this code. So I'm going to press enter because I want to execute this code. So now it's executing the code, and we're going to see what happens. So again, we got the error that there is no file requirements.txt, and we can deal with this as I showed you before. So we can go here to website, then workspace, and here again we're gonna have all the files that were generated. And as you can see, we didn't have the issue that we had before with the name of the files, but now everything is just perfect. So we can see that there is many Py files. We have the breed repository, the contact form, .breed controller, .breed, and email service. And in the run.sh, we have instructions to get this project started. And well, now you can duplicate the all_output.txt and only leave the libraries inside the requirements section to have the requirements.txt file as I showed you before. And after that, you have to follow the instructions here, and probably you're gonna find some issues that you have to deal with because as I showed you before, GPT Engineer is not perfect. So as you can see, we still need to use our programming knowledge to work with this AI tool. Alright, in this video, we're gonna see what's the code interpreter, how it works, and some simple use cases. Alright, first, the ChatGPT Code Interpreter is just a plugin that allows ChatGPT to write code in an isolated environment with some disk space. And now you might be wondering, why do we need the code interpreter for that if ChatGPT is able to generate code? Well, without the code interpreter, you'll need to have a programming language installed on your computer, and then you'll have to copy the code generated by ChatGPT to your code editor, and well, then you have to, for example, write the code on your computer, debug the code yourself, and well, or ask ChatGPT to debug the code after copying and pasting the error. And when we work with the ChatGPT code interpreter, we don't have to do all of that because ChatGPT uses a programming language, in this case Python, to do all of this in some computers that are managed by OpenAI. So this code is not going to be run on our own computer, but in some computers that are in the cloud. And well, that's how it works. And I have to say that the code interpreter is one of the most powerful tools that we have inside ChatGPT, but some people get it wrong to the things that you can do with the code interpreter and the things that you cannot do with the code interpreter. So let's see what the code interpreter offers and what it doesn't offer. So here, first, the code interpreter is able to generate code and to execute the code on ChatGPT, but only is able to generate Python code. At the moment I'm recording this video, the code interpreter only generates Python code and only executes Python code. And one disadvantage of the code interpreter is that only has some pre-installed packages. So for example, if your task that you want to solve requires some packages that are not available in the code interpreter, then you won't be able to solve your task. So there are a number of pre-installed packages available on the code interpreter. But Python has a big number of packages, but not all the packages are going to be available on the code interpreter. So that's one of the disadvantages that the code interpreter has. But that said, the code interpreter still has a good number of packages, and so far I rarely have problems finding the packages that I want to work with. And now let's continue. And this is by far my favorite feature that the code interpreter has. And this is the fact that it supports file uploads and downloads. So with the code interpreter, you can upload files like TXT files, JPEG, CSV files, and you can work with those files to transform your data, for example, or to edit the image that you have, or to extract text from a PNG file. And that's a big advantage that Plus users have. Because, by the way, the code interpreter is only available to ChatGPT Plus subscribers. And if you have ChatGPT Plus, you're going to be able to upload any file and to download any file that, well, ChatGPT generates. And one of the disadvantages is that you don't have access, or ChatGPT doesn't have access to your hard drive. And well, that's good if you're concerned about privacy, but that's not so good if you want to have a directory and you want to manage all your files inside the ChatGPT code interpreter. This means that you have to upload file by file and then work in that way. And well, that's a big disadvantage that the ChatGPT code interpreter has. But all things considered, the ChatGPT code interpreter is definitely one of the most powerful tools that is inside ChatGPT. Alright, now let's continue and let's see some practical use cases of the ChatGPT code interpreter. First, we can work with files because the code interpreter allows us to upload different types of files like TXT, PDF, PNG files, CSV files, and so on. And for example, if you upload a TXT file, you're going to be able to work with the TXT file, and let's say you want to convert the file, the text that is inside the file, to uppercase or to lowercase, or just to count the frequency of some words, or to do some sentiment analysis. You can do that by uploading a TXT file. And also you can upload a PNG file and extract the text that is inside that image. And you can do plenty of other things. Then there is data analytics. So data scientists and data analysts can work with CSV files inside ChatGPT. And that's thanks to the code interpreter, because now we can upload datasets to ChatGPT, and then we can generate some reports, we can clean some data, we can make some visualizations, and then we can even export all the reports or the visualizations we make into a PDF. Because as you might remember, the code interpreter not only supports file uploads but also file downloads. So all the reports that the ChatGPT code interpreter generates can be downloaded. And finally, we have images. We can edit images by using the code interpreter. We only need to upload a PNG file or a JPEG, and then we can change the color scale or change the image radio, add a watermark or add text to the image. And we can even turn an image into a video by using the code interpreter. Alright, these are some simple use cases that we're going to see in detail in this course, but remember that there are plenty of possibilities with the ChatGPT code interpreter. Just keep in mind that everything that is possible to do with Python code is possible to do with the code interpreter, because it uses Python behind the scenes. So if you're a Python programmer, you might know the things that are possible to do with the ChatGPT code interpreter and that are not possible to do with the code interpreter. But if you're not a programmer, don't worry, because in this course, we're going to cover the most popular things that are possible to do with the code interpreter. And you don't need to know how to code to do such things. Alright, in this video, I'm going to show you how to work with the code interpreter. Alright, the first thing we have to do is to select GPT-4 and select Code Interpreter. And in case you don't have the Code Interpreter enabled and you're a ChatGPT Plus user, what you have to do is enable this in Settings. So we have to open the sidebar and then go to the three dots and then select Settings and Beta. Then we have to go to Beta Features and enable this Code Interpreter. So if you have this disabled, just enable Code Interpreter and then close this window and we can go back to ChatGPT. Well, then you go to GPT-4 again and select Code Interpreter. And once we have this enabled, we're going to see this plus button, and well, this plus button is to upload a new file, and we're going to see how to work with this a bit later. So first, what I'm going to show you is how to work with the ChatGPT code interpreter. And as I explained you in the previous video, what the ChatGPT code interpreter does is generate code and then execute the code. So we give ChatGPT a task, and the way it's going to solve this task is by generating Python code and then executing that Python code. And to give you a good example of this, I'm going to ask ChatGPT to generate, let's say, 100 odd numbers. So I'm going to say generate 100 odd numbers. And by default, if you have code interpreter enabled, it's going to do this using Python code. So I'm going to press enter and we're going to see how the ChatGPT code interpreter does this with Python code. So here I'm just going to zoom in a little bit, and here you see the 100 odd numbers. So here it says 135 until 199. And well, you can get the same output with ChatGPT, but ChatGPT code interpreter did all of this with Python code. And if we open here, we can see the Python code that the ChatGPT code interpreter used for generating the odd numbers. And as you can see, this is a simple code here. It uses list comprehension. Well, if you know Python, you know what I'm talking about. And this is a basic code, a for loop, and then list comprehension to generate these odd numbers. And of course, the ChatGPT code interpreter is able to do more complex things. For example, generating odd numbers is not so complicated, but what happens if now I want to generate prime numbers? So the way to generate prime numbers is not as straightforward as generated odd numbers. So let's see what the ChatGPT code interpreter does. So as you can see now, it's creating a function called is_prime, and well, this function has different if statements, and then it's using a while loop to generate these prime numbers, and is storing the prime numbers in this list. And after doing this, it prints the 100 prime numbers. So as you can see, ChatGPT Code Interpreter is going to use Python code to solve our tasks. And this is very important because the limitation of the ChatGPT Code Interpreter is based on what Python can do. If Python and the Python packages that are pre-installed in the code interpreter are able to carry out your task, then you're going to be able to get your task solved. But if it's impossible to do your task with Python and with the packages that are installed by default in the code interpreter, then your task is not going to be solved. And well, ChatGPT Code Interpreter does a good job at trying to look at different options to get your problem solved. But if it's impossible to do with Python, then you won't be able to solve your task. All right, now let's continue working with the ChatGPT Code Interpreter. And one of the best things that the ChatGPT Code Interpreter has is that it supports file uploads and downloads. And to upload a file, what you have to do is go here to this button and click there to upload a file. In case you don't have this plus button, make sure that Code Interpreter is activated inside GPT-4. Okay, now let's do some simple tasks that you can do after you upload a file to the ChatGPT Code Interpreter. Alright, so I'm going to click on the plus button and then I'm going to select a TXT file. And this TXT file has just some random text that I created for this video. And well, it's text about how to learn Python. And well, I'm going to close this. This is a TXT file and I'm going to upload this file. And now we're going to continue with some tasks that we can do with this TXT file. And the first thing we're going to do is just tell ChatGPT Code Interpreter to show the content that is inside this TXT file. So I'm going to type show the content inside this TXT file. And well, that's the first thing we're going to do. We're going to see what's inside this TXT file, and probably ChatGPT is going to write Python code and is going to read this file. And now we see the content inside this TXT file, and well, it's the same thing that is inside the file I showed you before, but now it's printed in ChatGPT. So it says learning Python can be difficult, and well, some other things about how to learn Python. And now let's do some tasks that we can perform when we have a TXT file. And the first thing you can do when you have TXT files is do sentiment analysis. And basically this is classifying the text that you have and saying if a text or a specific word is positive or negative. So I can say something like this: perform sentiment analysis on this text. And then I press enter, and then we should see how ChatGPT Code Interpreter is going to classify this as positive or negative. And as you can see here, it says that, well, one of the popular libraries for sentiment analysis is Vader. And well, it is a library that we use in Python. And well, in case you don't know how to code in Python, don't worry, you don't need to know how to code in Python, because ChatGPT Code Interpreter is going to take care of all of this. And well, if you know Python, you have a better understanding of what's going on behind the scenes. So here it tells that based on the simple keywords matching, it found 8 positive words and 3 negative words, and that's why the sentiment appears to be positive. Alright, now to see what other things we can do after we upload a file with a code interpreter, we're gonna have a look at the text again, and what we're gonna do is convert this text into lowercase. So I'm gonna type convert the text in that TXT file into lowercase and also uppercase. So I'm going to say lowercase and then uppercase. So this is possible to do with Python because I worked with Python in the past, and you only need to use some functions to make this happen. And well, I'm gonna just wait a couple of seconds and see the results. And now, as you can see, we have one version of the text in lowercase and the other in uppercase. And well, you can also apply title case or any other thing that you want to do with the text that you have. Now I'm going to ask ChatGPT to create a word cloud. And this is possible because, again, I know that there is a library in Python that creates word clouds. What I don't know if this library is available in one of the pre-installed libraries in the code interpreter. So I'm gonna find out right now. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT, create a word cloud from that txt file I uploaded. Then I press enter. So now, as you can see, we got this simple word cloud. This doesn't look good. And what I can do maybe is upload another file to give some shape to this word cloud. All right, I just downloaded a Batman logo and I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to use this logo as the shape of this word cloud. So here I'm gonna upload this file, and well, it's this logo that you can see here. And I know that Python can do that because I did some tests previously, and well, I upload this PNG file, and I did a test with Python. I didn't do it with the code interpreter. So I'm gonna find out if the code interpreter has the libraries that are necessary to do this combination of the word cloud with this shape. So here I'm going to ask ChatGPT, use this logo or use this PNG file as the shape for the word cloud. Then I press enter, and we're gonna see if ChatGPT is able to use this logo as the shape of the word cloud. And now, as we can see, ChatGPT Code Interpreter successfully used the Batman logo as the shape for this word cloud. And now I want to know the word frequency in this text. So here I want to count, for example, how many times the word difficult was included in this text. So to do this, I'm going to ask ChatGPT the following. I want to count how many times a word was included in that txt file. Then I'm going to say, can you count each of them and list them? So here I'm just asking this. I'm not telling ChatGPT which libraries it should use. And I'm just doing this because I want to know if ChatGPT is going to use the libraries I'm expecting. Probably it's not going to do that because it cannot guess what I'm thinking. And yeah, it took the easy road. So it's only listing the words. For example, that was presented 7 times, used 6 times, and projects 5 times, and well, and so on. And I think it's using simple code for this. Yeah, it's using just the counter library. And well, it got the job done. But I know that there is another library or another approach that is more often used when working with text in natural language processing, also known as NLP. And what I'm going to do is ask ChatGPT to use bag of words. So this is a technique to work with the text that you have, and well, in this case, to count the frequency. So use bag of words to see the word frequency, and if possible, use the count vectorizer. So this count vectorizer is a library that is also used a lot in NLP. And well, I'm just going to press enter, and let's see if the results improve in some degree. And as you can see, it got the same result. So most of the time, it doesn't matter if you know which is the right method or the most popular method to get your task solved, because ChatGPT Code Interpreter is going to figure out a method to solve your task. As you can see in the previous prompt, we got our task solved without giving a specific method to use to solve this task. All right, now before finishing this video, I want to say that ChatGPT Code Interpreter is relevant to you even if you're a non-programmer, because in the end, you're going to get your task solved with the ChatGPT Code Interpreter, regardless of your knowledge in programming. And well, in this course or in this section, I'm going to show you some use cases that non-programmers can use when it comes to using the ChatGPT Code Interpreters. And also there's going to be a specific video lecture that is going to be dedicated for only data analysts and programmers. So we're gonna see how to make the most of ChatGPT code interpreter in the following videos. Alright, in this video, we're gonna see how non-programmers can make the most of the ChatGPT code interpreter. We're gonna see different use cases that anybody can use to make the most of the ChatGPT code interpreter. And to start with this video, we're gonna do something called OCR. That stands for Optical Character Recognition. And this is a technology that recognizes text within a digital image. This means that we can extract any text that we have in a PNG file or in a JPEG. So the first thing what I'm going to do is click on this plus button to upload a file. And a simple application of this is using it with a invoice, because we have a lot of text here. So here I have an invoice that I downloaded from Google, and now I'm gonna upload it here to ChatGPT. So now I'm gonna wait until the file is uploaded, and what I'm going to do is paste the following prompt. And here's the prompt: OCR an image for me and generate a text file. So with this, we're going to extract the text that is in this PNG file. And probably ChatGPT is going to generate a TXT file for us to download. So here I'm going to press enter. And now let's wait until ChatGPT does all of this. Alright, now we see that the OCR was successful in capturing the details of the invoice, and now it's asking me if I want to proceed with generating a text file containing the extracted text. And I'm going to say yes, and with this we're going to get a link to download this text in a TXT file. So now I'm going to wait until it exports the TXT file, and now it's ready. So now I'm going to download the file, and I'm going to open this file. So as you can see, I have a TXT file, and here we have all the text that is in this PDF, or sorry, in this PNG file. So we have the image was uploaded to the ChatGPT code interpreter, and then we have the text. So we have invoice number, billing information, and so on. All the information that is here, even the terms and conditions that are in tiny letters, are here. And now we can copy and paste the text anywhere we want. Alright, so now let's move on with the next use case. And with the next use case, we're gonna be able to extract the color from an image that we have. So now I'm going to upload another image, and for this example, I'm gonna use this image of this cat, and we're going to extract the top, let's say, 5 colors in this image, and then to build a palette PNG to download. So here I'm going to open this file, and then I'm going to use this prompt: create a script that extracts the top X colors, in this case 5 colors from this picture, and then make it into a palette PNG to download. So here I'm gonna press enter, and we're gonna wait until ChatGPT finishes this. Alright, we can see it's taking the 5 most frequent colors in the image, and then it's listing the colors, and then it's building this color palette. And now we have here the link to download this file. So here I have the PNG file, and we have this palette.png. And well, that is what we got using the ChatGPT code interpreter. Now, once we have this image uploaded, we can work with this image as if we were using our phone. For example, we can convert this image color scale to grayscale. For example, if I paste this prompt, I can convert the image color scale to grayscale. So here I'm going to ask this, and as I said before, you can work and edit this image as if you were working with your image editor. For example, also you can resize the image ratio, add a watermark, add text to the image, and so on. And now I'm going to resize the image radius. So I'm going to say resize this image to 3:2 radio. And now we're gonna get this radio for this image. And I know that all of this is possible because you can do this with Python code. And well, I'm just going to wait a couple of seconds. Alright, now we have this image cropped and resized in 3:2 radio, and well, this is the result. And this is great. So now let's continue with one of my favorite prompts. And what this prompt does is turn an image into a video. And to work with this, we have to upload a panoramic image. So here I'm going to show you what I mean by panoramic image. I have here this image that I created with Midjourney, and I'm gonna share this file with you so you know the dimensions and the radio that you need to use for this prompt to work. So here's the panoramic shoot, and now I'm gonna upload this to ChatGPT, and with this I'm going to create a video. I'm going to turn this PNG file into a MP4 file. So I'm going to turn the image into a video. And here's the prompt that we're going to use. So first I'm telling ChatGPT that this image is a panoramic shot. Then I'm asking to help me turn this into a video with aspect ratio 3:2 and with the image filling the entire video. So the sides are cut off. So then I'm saying the video should be centered in the middle of the image, and then pan the video smoothly with no sudden jumps. So it should be just smoothly from center to right and then center to left and then end in the center. And use the image IO library to help you. So I'm telling ChatGPT which is the library that it should use. Then save the frames directly to a video file instead of into a list. And then use a frame step of 8 pixels. If necessary, crop the edges of the image so that the size of the image is divisible by the frame step. So now this is ready. I'm going to share also with you this prompt so you can copy and paste it, and I'm going to run this and then see the results. Alright, this took longer than expected, but it's finally done. So I'm going to download the complete video here, and I'm going to open this video so you see the final result. So here I'm going to open this one, and this is the final result. It's a 7-second video from the PNG file that we uploaded to ChatGPT. So this, as you can see, goes from left to right, and then for some reason it stopped, which is weird because the other day it created the perfect video for me, and this video is a 26-second video, and it did exactly what I asked for. In this case, I don't know why the code interpreter was trying to save some resources. Maybe some things changed from that day that I did the video, but anyway, try it on your own and let me know if it worked as it's supposed to work. Like in this video that you're seeing right now, it's going from left to center, then to right, and then to center again, and then to the left. And I think, yeah, it ends on the left. So try it on your own and let me know if it works as expected. Alright, now to finish this video, let's see the last use case, and this is a very simple use case, and it's generating QR codes. And well, here is the prompt. Create a QR code for my website, and this is my website, artificialcorner.com, and if I run this, ChatGPT Code Interpreter is going to generate a QR code for my website. And as you can see, now I have the QR code, and I can even download the QR code image clicking this link. And that's it. ChatGPT's Code Interpreter was just released. This plugin allows us to upload data, write and execute Python code, do data analysis, generate reports, and even download the code and reports generated in seconds. This is like having a junior data analyst that will do all of our work 24/7. And in this video, I'll show you everything we can do with the ChatGPT Code Interpreter. So let's get started. Alright, the first thing we have to do is enable Code Interpreter. So we open the sidebar and then click on the 3 dots. Then we select settings and we have to go to beta features. And here we have to enable Code Interpreter. So we enable this option and we'll be able to work with a Code Interpreter. Okay, now I'm going to close this window, and then what we have to do is select GPT-4, and you should see in the drop-down Code Interpreter. So we select Code Interpreter, and after that you should see a plus button in the chat bar. So that plus button is going to allow us to upload new files, new CSV file, or any type of file that you want to upload to ChatGPT. In this case, I'm going to upload this population_total.csv file, and we're going to work with this file to do some data analysis. By the way, you can download this dataset in the description below. Okay, I'm going to click on open, and as you can see now, the CSV file is being uploaded, and now it's uploaded to ChatGPT. And what I'm going to do is use this prompt, and this prompt says act as a data scientist and analyze the dataset and make charts and graphs to show the major trends in population growth around the world. So this dataset is about population of different countries for many years. And in this case, I'm letting ChatGPT choose the charts and graphs for this analysis. So I'm going to press enter and we'll see all the analysis that ChatGPT is going to make on its own. All right, now let's see everything ChatGPT is going to do with the code interpreter. First, it gives us a quick overview of the dataset. As we can see here, these are the 3 columns that our dataset has, and then it automatically detects that there are 7 missing values. Here we can also see that the code is being generated. So here it's using pandas to read a CSV file, and then to spot these missing values is using the isNull method, and then the drop NA function to drop these missing values. After that is doing some descriptive statistics to give us some insights about this dataset, and finally is giving the visualization that we asked for. In this case, we didn't specify any type of visualization, but it generated a bar plot using matplotlib and then this line plot using matplotlib too. Okay, this is very cool. We didn't do so much prompting and we got all this analysis in some seconds. Now let's export all this report in a PDF. So I type this, answer it in the form of a multiple pages PDF download. And ChatGPT is going to provide a link for us to download all this analysis in a PDF format. All right, now I have the link, so I click on download the PDF. And after this, I'm gonna get a PDF file. I'm gonna download this PDF file. And if I click on it, you'll see that we have all the visualizations we asked for. So first the bar plot and then the line plot. So it's exactly what we got, but now in PDF format that you can analyze it without all the explanation that ChatGPT gave before. Now we can also export all the code generated in a Jupyter Notebook format. And we're gonna see how to do this in the next example. All right, for the next example, we're gonna do a lot of prompting to get a more customized report. So I'm gonna upload another dataset. In this case, is this players_20.csv, which is information about soccer players in the game FIFA 20, and this dataset has like 100 columns. So unlike the previous dataset with 3 columns, now we're gonna work with a lot of data. And well, I'm gonna upload this CSV file, which is gonna also be in the description. And after do this, we're gonna type the following prompt. And here's the prompt. First, I'm telling ChatGPT to filter only some countries. So I want to analyze soccer players from some specific countries. And well, that's my first instruction. Then I'm asking to generate some visualizations. And the first is a bar plot. Then I want a histogram and a box plot. Then a scatter plot and then a pie chart. And in each visualization, I'm giving some extra instructions of the variables that I want to analyze. Let's see if the code interpreter can handle all of this. Remember that is a lot of data. There are many columns and many rows, and we're giving some specific instructions to get a customized report. So first, it's giving an overview of this dataset. It's telling us that it has 106 columns, but then it's going to select some columns and it's going to filter only the countries that I specified. So far, so good. Then we have our first visualization, which is this bar plot that was generated with this code. Then it's generating the histogram and the box plot, and well, it looks great. So we have the histogram and the box plot that we asked for. Then it's generating also the scatter plot, and finally it's generating the pie chart. And in case of the pie chart, it's using some weird colors. So what I'm going to ask is to change the colors of the pie chart. So I only ask this, and as you can see, now I get different colors for different elements in this pie chart. Finally, I'm going to ask ChatGPT to add the link to download this report in PDF format. So now, as you can see, I have the link and I have all the visualizations here in this PDF file. And the last visualization, the pie chart, is the pie chart with all the modifications that we asked for, so with the different colors. And that's how we get this PDF. Now we can also download the code generated into IPYNB format, which is the format that is used for Jupyter notebooks. Alright, now I'm going to click on download the Jupyter notebook, and if I open this file, we're going to see all the code that was exported into this IPYNB file. And now we can make some modifications to the code if we want to. But now let's put ChatGPT's code interpreter to the test with multiple files. So I'm going to upload multiple files, multiple datasets, and then we're going to make a data analysis based on those datasets. So I'm going to upload 5 datasets from the FIFA game, in this case players 17, players 18, 19, 20, and 21. So each dataset represents the game in each year. So in the year 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. And we're gonna make a visualization using the 5 datasets. And as you can see, unfortunately, we cannot upload the 5 files in one shot, but we have to upload them separately. Now that all the files were uploaded, I'm going to use this prompt. So here I'm telling ChatGPT a little bit about these 5 datasets. Then I'm telling it to create a new column in each dataset, and then I'm giving some instructions describing the type of analysis that I want to do. So in this case, I want to get a line plot with the evolution of the ratings, the FIFA ratings for these 5 players from the year 2017 to 2021. Then I press enter and it starts with the analysis. So it first tells me that the data was loaded for the players that I specified, and then it's creating the line plot that I asked for. So now as you can see, first it had an issue, but then it found a solution for the overall column that is in this dataset, and then we have our line plot. So we could verify that ChatGPT's code interpreter can not only analyze one single dataset, but also multiple datasets, and it generates all these reports with this visualization, and we can export all this into a PDF file, and we can also export that code to read it in Jupyter notebooks. In this video, I'm going to show you how to easily do web scraping using the ChatGPT code interpreter. We're going to be able to scrape any website with a method that I'm going to show you, and we're going to do this in a few minutes. So let's get started. Alright, unlike other methods that I showed you in the past to do web scraping with ChatGPT, this one is very straightforward. We're not going to use any plugin or any other method that I showed you before, but we're going to go to the website that we want to scrape. For example, I'm going to start with Amazon, and here I search for TVs. And the first thing we're going to do is press Ctrl S, and we're going to save all of this as an HTML file. So I press Ctrl S or Command S if you're on a Mac, and then you're going to get this. So we're going to save this file as an HTML. So this one is going to be Amazon.com TVs, and I'm going to save it. So I'm going to press on save, and now I have this file on my computer. Then we're going to upload this file to ChatGPT code interpreter. So we go to GPT-4, we select code interpreter, and then we upload this file. So I press on this button, and then I select this HTML file that we just saved. So here, if I see the preview, we're going to see the website, but now in this simple HTML format. And we have to upload this file to tell ChatGPT to extract some elements from this file. And we're going to use the following prompt. From the HTML file, extract the name of the product and price, and put the data on a table and export it to a CSV file. So basically, we're going to extract only the name of the product, for example, Amazon Fire TV, and then the price, $349. And then we want to put this on a table and export it into a CSV file. So with this, sometimes it's enough, but in this case, I'm going to add more details. And I'm going to help ChatGPT by giving the element where this name of the product and the price is in the HTML file. So here, I'm going to right click and press on inspect. And we're going to get this developer tools. So here, what we're going to provide is the name of the element where this name of the product is located. So in this case, it's this element. As you can see, if I select this name or this element, this is highlighted in blue. So this is the element. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to press here, and we have the element of the name of the product. Now we have to continue with the price. So here I select the price, and now we have the price, which is this one. So I'm going to press Ctrl C, and then I'm gonna paste it below. I'm gonna tell now ChatGPT that here is the element of one of the products. So it's gonna help get the right element. So here I type, here's the element of one product. And then I'm gonna tell ChatGPT that this one is the element of the price. And finally, to finish with this prompt, which is pretty long, I'm gonna deal with the missing data, because as you can see here, there are some TVs that don't have the price. And in case we don't tell ChatGPT what to do, it's gonna duplicate the price of other product. For example, here we have Samsung Electronics and this one doesn't have a price. So probably it's gonna duplicate the 157 from this product or the 1696 from this other TV. So I'm gonna tell ChatGPT how to deal with this missing data. So here I'm gonna tell this. In case the price of the product is missing, just leave that price as a null data. And with this, we're done. So I'm gonna send this message and we're gonna see how ChatGPT and the code interpreter is going to do all of this. So as you can see, ChatGPT is extracting the name of the products. For example, here first we have the Amazon Fire 43 inches, and probably this is the first one. Yeah, and it's 349. And as we can see, is the correct price and the correct product. Now it's doing some more stuff, and yeah, now it's creating the table that we wanted, and we have two columns, the name of the product and the price, and then it's providing this CSV file with all the data script. I'm gonna download this CSV file and I'm gonna open it up. So here I have the products.csv that ChatGPT generated, and now we can see all the data script. So we can see the Amazon Fire TV 43 inches, Toshiba, Insignia, and more brands. And here we can see the price. And if we go here, we're gonna see that all the data was correctly extracted. And if that's not the case, you can just do some prompting and tell ChatGPT what was the mistake. So you get the right data and the data is not corrupted or it doesn't have any issue. And now what I'm gonna do is extract the same data but from that second page. So I'm going all the way down and I'm gonna click on the second page to show you how you can do this in all the pages. I'm gonna do an example with the second page. So here I'm gonna close this one and I'm gonna repeat the same process. So here I press Ctrl S to save this. Sorry. So here now I press Ctrl S. This is the second page, and now I'm gonna write Amazon.com underscore TVs 2. So here I download this, and now it's done. So I have this file. Then I go to ChatGPT and I'm gonna upload this second page to extract all this data. So here I press on upload, then I upload this second page, and now I'm going to the first prompt that I typed, and here I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste it. So I'm gonna tell ChatGPT that this is the second part of the website. So I typed, this is the second page of the previous website. Use the HTML file to extract the data following the same steps I described before. So these are gonna be the same steps, but this is just the second page. So I'm going to press here and we're gonna extract the data from this second page. Now, as you can see, it successfully extracted the name of the products and the price from the second page, and now it's concatenating the two pages into one data frame to export it into a single CSV file. So now I want to click on download products combined, and now we're going to have this file. Now I'm going to open this file and we're going to see the preview, and as you can see, we have more rows. So let's see here, the second page starts with Visio 40 inch, and if we can see here, we should be able to find this product. So it's here, Visio 40 inch, this series, full HD, and the price is 168 if I'm not wrong. And here we can see the same name of the product and the same price. So we successfully scraped not only the first page, but also the second page. And you can continue with this process with the third, the fourth, and the fifth page, and as many pages as you want. And this is how you scrape data from Amazon using this approach with a code interpreter. Now, I'm going to show you another example. And in the second example, I'm going to show you a slightly different approach to do web scraping. All right, now we're on the Glassdoor website. And here we're going to extract the data that you see on the left. So here I typed data scientist to find jobs for data scientists. And what we're going to do is something similar, but we're going to use a different approach. So here I'm going to ChatGPT again, and I'm going to open a new chat. And again, I'm going here to Glassdoor and I'm going to save this as HTML. So I press Ctrl S, then I have this Glassdoor job search, and I'm gonna type that HTML. So here underscore DS for data science. And then I'm gonna save this, and now we have this file. So once we have this file, again, we go to GPT-4 code interpreter and we upload this file. So Glassdoor job search.html. I open this and we're gonna use the following prompt, which is very similar to the previous one, but we have some other things that I'm gonna add it. So here from the HTML file, look for the elements with the ID below and extract their data. So I'm gonna use the ID as the identifiers for the elements that I want to extract. And the elements that I want to extract is the name of the company. Then I also want to extract the job title, in this case data scientist, then the location, and finally the job salary. And I can use the same approach I used before, which is right click, inspect, and copy the element I want to extract, but sometimes it might not work. And in case it doesn't work, you can use a different approach, analyzing just the element that you're using. In this case, I have this element, and here, as you can see, there is an ID, and this ID has a very clear name, job title. And this job title represents the name of this job, which is data scientist. So here, if I copy all this, the name of the ID, I can just list all the IDs I want to extract. So I started with the job title. Then I can continue with the company, the name of the company. So here I can go to job employer and then copy and paste it again. So here, instead of job title, job employer, and then I'm going to continue with the location and the salary. So here, select again the location, then I'm going to use the ID, which should be here. So ID, job location, just copy and paste it. We have one more, which is the salary. And again, just select the salary and then the ID. Actually, you can use another element, not necessarily the ID. I'm just using the ID because it's unique, but you can use the data test attribute or the class. It might work. It might also not work, but it depends on the website that you're scraping. So here, finally, I have job salary. And as you can see, these IDs have these numbers which are not necessary, so I can delete these numbers. Again, you can simply copy the whole element and paste it as we did before, but in this case we're only using these words. And now I'm going to tell ChatGPT that to put the data on a table and export it into a CSV file. And in case there is missing data, because there are some companies that don't have the salary here, that for example this one doesn't have the salary. So in case there is missing data, just leave it as null data. So now I press enter. Now ChatGPT says that there's no element with the specified IDs, and that's true because I deleted the rest of the ID and I only left these words. And what I can tell ChatGPT is to use regex to match that part of the ID. So I'm gonna type the following. So those are parts of the ID. Use regex to match that part of the name of the ID. And with this, ChatGPT is not going to match exactly the whole name of the ID, but is going to verify that if the ID contains these words, job employer, job title, location, and salary, is going to be enough to extract this data. So here I'm going to tell this, and hopefully we're going to be able to extract the data that we wanted. So as you can see, ChatGPT extracted all the data and even told me that there is some mismatch in the number of elements found for each category. So hopefully it left the data point as null and it didn't duplicate any job title or location or salary. So we're gonna verify this. I'm gonna download the CSV file. So now I open a preview, and as we can see here, we have this data. So I'm going to Glassdoor to verify if it's the same data. So we have here, for example, UCLA Health, data scientist, LA, and 26.20 the hour. And yeah, it's exactly this one. Then, for example, we have Snapchat, 205,000 per year. And yeah, it's the same. So we successfully extracted all the data. And in case it duplicated some rows By mistake, you can tell ChatGPT that it duplicated the rows and that it should leave the data or the missing data as null or as NaN. In the previous video, I showed you how to send emails with Python. You only had to turn on two-step verification on Gmail and use the script we built on that video. That's the foundation to send emails with Python. And some of you had questions like how to attach files to the email or how to connect to a CSV file to send emails to multiple receivers. In this video, we'll see how to do all of that using ChatGPT. In that way, you'll learn how to take your current script to the next level using ChatGPT Code Interpreter. So let's get started. Okay, first we have to upload our current script. So we go to GPT-4 and select Code Interpreter. Then we click on Upload File and we select our Python file. So in this case, it's send_emails.py, and here I have the script that we've seen in the previous video. And by the way, this is going to be on the description below. So here you can see the foundation to send an email, and well, here I previously did a test to send an email using this Python script and everything was perfect. But this is just very basic. So we now are going to add an attachment, and also we're going to connect to a CSV file to send to multiple receivers. So now here I'm going to select send_emails.py, which is this file that is going to be in the description below. And then we're going to use the following prompt. So in this prompt, I typed the following. I have a Py script that sends email, but it's incomplete. So right now it only sends a plain email. I'll provide the Py file and a task to do. And you have to add more code to the script to carry out that task. And here I write the task. So in this task, I want to send an email with an attachment. Basically, I'm telling ChatGPT, use my Py script and add some extra functionality. So it's going to add some code to do the task that you want to carry out. In this case is adding an attachment. So here I'm going to press enter and ChatGPT is going to do all of this. And now it's describing all the steps it needs to follow. And it's asking me to add the file that I want to attach. So here I'm adding this file. It's not necessary, but I'm just adding this PNG file just to have a reference. And well, I'm going to attach this to the email, and I said, here's the file I want to attach. And then I press enter, and now it's modifying the Python script that I gave before. So now it's telling me if I want to save the modified script to a file, and I want to download this file, and I also want to show the code here. So I type that, and I get a link with the new Py file, and also I got this script or this code here on ChatGPT, and I can copy the code or I can download the Py file. So in this case, I'm going to copy the code because I have a blank script ready just to paste it. And well, here I pasted all the code, and it's basically my code that I provided with new lines of code. This is very important because ChatGPT is not building something from scratch, but it's taking an existing script that is working fine to add more code and new functionalities to our script. So here I'm gonna make some edits. Here first I'm gonna delete this part of the path, so I only have image.png, which by the way, this file is on my directory, and then I'm gonna run this script. And as you can see, I got this error message. So what I'm gonna do is copy all this message and give it to ChatGPT to debug the code. So now I have a new script, and I'm just gonna copy and paste it. And I'm going to make some little modifications because, as you might remember, now I only need image.png, and well, I'm modifying the path. And now I'm going to run this script. And after running the script, we get this message of success, and we go to our email to verify if the message was sent with attachment. In this case, I'm sending from Gmail to my private email. So here I'm on my private email, and as you can see, there is a new email that says check out my new video, and here we can see the attachment, and it's an image.png. And this is the image that was added on the attachment. And well, we did this with the Python code that ChatGPT provided. And now, well, I'm gonna close all of this. So we go back to ChatGPT, and here is the next task that we're gonna do. So first I'm gonna copy the previous prompt I provided, and I'm gonna paste it here, and the prompt is gonna be similar, but the task is gonna change. So instead of adding sending an email with an attachment, what I'm gonna do is connect to a CSV file that has information such as the receivers and the attachment that each receiver will get, and we're gonna send an email to each receiver in this CSV file. So here I'm typing the prompt connect to a CSV file that I'm going to upload here on ChatGPT and send the attachments to each email listed in the file. Finally, I'm gonna make a last modification, and here I'm gonna type, right now it only sends a plain email with an attachment. So I'm gonna upload the script that it provided before. And this script is send underscore email underscore attachment. And this is that script that ChatGPT provided before. And well, I'm gonna upload this Py file, and also I'm gonna upload the CSV file that we've seen before. So now there is the Py file and also the CSV file. Then I press enter, and the code interpreter is gonna edit our Py file based on the task that we indicated before. So now it gave me the link of the new Py file that it updated, and well, now I have this Py file, and now I'm gonna copy all this code into PyCharm. So here I have a blank file, and I pasted all this code, and now I'm gonna make some little modifications because, as you might know, ChatGPT doesn't get everything right. And here the first thing I'm gonna change is this import pandas that should be on top because it's a library. We should put it on top. And then I realized ChatGPT didn't remove some lines of code. So here it duplicated this. So it included the previous script and also included the new script. So I'm gonna comment this out. I could ask ChatGPT to fix this mistake, but I'm just gonna do it myself. So here I'm going to comment out the lines of code that are duplicated, and then I comment out the email underscore receiver variable because we are using a for loop to send emails to multiple receivers, and we're not sending to just one receiver anymore. So ChatGPT included this for loop to connect with the CSV file that we've seen before. Finally, here I'm adding this this line of code. I'm putting this inside these two lines of code inside the for loop because ChatGPT didn't do it before, but it should be inside the for loop. And that's it. The code is ready. We run the code and we get this error, and that's because the path of the CSV file is incorrect. So I delete this part of the path that shouldn't be there. And now I get this message of success, and I'm gonna check my email to see if we got the email with the attachment. So here, first we're gonna see the CSV file, and here we should get image1.png on this first email. So here I got the email, and here is the subject, the body, and well, the attachment, it says file name. So we have this weird name which shouldn't be there. It should be image1.png. And if we go to the code, we'll see that this mistake was because of this line of code. I could easily spot this mistake because I compared it with a script that I provided, and I realized there were these double curly braces, and well, I removed these double curly braces, and now I run the code. And let's see if now we get the emails with the right attachments. So I go to one of the emails that are listed here in this CSV file. In this case, this second email that is publication@artificialcorner.com. And well, here I have the email and I have image2.png. And this is the right attachment that we specify on the CSV file. Now I sign out and I log in on my first email, and we should get here the same email but with image1.png, and that's exactly what we got. So image1.png. And if you go to the CSV file, you can even add more rows to send to more emails, or even add more columns to customize the email further. You can add different subjects and different content in the body and more. And well, in that case, you also have to follow the same steps that I did before to indicate ChatGPT the goal of your new task. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use ChatGPT Code Interpreter to automate Excel reports. We're going to use the ChatGPT Code Interpreter to generate Python code that creates pivot table, Excel charts, and even Excel formulas. So let's get started. Alright, to automate Excel reports with the ChatGPT Code Interpreter, first we have to click on GPT-4 and select Code Interpreter. And here we can upload any Excel file we have. So here on the left, I have the Excel file that we're going to use for this tutorial. And in this case, is an Excel file that has supermarket sales and basically has the sales from female and male in different product lines. And what the report is going to be about is show how much female and male spend in different product lines. For example, health and beauty, electronics, home and lifestyle, and so on. So we want to know that different type of expenses that each gender has, and only for the year 2019. So we're gonna create a Python script, or ChatGPT is going to generate a Python script that has a pivot table, Excel charts, and even Excel formulas. So let's start with the pivot table. So we go here to GPT-4 and then we upload this file, and this file is called supermarket_sales. So first we have this data set, and well, we upload this Excel file, and then we continue with this prompt. And I'm gonna paste this prompt that I created before, and this prompt says the following: write Python code to create a pivot table, and this pivot table should show how much male and female spend on each product line in the year 2019. So that's the goal of this pivot table, and actually that's the goal of this whole report. And the pivot table should be in the second sheet of the Excel file, and the second sheet should be named as the year of the analysis. So the second sheet is going to be named 2019. We're going to have another sheet here, and it's going to be named 2019. And in cell A1 of this new sheet, we should have this report 2019 as the title of this sheet in this cell. Well, this is what we're gonna do, and now we press enter. Alright, ChatGPT just finished generating this report, and now we have the Excel file. So I click on download, and here we have the file, and I'm going to upload this file on Google Drive. By the way, I'm using Google Drive, but it doesn't matter because it's the same, it worked the same on Excel. And now I'm gonna open this file. Here we have the file. Then we see that there is a second sheet named 2019, and well, it looks good. And now we see, I'm gonna zoom in, we see here that in A1 it says report 2019, and then we have the pivot table. We could have asked ChatGPT to put this A1 in bold and also to modify the font, but we're gonna do that later. And well, we have now the pivot table. So now we can start with the second part of the prompt. And in the second part, I'm going to ask ChatGPT to create an Excel bar chart, so I can see not only in numbers but also in a bar plot how these expenses are distributed. So I'm going here back to ChatGPT, and now I'm going to write this prompt, and this is going to be the second part of this prompt. So add an Excel chart with Python code. The graph should be a bar plot that shows how much each gender spend on each product line. So that's what it's going to do. And well, I'm telling ChatGPT to use the data from the pivot table. So now I press enter, and now ChatGPT is going to generate the bar plot with all the data from the pivot table. All right, now we see that it modified, or it added some lines of code to the original Python script. We're gonna copy that script later when the script is completed. And now, just for now, I'm going to download this Excel file to see the progress. So to see if everything is correct or there are some mistakes. Here I'm going to upload this file again to Google Drive, and then I'm going to open it up to see the progress that ChatGPT made. And if there is some issues, we can ask ChatGPT to correct its mistake. So now I'm going to the second sheet, and now we can see, I'm gonna zoom in again. We can see that we got this bar chart, and it looks good. So this bar chart represents the spending by gender on each product line in 2019. So we can see each product line, and we can see also that all this data comes from this pivot table. Blue is female and red is male. So 27 to 135 is male. So here ChatGPT didn't add the labels, and well, we can tell ChatGPT to modify that. So I'm going to tell ChatGPT to do that, and also continue with the third part of the prompt, which is tell ChatGPT to create Excel formulas to calculate the total in the expenses. And also I want this number to be in currency style. So the cell style should be currency. And that's the last part of the prompt. All right, so I go to the right here, and I'm going to tell that the labels of the bar chart are not visible. And I'm going to specify that by labels I mean male and female. So these are not visible here, blue and red. And then I'm going to continue with the next part of the prompt. Also add Excel formulas, and this is the third part of the prompt, using Python code to calculate the total of each column in the pivot table, and then put those cells in currency style. So this is what I mentioned before. I click on send message, and now let's wait. So now ChatGPT finished, and it says that updated the bar chart to make the labels visible, and also added Excel formulas that we asked for. So now I click in download, and here I'm going to upload this file. So here I click on this file that was downloaded, and now I upload it to Google Drive. So now I double click on this new file, and we should see the bar chart with the labels and also the Excel formulas in the pivot table. And as you can see now, the labels were not corrected, and also here in the total it made a mistake, because here instead of calculating the total of female and male, it replaced the value of the cell B8. So the total should be in B9, but it replaced the value in B8 and also in C8. So I'm gonna tell ChatGPT that it made a mistake, and hopefully it's going to correct all these issues. Alright guys, after working with ChatGPT, I could fix here the labels. So now we can see female and male. And also here we can see the formulas, and here we have the total spent by female and also the total spent by male. And well, once we have all of this, we can make ChatGPT to show us the complete Python code, so we can copy and paste it on our text editor. So I'm gonna tell ChatGPT that show me the complete Python script. And the purpose of this is to convert the current Python script that automates the Excel report to a dynamic script. So for example, here we can see that in min column, min row, max column, and max row, we're using some references, but these references are not dynamic. So if we change the size of this pivot table, all of this is not going to work. So now our goal is to make this script a dynamic script. So even if we change the size of this pivot table, all of this is going to work. So now I'm saying, can you make the script dynamic? For example, the data variable, so I'm referring to this data variable has references following the current size of the pivot table, but these references will change if the size of the pivot table changes. So now with this, now we should have a dynamic script. So now I press enter, and let's see what ChatGPT does. And now as we can see, now ChatGPT is helping us to dynamically determine the size of the pivot table. And this is great because it doesn't matter the size of the pivot table. Now it's using the shape attribute to calculate the size. So if it changes here with this variable, now the change is going to be considered in this code. Instead of saying here max column, just the number, now we have the number of columns as reference, and the same goes for the max row. And as we can see also, this number of rows and number of columns are being used here in the formulas, and this means that we're gonna still get the formulas even if the size of the pivot table changes.